What was the incident in your high school? I was a teacher and a very good kid just got pushed to his limit by a bully teacher. Had been bullied by this guy for a couple of years. Never did find out what was up with that. So bully teacher says something to the kid. He runs out to his car, grabs a crowbar, and comes in smashing all the glass he encountered. It was safety glass, but lots of shards anyway. Tries to go after the teacher to kill him. He got trapped in the library. The classroom was located in a small classroom off the library, and I was right next door, keeping kids in their seats and unable to go to the bathroom for about 90 minutes. Cops began arriving from all directions, since we were right off two state highways. State cops, canine cops, etc. Kid destroyed all the beautiful 1940s oak shelving, teacher's desk, anything that would break. His mom shows up and disarms him. Kid gets slammed on a stretcher and hauled off to the nearby AFB, where his dad worked. Not sure exactly what all happened there, but he got a lifetime ban from being at the high school and a serious restraining order from ever contacting or being near the bully teacher. I liked the kid, never had once tiny bit of trouble with him. Saw him a couple of months later and asked him to please tell me if he was ever mad at me. He laughed. Kid was diagnosed with intermittent explosive disorder. Went on to be a good adult. He just kind of lost it that day. Edit. Thank you, kind stranger, for the silver. I did not know that the kid was being bullied until the sheet hit the fan. Then kids told me the whole story. There was nothing I could do except offer words of support to his girlfriend and then be nice to him when I saw him again. As a victim of lifetime bullying, not school but family, I know the damage it can cause. As far as bullies go, I called them out in my classroom whenever I knew what was going on. But if you know anything about bullies, they tend to do these things at times/places that teachers don't see. We can't stop what we don't witness. Sadly, many/most victims do not report until the situation has reached critical mass. During one of the semi-formal dances of the year, not prom, some school official thought it would be a great idea to screen the underwear choices of the girls attending for morality purposes, because thongs were of the devil. Their great plan for implementation was to literally pull girls aside from the ticket line and just lift up their skirts. Right there. No curtain, no other room, nothing, just right in front of the gym doors. While everybody else was in line, able to see. This was a nighttime's quote, said one parent called her to report that a teacher had pulled a girl's top to see if she was wearing a bra. The baseball team gained notoriety after rapping freshman entrants to their team with a broomstick during hazing point. And then there was the law. Why can't seniors leave campus for lunch? Seniors with cars used to be able to leave to get fast food. This was discontinued because some jackasses went to the local daycare center up the hill, like a 15-minute walk away, and started flashing their genitals at the children. Edit. And the internet denizens are correct. This is the infamous RBHS, where we have valedictorians at over 5.0 GPAs, nationally ranked sports ball teams, and egregious sexual scandal, because there's something strange in the water of the San Diego suburbs. A girl in her final year got pregnant and was hiding it from her parents. She was 18 at the time though. She went to the counselor, qualified clinical psychologist, who was helping her through it. The counselor walked her through all of her options and did what she was supposed to do. The girl, I think possibly in denial, carried the baby to quite far along but then wanted out. She was also starving herself. Long story short, I also can't remember all the exact details. She apparently went to a dodgy clinic where she convinced them she was much earlier in the pregnancy, guessing they did no tests, and they gave her abortions pills or something like that. Like I said, can't remember the exact deets, so don't crucify me. She started profusely bleeding in class the next day and was rushed to hospital. The baby survived for about 4 hours and then passed away. Obviously by his point her parents were there. Upon questioning she named out school counselor and said that she had forced her to have an abortion. This whole case went to court. Our poor school counselor could not say anything or defend herself publicly until the case was done. We had reporters outside our school gates for ages. It all came out at the end that the girl had lied and the counselor was completely innocent and had just done what she was supposed to do and had offered the girl all the information and advice for her to make an informed decision. I was amazed at how professional the counselor was and how she did everything by the book when it came to speaking about her client. Anyway, that was crazy. I answered this question a while back, so I'll just copy it here. Had a teacher get involved with several girls in high school. He pretty much had one on each grade. At first it was just rumors. Then shit hit the fan and the principal confirmed what was going on when the guy was fired. He was married and had a small child and was leaving his family for a 15-year-old girl. Months after he got fired, the girl went missing and she was found dead several days later with signs of violence. A day later his body was found in another city about 150 miles away. Someone put a knife through his neck. No one ever knew what really happened, but theories are abundant. Edit. This has gotten quite some attention. Was sleeping guys sorry. I'm Hispanic. Honor killings are not really a thing in my country, but the father getting them killed was a theory floated around by people that knew her, mostly us high schoolers. Might have been the wife that orchestrated it, but no evidence supports that theory. Ike. By what the police could gather, after the girl went missing the teacher went on the run, even asked a friend of his for help. Friend went to jail for helping him out before the girl was even found, and by then he was by himself. Girl was probably dead already at that point. This was mid 2000s. So I'm not sure I can find articles online about it, and if I do they are in Spanish. If you still want it, I'll private message you it. I'm just gonna start from elementary and work my way up 4th grade. A couple of the boys who were rougher around the edges decided to bring pepper spray to school. We all had to line up at the doors on either end of the building before school starts, and then we'd all be let in at once. Well, the kids thought it'd be a great idea to pepper spray everyone lined up at the door. That shit hurt, man. Then one of them pepper sprayed himself so that he would seem like an innocent bystander. Didn't work out for him. 6th grade. My elementary was K6. We weren't allowed to go on the big grade 6 camping trip because too many kids were doing drugs and or sexually active. The first and only time they have ever cancelled the trip. Middle school. One teacher was a huge pedo/perv and would look down girls' tops. He also coached the girls' volleyball team at the local uni. He ended up quitting, or that's what they say, to coach full-time. 8th grade. Science teacher was notorious for putting kids in their place in a fun way. He would body chuck students in the hallways, dump kids in the garbage cans, and one time, there was a particularly annoying dude in the class. He tied the kid up with an extension cord, put him in a duffel, and put him in the storage closet in the classroom. Pretty sure he is still working at that school, but I know he was told to chill the fuck out. High school. 10th grade. One troubled kid lit the boys' bathroom on fire. Lots of smoke and fire damage was a huge thing in the city. 11th grade. One girl was rumored to have stuck a hose up her vagina and master bait with it on camera and sent it to the boys in school. Dunno if that's true or not. 12th grade. School caught on fire again. Different boys' bathroom and a different kid. Also, lots of ambulances at my school because we have mechanics course and heavy duty metal works class, so there were a lot of injuries. Oh, I have a few. A girl scratched a guy's face so hard he got a scar that runs from his forehead to his cheekbone, passing through the eye, almost blinding him, because she felt like kicking his ass. A kid was caught smoking weed on the bathroom several times because his mother found out he smoked and prohibited him of leaving school during class hours, so he couldn't come out and smoke. One Monday we arrived at the school to find a huge puddle of puke on the floor of the main hall. The Students' Association threw a party the night before, and nobody cleaned it because they were all either drunk or stoned. After that, no more parties could be hosted at school. They were all hosted at event pavilions outside of school grounds. A girl, 16, got pregnant. When confronted by her parents, she spilled all the beans. She and her boyfriend would wait until almost closing hours and have sex at secluded corners of the school grounds. When she gave birth, the father dragged the boyfriend to the hospital nursery, placed the baby on his arms, and said, "This is yours. Deal with it." A really weird teacher was caught watching porn. His students turned the projector on in the middle of a test to mess with him and found out. Edit. I just now remembered. The guy that got the scar was nicknamed White Nick Fury. The biggest incident was when an underage girl sent a nasty pic to every guy she could on Instagram. Police got involved, and she ended up not going to school for a long time. Another incident was a kid finding out he had some black DNA in him after mailing one of those companies a container of spit. After sending the N-word to the top of his vocabulary, the principal ended up sending an apology email to the entire school and parents for the kid's actions. I doubt anyone other than his friends would have even heard about it if it weren't for the ML. Edit. Reading through the comments reminded me of the time a kid brought a bullet shell to school and ended up getting talked to by some higher ups and sent back to class with him agreeing to leave it at home from then on. Between classes, he went to go to the bathroom, and I guess he took longer than the bell permitted. Because with him being unaccounted for combined with the rumors of a bullet rapidly mutating into rumors of a gun, the whole school went into lockdown. Not sure what all happened next, but it was quite the experience for everyone. Another edit. Really recently a video from our school went semi-viral when a stereotypical kid you don't want to see reach into his backpack was yelling at a kid on a bus. If you've seen that, put the phone down, Brayden. That's our school. Trigger warning. Oh boy. So many. Thank you peers, I'm popular, but popular kid was dead to fuck a dog on a dare. Everyone there claims it really happened, but he denied this through all of HS. I knew him somewhat well at one point, and he seemed genuine about not doing it. Everyone called him dog faker for all of HS, and I'm sure that's still etched in many brains, like mine. Girl gave dude blowjob in back of his car, deep throated too hard, barfed on his dick, then ate it, before he noticed. Same couple has an all in back of dude's car and she shat all over the car. Couple caught having sex in elevator by principal himself. Girl master, baited with toothbrushes and hairbrushes, and sent pics. Dude's nudes got sent around. Poor little fella, wink wink. Husband's friend once asked him, when you eat a girl out, is it supposed to taste like battery acid? No honey, it's not. Special ed teacher after 14-year-old male on the spectrum, sitting in prison now. Teacher after junior, which continued into her senior year, and then she was taunted by the whole school about how she wanted it. Keep in mind this was a fat old dude, married with kids, and tried to drive off a local bridge to kill himself before failing and being arrested. Girl claimed she was gang raped by a bunch of dudes she knew, got them arrested, then suddenly turns out she was lying. This girl had a history of compulsive lying, so no one believed her much to begin with, so who knows. Senior knocked up by sophomore. She saved like $500 for the baby and dude stole it and bought drugs with it. I could go on, but that's enough crazy for now. Edit. Whoa, I did not expect some of these reactions. I apologize that my wording was offensive, but I did not intend to suggest that the only male in this was faked and not wrapped. Statutory wrapped to be exact, like the females I have since edited my statements to all include wrapped. Though it was a poor choice of words, I do agree that men are victims of rap, as well as females. As a sexual assault survivor myself, I would never want another victim to feel that people didn't believe them and that their truth was a lie. Good day, mates. Shout out to those who had my back and didn't immediately assume I was a soulless shat. I'm not going to say the state or years or anything, but this was a rural school. We had a bunch of issues arise around before the real incident. Gym coach got caught having sex with a 16-year-old in a classroom. The school had to ban outside beverages because a student kept smuggling alcohol and became an alcoholic. They are doing better from last I heard. This happened to me directly. I was accused of trying to overthrow the school administration system because of a forum website I made that some other students misused. 4 people, including myself since I created it, got banned from using the internet at school. Immediately after this, I found out that a teacher told a classroom full of students that if they bullied me, I'd bring guns to school and shoot everyone. I had no intention of ever doing such. I just wanted to graduate and leave that town behind. A former student died on his way to pick up his girlfriend, who was a senior, during a storm. About a week later, in the middle of a class, his girlfriend apparently had a stress-induced seizure and had to be rushed out of the school for a concussion and was moved out of the school district by her family for a few months. A second grader got into their family's gun vault, and while they were playing with a loaded pistol, it went off and killed him. At some point there was a drug bust in the school, so there were yearly drug searches where dogs were brought in. Teen pregnancies were also so bad that there was a daycare behind the high school to help the mothers graduate. A valedictorian was knocked down a rank when the high school counselor's son was given questionable extra credit for a mysterious assignment that moved him up 3 places to valedictorian. The valedictorian lost a really valuable scholarship and everyone was angry about it because it was announced a week before their graduation, leaving no time for the valedictorian to try to keep their rank. The incident was a student attempted suicide, a very bright student whom I admired greatly because they were extremely intelligent and very easygoing. I won't go into much detail, but they were saved because their father came home and found them with a gun in their lap and realized something was very wrong. They were rushed to the hospital and the suicide note was found later, revealing that the reason was that a particular teacher, who was in charge of not only high school students, but also middle school students, had been drugging and sexually assaulting students for years. The suicide note gave information of how to find the evidence of this to get the teacher incarcerated, as well as, from what I heard, a detailed and graphic description of their personal incidents. He had gotten away with it for so long because he had convinced the victims to try the drugs and told them afterwards that if they told anyone he would make it look like the victims were in the wrong with experimenting with drugs. The teacher also had favorites that he would keep close to him and abuse repeatedly. Once this all came out, a SWAT team had to escort him to a high security prison to keep him away from the very angry families who had been affected by this because mountains of death threats came flooding in. It was a huge ordeal for the town. Outside counselors were brought in, and I know I was singled out by one because I had realized the day before that the student in question was planning something and I missed them before school let out for the day, so I assumed I would get to talk to them about it the next day. Once the news came out during a meeting, I fled the auditorium and was wrangled by counselors and brought into an office to talk about it. I actually ran out to throw up, but I was physically pulled into an office. They were catching fleeing students to make sure that they weren't victims, but luckily the counselor that caught me realized I just blamed myself for not catching them before they tried to commit suicide or telling anyone that I thought something was wrong and was worried. Once everything started to settle, students who had been affected were given the option to graduate early because of the stress, and the school understood the students would have awful memories on campus. The last count I had heard of was close to 200 victims over multiple counties that he had taught at. I've lost contact with the student involved, but I always hope they are doing better and hope they were able to heal and be happy. All in all, small towns aren't quirky, they're awful. I have one. Happened about a year ago. At the end of first hour, principal came over the PA and stated that someone found something in a toilet, but that it was okay. Of course, that just started the rumor mill. People said all sorts of things, like they found a handgun, a machete, and hand grenades. Why? So of course, in the age of instant communication, a bunch of students sent texts to their parents saying they were scared and wanted to go home. My bet is half of them just wanted to go home and found a good excuse. So throughout the day, the building was essentially evacuated, minus maybe 100 students, me included, out of the normal 700 we usually have. Students were still texting each other, furthering the rumors. At the end of the day, the common consensus was that 3 or 4.22 bullets were found in the tank of the bathroom. This was later confirmed by the police. Now, for those who don't know, 22 bullets are very small bullets mainly used for target shooting or hunting of small game such as squirrels or small birds. Not exactly what you'd use to kill someone. My guess is that what happened was someone was target shooting over the weekend and put the remaining bullets in their pocket and found them again that morning. Fearing the backlash from the school, they dumped them in the toilet. And, because a lot of the student body was uneducated on guns, they thought that there were 22 bullets, not 22 caliber, in the toilet, as if planted there for a school shooting. So yeah. It basically turned into a huge mess. The thing is though, the school did exactly the right thing. As soon as the bullets were found, they called the police. Police found nothing suspicious, and everything was okay. Maybe they should have said what they found. I don't really know. They did their best to quell the situation. This will probably be lost, but oh well. I grew up in a small town, small school district. My graduating class had 63 kids. My brother was a year older than me. There was a guy in his grade, let's say his name was Brad. My brother saves Brad's life one day in football practice. Bro was the student athletic trainer and insisted that Brad was too hot to continue practice, even though the jerk coach thought Brad could continue. We grew up with Brad. We'd known him a whole life. I was a sophomore. Bro and Brad were juniors later that year. Brad and his girlfriend broke up, and he started dating another girl. Apparently she was jealous of the ex and Brad decided that to make her happy, he had to go and kill his ex. He literally cut her heart out. This girl's little sister, 8th grade, was upstairs on the phone with her best friend. It was the 90s, and he goes up and strangles her little sister. Their mom was a nurse, and she was at work. The best friend heard the whole murder over the phone. Police are sent to the house, and they find the girls dead. They go to find the mom, and stop her on the road, before she gets home, to tell her she just lost both of her kids. I don't remember if she was divorced or widowed. Brad turned himself in, and is currently serving a life sentence. I think he was high when he did it, but I'm not sure. It blew our minds. I'd known him since kindergarten. I literally walked by his house almost daily, because it was on the way to my grandparents' house. A kid from another high school got his friends together and cut down over 15 trees on campus, climbed Totti's second story of the school and spray painted happy birthday all over the windows, and then spray painted 27 swastikas and countless sticks all over the school sidewalks as well as the stadium, and then lit a small swastika in the football field. All happened in one night and caused well over $100,000 in damages to the school. The motive? To impress his girlfriend. The next year the school almost burnt down from a fire and we weren't allowed on campus due to the ash for a week as they cleaned it up. Then there was the year the septic lines exploded during school point, and then there was the couple of times where someone lit fires in the AC intake and smoked out the school, which sucked cause we were without AC for a couple of weeks. And it was so humid it felt like it was going to rain inside the school. Oh, and because of the heat they put giant containers of water out in the breezeways, so students would be able to get water in between classes, but someone on the first day dumped tons of X-Lax in them, and kinda ruined it for everyone. Edit. I forgot about the bomb threat that happened, where SWAT teams came to the school due to the threat. They found backpack through the school, which if ya tell kids to leave everything and go to the gym, they're gonna leave their shit in class. And while everyone in the school was evacuating to the gym, someone threw a water bottle and hit the principal in the face, and as he was trying to find out who did it, he got hit by a second one. By the time they got everyone in the gym, a third of the kids just walked home, so they didn't know who they had, so they attempted to take roll, but gave up halfway through. Police said the threat came from a kid who didn't want to take her final point. All in all, high school was a very interesting time. In 8th grade, 35 now, my science teacher invited his brother to come speak to our class. Being an actual rocket scientist, he brought with him and demonstrated different types of fuel used to power rockets. All of it was different types of solid fuel, the nearest one looking like a coil of plastic. My teacher had what looked like a black rock with an almost neon and semi-clear looking chunks of what I assumed was another type of plastic all over it. When I asked what it was, in between the demonstrations of burning fuel, he told us it was a chunk of solid fuel he had as a souvenir from his own days at NASA. Fast forward to the next day and we are all waiting on class to end and waiting on our teacher to come back so we can leave. While waiting, one of my buddies, who was absent the day before, asks what the fuck is the big black rock on Mr. Denny's desk. So, I tell him what he missed and explain the rocket fuel. He says bullshit, no way. I say, not expecting him to be dumb enough to do it, well, take your lighter to it and see for yourself. For context, he and I would go smoke behind the gym, and in the parking lot during lunch, he pulls his lighter out and proceeds to try and light it. At first nothing really happened, but after a couple seconds it begins to half as burn. Almost like a partially wet firework. He says oh shit with a grin on his face and tries to blow it out. It did but sparked right back up after literally sparking in a similar fashion to a lighter being sparked, and he panics. He picks up the rock and tries to put it out by rubbing it on his jeans, and it has no effect. He drops it back on the desk in a panicked motion, because at this point it is really starting to go. It was shooting out a beautiful greenish blue flame, and it was almost blowtorch-like in the way it was coming off the spot he touched the flame to it. The flames become more intense and it actually begins to spin due to the force. We all back away from him and the teacher's desk as it is really starting to get scary. He noticed that the grade book was starting to catch fire, so he swipes it off the desk and into the floor, where it starts to resemble one of those fireworks that, when lit, spins really fast and takes off. We all panicked and ran out of the room right as the teacher was running back down the hall, because at this point the entire hallway was full of smoke. When it was all over, it had burned so hot that it destroyed the tile floor all the way down to concrete. The next day we were all told that had the fuel not been over 50 years old it would have just exploded and probably killed at least half of us. The teacher ended up losing his job and my buddy was expelled. Throwaway because I'm this mortified. This happened about 5 years ago. I was a quiet kid in high school. Joined newspaper because I liked reading and writing. Quickly grew friends with one of the editors. She was going through depression, and so was I. I was tired of bottling things up inside, so I decided to spill it all out after a few months of growing close. I told her everything, how I self-harmed, how I could do nothing but lay in bed and hope to not wake up the next day, the works. I begged her not to say anything to anyone, for all the reasons in the world. She told our principal, and they Baker Act me. I was picked up from home by a police officer to be taken to a ward at the nearest hospital. My brother, already in college and still an idiot, tried to take funny pictures of me being escorted in handcuffs and taken to a hospital via police car. Cop pleaded with him to stop being a jackass. He didn't. Get to the hospital, and mom shortly arrives. She's pale. She received a call that I may have tried to commit suicide. I assure her that's not what happened. Eldest sister came. She's in tears and can't get a full sentence out. Assure her I was not having ideations. Create this narrative that I'm okay. Some girl is pulling a prank, escorted into the ward. Worst 2 days of my life. I begged in tears to be let go. My grandmother went through the same thing, and after her evaluation, they admitted her for 3 months. I was about to graduate, and learning is one of the only things I love in life. This was nearest I could get to hell. Law generally requires a 3-day stay, but I managed to convince the psychologist to let me go early. Return back to school. Enter newspaper. Awkward. Group of newspaper folks stay after lunch. It's what we did all the time. I start to leave, not wanting to be around them cause I know they know. The teacher stops me, gives me a good heartfelt I hope all is okay, nod and thank her. She leaves to go take care of some teacher stuff. The rest of the group confronts me. How could I lie about being depressed? How could I lie about self-harming? You're just seeking attention. It's best if you stay out of our lives. You're sick. You're disgusting. The girl I trusted googled the mandatory requirements for a Baker Act. She said if I got out early there was nothing wrong with me, and that I was just using my issues to get with her whelp. I showed them my scars. Told them to fuck off and die. My hatred was flowing deep. I walked away in tears, and walked to the principal's office to have me transferred out of newspaper immediately. I clambered to the last few days of high school. I couldn't wait to get away from those people, but they ruined me forever. I can't trust anyone. I can't talk to anyone about this. I don't want it to happen again. I'd rather let myself go than get help from another Baker Act. Sorry that was long. TLDR. Befriended someone. Told them my mental problems. Friend Baker Act me. Came back early. She googles that this means there's nothing wrong with me. Her and the editors accuse me of lying, being disgusting, etc. Forever scarred from telling people my issues again. Edit. Thank you to those who have shared their stories, concerns, and well wishes. They may just be words on some giant community board, but they help make it somewhat bearable. Truly. The one that I'm most familiar with happened to a classmate of mine. It sucked because my classmate was accused of rap, but luckily the truth came out that the girl who accused him of rapping her was lying. This happened in my 4th year. This classmate of mine is a cool dude and is well known. Everyone liked him, and he's still liked to this day. So my school is really different from traditional schools. You see, there are buildings in a certain area that houses classrooms and other stuff a school usually have. So we would have to go building to building to get to class. Anyways, there is this section on the left side of the school where not a lot of people go to. My classmate was in the area and used the bathroom. There he encountered the girl. Let's call her Flatface because she literally had a flat face. No jokes. Flatface came up to my classmate as he was leaving the bathroom and asked him if he wanted to have sex in the bathroom. He declined for more than reason. She tried to seduce him and it didn't work. So she yelled rap to get back at him. Immediately security came in and took my classmate to the office where the police were called. My classmate was hauled off to the police station for further investigation. 2 days later or so, the truth came out. I don't remember how the truth came out exactly. Either Flatface confessed to lying or someone was in the area and saw the whole thing go down. Either way, my classmate got let go and Flatface was faked. I don't know why she didn't get expelled from school. That's another mystery, but she did become alienated by everyone for her actions. After 2 months she left the school and went to a new one. The class 3 years before mine petitioned the school board to allow an overpass senior trip. They had to do a lot of work to get it to pass, then my class ruined it for everyone. We had an overpass at a lake resort 3 hours away from school. Most everyone had 4 people to a cabin by gender, but there was one giant house in the middle that a group of girls took over. The girls and some guys were in there all day and it was a beautiful day. Most of the students were canoeing, fishing, or playing yard games, but that house had the curtains pulled and rarely anyone coming or going. Late afternoon, one of the teacher chaperones thought it was fishy and knocked on the door. When the door opened, all hell broke loose. 24 students were sent home for smoking weed and drinking. Not all of those sent home were actually in that house, but they shared a smaller cabin with people that were, and the chaperones found alcohol in their cabins. The bus took them all back the 3 hours, and they got out of school suspension. The principal's son, our class vice president, and a couple of track stars that had a huge track meet the next day were among those busted. The bus also, inadvertently, took all of the campfire snacks. My youngest brother graduated 17 years after me. He was going on how stupid it was that they could only do a class picnic at a local park. I then told him why. This will probably be lost in New Point, but it was muck up day. If you don't know what that is, it's basically you come to school and do pranks and wacky stuff for a while. Please keep in mind, Australian school, we had our fun and games and all. Had a group of year 12 or seniors go down a muddy hill with a bobsled made out of chairs. Either it was bloody legendary point, and here is where it gets interesting. I think we all have that one guy in our school who is a disgusting kinda rich guy. This guy got a helicopter to land on the school oval without the school's permission, pick up him and his mates, and take off with a low flyby over the school. We all heard it, and to be honest, though we were under attack point, we later hear, about 40 minutes later, the helicopter come back and circle the school. It was lunch break by now, so most of us were on outside point. They land this helicopter on the oval and get out wearing fake bombs and robes, blasting terrorist propaganda music. They were arrested and escorted off the school grounds. The rich kid wasn't allowed to attend his final exams and had to go somewhere else, which is a major stitch up for most point. He is now enjoying himself, still being a fuckhead up in Sydney, Australia. Which one? I was in high school from 2000 to 2004. Columbine happened while I was in 7th grade. It was still very fresh in our minds. I'm old, so this is back in the day when school shootings were relatively rare. This happened my sophomore year. One day, one of the really popular guys got in a really bad car accident with his cheerleader girlfriend. As far as I can remember, she was mostly okay, but he was injured badly and was in a coma for at least a few weeks. A few days after his happened, one of the guys in my circle was apparently talking to one of his friends about something that had happened over the weekend, and someone nearby overheard the conversation and mistook it as my friend talking shit on the guy that was currently in a coma. Things escalated to the point where my friend, for whatever faking reason, felt compelled to bring a gun to school to protect himself. Because high schoolers are high schoolers and inherently faking stupid, word got around quickly that someone had a gun. Didn't take long to pinpoint who it was. Police were called, his locker was searched, he was expelled, the news came, etc. Thank faking science no one was hurt. The other incident though, another very well liked guy was ditching class with his girlfriend and was pulling out of our weird parking lot that was halfway to the middle of nowhere. A big rig was coming down the road as he was making the left turn out and T-boned his truck. Apparently, his aorta ruptured and he was gone within minutes. His girlfriend was in the hospital for a few days/weeks. The day of his funeral, classrooms were practically empty. His service filled the auditorium of one of, what I'm pretty sure is the biggest churches in the country. I feel compelled to add that I was the first graduating class of said high school, so both of these happened within the first 2 years of the school being open. Oh man, I've been waiting for this one. The day was just like any other. I was in my 5th period class, day winding down, and decided to take a quick bathroom break. What I found in the second stall upon entering was unbelievable. A pup so large, no human on earth could have possibly birthed it, or so I thought. I mean, we're talking nearly the girth of an Nalgene bottle, no exaggeration. This thing was a certified log. I immediately ran back to class to grab my buddies, and within the next 20 minutes, the news had already spread like wildfire. Teachers were getting upset because even girls were pouring into the men's bathroom to catch a peek of this behemoth. People were taking pictures, flushing it repeatedly and unsuccessfully. Half a ruler even ended up in the bowl next to it at some point. As one did in the mid-2000s, I snapped a photo on my flip phone camera and proceeded to create a MySpace group page dedicated to the mysterious monstrosity. I seem to recall it becoming a fairly popular group quite quickly, and to this day I'm not sure anyone ever figured out the identity of the super pooper. All I know is, I hope they are okay butthole wise. For the record, I remember trying to dig this group up not too long ago to no avail. But, I'm inspired once again, and will certainly update, if I can find the group and/or photo. When I was freshman year, my high school went through tuberculosis outburst, and since it is transmittable disease, every person in that school, not only students, was in great danger of getting really sick. The number of students with symptoms increased, and naturally we were all really worried, but for some reason our principal, who is a huge DUESCH bag, ignored the whole situation, and acted as if nothing was wrong. We knew some measures had to be taken, so we tried discussing with him an idea of shutting down school for some period and disinfecting it, but he said that we are panicking for no reason, and that everything was fine. So when we realized we couldn't count on him, we took the thing in our hands. The school parliament, odd students, announced a protest, inviting every student to come and support them. For the better effect and delivery of the message, people even came wearing protective surgical masks. We boycotted classes that day. First gathering in schoolyard, the president of school parliament held a speech about our right to fight for ourselves. Then we proceeded walking en masse through the center of our city, and sure enough people took us seriously. Tomorrow, all the news talked about it, and revealed the facts about 6 students, and our principal sure enough realized he should have listened to us in the first place, since the Ministry of Health closed the school for about a week or so for the sake of disinfecting it. I'm really glad I was a part of this mini revolution. The Legend of the Doo-Doo Bandit. This is a tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme, set in the late 80s in a quiet southern town. The home bell rang out in piercing havoc. Students shuddered in trepid anticipation of another mundane Monday morning, sauntering through the hallway to begin their daily drudgery. Eck! As a scream shrilled throughout the curved beige corridor. There it sat, piled high, glistening with the sparkle of dew, daring anyone to come near with its wafting waves of mist. A slow smolder one might witness at a old deli counter with a fresh brisket plopping out of the steamer. who had inflicted their own brand of justice on the metal-mouthed masses of Clearasil-infused adolescents. The Doo-Doo Bandit, as they would have later been dubbed, had announced their presence. Over the course of several months, the Doo-Doo Bandit would brandish his weapon of choice, thoughtfully, randomly, always silently. Rumors spread like room temperature butter. Was it a freshman looking to make their mark? A jaded senior, or disgruntled teacher perhaps? A railroad hobo? Officials kept a watchful eye, stalking out the hallways and porticos for any sign, but none were ever uncovered. Surely someone knew the bandit's true identity? The usual rapscallions were rounded up and cross-examined, but nothing pointers. Soon the bandit's latest calling card manifested. News fanned through the student body quicker than herpes simplex 1. It was the talk of the town. The Doo-Doo Bandit's reign of terror lasted over 3.5 growing months. Only the sweltering summer break gave respite to the weary masses, yearning to break free. Much as the way the Doo-Doo Bandit lived, they died. Quietly. But the legend remained, alive. We never knew there was an issue. In the beginning point our school had 7 divisions for every grade with about 60 kids in each division. It's like that from kindergarten through 12th grade. So there are a lot of kids at noon on this fine day. We step out to go for our lunch break and we see half a dozen police officers. We were curious, and so we went to the reception area and asked why there were so many police officers at school. Turns out, a girl from our grade, in another division had gone missing. The teacher had called her parents to ask why she hadn't shown up, and they were confused. She'd left home as usual. People had even seen her on the bus coming in, but she hadn't come to class. So the police had been called to investigate. The cherry on top was that this girl was quite popular, and one of my friends had gone and proposed to her the day before. He was shook. He was scared that she'd done something stupid because of his confession. Word got around, and the police called him in to make inquiries. Well, he wasn't the only guy who'd proposed, and the police officers had to grill about half a dozen guys for a few hours to know if any of them knew anything about the girl. Nobody knew a thing. Well, we all went home that day. When we came back the next day, there she was, back at school. Turns out she'd ran off with a local taxi driver. They were in love and wanted to live together. The police caught them at a hotel about 25 kilometers away from our school. They were eating lunch before going up to their room and sealing the deal. Thankfully, everything turned out alright. The guy was carted off by the police. She got a good chewing out from the police and she couldn't even think about the punishment her parents gave her without crying. Since they hadn't had sex, the guy wasn't charged with rap, but he was charged with something else, like kidnapping. We were in 10th grade at the time. We were 14 when this happened. Fairly normal kid, little dorky, really straight until the last year of high school, then wanted to try and hang out with our gang of fairly alt-y, semi-feral. With hindsight, kids' use of weed, acid, speed was fairly widespread amongst this group. He was still kinda expensive. He was a friendly nuisance, used to tell us about his wild weekends, stories which all sounded bullshit if you actually did those things. Anyways, he convinces one of the semi-feral old kids of his "coolness" and manages to procure some acid. One of his other very normal buddies' parents go away for the weekend and they all drop acid. There's no one with any experience of hallucinogenics and it all turns to sheet. Kiddie that bought it does more than everyone else. Loses his sheet, windows get smashed, screaming people around the house. Neighbors and cops get involved. He gets busted and squeals to the cops where he got it from. He comes into school on Monday, goes straight to the principal and gives her a list of everyone he knows or believes takes drugs in our small town high school in return that he can still take his exams. Several expelled. Guy who sold it to him gets kicked out of home and never finishes school. Others all pulled into meetings with teachers, parents and basically harassed over every single minor misdemeanor for the rest of the year in addition to expulsions, further dropouts, and unfulfilled potential because of this jackass. Sorry I'm a bit late. Here goes my school incident. At my high school, there was tradition of senior prank day, which is usually a week before the last day of class, when seniors graduate. All the upperclassmen say that it's usually nothing too serious, a few stink bombs or crickets released into the school. Nothing that ever hit more than 10% of the school. Then when the day came, it was suspiciously quiet. Some seniors told their good lower classmen friends that sheet was gonna go down, but no specifics were given. I'm a junior at this point, by the way. Naturally this rumor spread to everybody, and people were super anxious and paranoid that day. We waited and waited. Nothing. People started assuming senior prank day was no longer on anymore. As the school day ended, class was dismissed. Relief was seen on everyone's faces. The school releases everybody to the buses. 90% of the school rides the buses, and as I'm walking to where the buses are, about a 3 to 4 minute walk outside the school, I start hearing people scream behind me, and in less than 10 seconds people everywhere around me are screaming and running towards the buses. Total panic and fear. I'm one of the first people to get to my bus, and I finally see what the actual FCK is going on. About an army of 50 high school seniors are throwing seemingly harmless water balloons at people. It seems to be just water, but as I take a closer look, there are splotches of white on people's clothing. They were using bleach. I'm glad I wasn't a victim, but hundreds of other students weren't so happy. Neither were the parents or teachers. Lawsuits were made against the perpetrators and the school. Some of the seniors got arrested and or tackled by school resource officers. Those that did get caught didn't get to graduate. And tbh, I was laughing my ass off the whole time. Best senior prank day ever. Reddit. Yes, I know it's always funny when you're not a victim. Criticize me all you want. The big incident in high school. The humanities teacher was cheating on his wife. The one good guidance counselor we had with the female gym teacher had been 4 years. Everyone knew and no one was surprised. When they finally came out about it, they all continued to work together until the ex-wife was removed from working in school due to her instigating fights in the hallways with the mistress. Gym teacher. It was a very hostile year and the students almost revolted when she was removed as her replacement had no idea what she was doing. Some students also claimed to see the humanities and gym teacher having sex in her office, which had a window facing into the gym that people used in the mornings. Frequent incidents in high school. We had auto and wood shop classes in the same huge room, and every 2 years someone would stab their hand with a drill and require an ambulance. Also elementary, a girl in my class tried to kill 2 boys with steak knives she brought to school because one of them wouldn't go out with her. The boys thankfully survived, and it took 4 teachers to take her down. She was never charged for the attempted murder, most likely because we were in 5th grade and was allowed to return to the same school the following year. Add-ons. There was a group photo album circling for at least 2 years for whenever a girl received an unwanted dick pic. A lot of guys in my grade could never get a date because of this. Oh man. This happened my junior year. So in my high school only a select few of juniors were allowed to park at our high school due to limited parking, as the rest of the student spaces were saved for the seniors. One of my friends, let's call her Lauren, had one of these highly desired spots. She was an only child, and she had 2 lovely parents who used their savings to help purchase her a new car when she get her license. She was so excited. Dismissal time, just like any other high school, was a bit messy because obviously you have the juniors and seniors trying to leave in their own cars. There's buses everywhere, and of course other students walking home. During dismissal one spring afternoon, Lauren is giving her friend Rachel a ride home. Rachel was also a junior, but never had her permit, had never driven a car, and was also incredibly bossy. Somehow Rachel convinced Lauren to let her try driving her car home. This is where things go very wrong. Rachel claims that when she attempted to drive the car her flip-flop got stuck behind the gas pedal. Obviously that's not a thing. I have a feeling she slammed on the gas, panicked, and then left her foot there. The car begins to pick up speed rapidly in the cramped parking lot and is driving erratically. Rachel runs over to students who are walking to their cars in the parking lot and slams into about 5 or 6 cars, damaging them. She continues to leave her foot on the gas and the car continues to speed through the parking lot, drives over a grassy hill, then drives over a rock wall, slamming onto the front end of the car, totaling it. Lauren is in the passenger seat the whole time, I'm sure in absolute horror and panic. Amazingly, both students that were run over survived, but both had some pretty bad injuries. One of the students' families decided to sue Lauren's family for the medical damages and trauma. Lauren's parents were already living on limited means, and this was a huge blow, not to mention the car itself was totaled as well. As for Rachel, I know that she got into some legal trouble for obviously driving without a license, but honestly didn't get nearly as many consequences as Lauren. Lauren and her family also had to deal with the other car's damages, and it was an absolute disaster for her. I still feel bad for her, even though this was a very long time ago. Needless to say, Rachel and Lauren were no longer friends after this fateful afternoon. Well, I smoke cigarette a lot because of me being bullied in high school and pretty much having no friends. In India, if you smoke you are a disgrace to the whole society. And people always think that you are to be blamed for everything because you smoke or drink. So this happened me in college senior year when one of my classmates was caught smoking by his parents, and to save his skin he put the blame on me that I forced him to smoke, and his parents came to the college and told my teachers. They, without investigating about the truth, started alienating me from the class. I heard one of the teachers say to a parent on call that please tell your son/daughter to avoid me since I'm a bad influence on them. I was treated like that till my graduation. I kind of lost that humanity in me somewhere mid this shit show, and my classmates added rumors to it, and every week it got worse. I know this story isn't the incident, but I wanted to speak about it, and Reddit is a good platform for that. Fast forward to 2 years now, I still have anxiety attacks now and then, and a classmate who accused me is completing his masters, living his life, and all I can do is just sit back, smoke more. Until date I'm always mentioned as the guy who used to force his classmates to smoke. I didn't do it. Just because I don't answer back doesn't give them the faking reason to accuse me of something which I never did. Fact, I went too far. Sorry for my bad English. It isn't my first language. I was in 8th grade, but our teacher came over from the high school I ended up going to, so I'm going to count this. It was my first period class, French 1, and we had an amazing teacher who honestly could teach us French unlike any other teacher I have had since. She clearly had a passion for it, and had a sort of no student left behind type stance when it came to educating us. Well, one morning I was talking to my friend, and I'm always going to remember that conversation. We wanted to ask our teacher how to pronounce a book title in French, but we had a substitute that day, so we assumed we could just ask her the next day. Then the principal came into the classroom, accompanied by a county sheriff. We were informed that teacher had been murdered in her driveway by her husband, and he killed himself in their driveway after murdering her. They had 2 kids who now had neither of their parents. To say we were shocked would be an understatement. You don't really know how to process the death of someone when you're 14. Some of us cried, others broke down, and me and a few others just sort of didn't feel anything. For the rest of the day there was an odd aura of silence over the students who knew about her death. Some of us went home, others went on with their day, and in the end we all grew a lot that day. We attended her funeral, and it was amazing seeing how many students, both current and former, attended her funeral. She touched so many of our lives just by caring about us and driving us to succeed. Suffice to say, when I ended up taking French 2 there was a very odd connection those of us who took French 1 felt with each other. I don't know what happened to her kids. I'm hoping they are with a guardian family now and feel loved and cared for. I know I'm late to the party, but this one goes back a ways. In middle school, there was an on-site police officer, which was weird for our area, but made sense considering the gang violence in our middle school. This thing was freshly rebuilt, and so I guess they wanted to care or something like that about some inner city kids, and well, my class didn't take too favorably to his presence. Anyway, one day during our lunch, within the first few weeks of school, he's walking from the back door next to the bleachers with a giant box of donuts, likely bringing them to the office for whatever purpose, but I'll get to that in a second. Point, he got a nickname that day after a kid tripped him, sat, and he face planted into the box of, you guessed it, donuts. He was thereby named Officer Donuts for years to come. On a related note, I went back to this middle school a few years back, and I was surprised to see the same officer working that particular beat, and I happened to stop one of the kids walking by the office what his name was, to which they replied, who, Officer Donuts? Hearing the story, distorted heavily by time and oral tradition, brought this whole memory full circle. When I heard what had been passed down, I doubt I will ever be part of a legend ever again for the rest of my life. But to this day, I cannot believe that I got to witness either of those things to produce such a perfectly memorable experience. Was friends with a guy. We were both sophomores. We were hanging out with two girls who were older than us by a few years, so over 18. It was a really rural area, so we were just faking around, cruising in my buddy's truck, when my girl suddenly suggested that we go to her place nearby, because her parents were out of town. My buddy and I, being 16-year-old guys, were very much amenable to this idea. We get there, we are hanging out and drinking, then the girl who was interested in my buddy took him into the master bedroom. The girl who was into me offered to bring me up to her room, but I had given things some thought and decided that I wasn't ready to lose my virginity. She was chill about things, so we just hung out and fooled around a bit. My buddy got laid, though, and he was happy, his girl was happy, everyone was happy. Fast forward to 2 days later, I get a call from the local sheriff asking me to come in. This was a very small town, so it was common for things of a sensitive issue to be handled outside of the system. Turns out that my girl's parents, the ones who owned and lived at the house we were hanging at, had found out what happened and were a little pissed off that their marital bed had been defiled by two random teenagers presumably going to awkward Elbow Y Town. I was asked by the police whether the girl my buddy had slept with had pressured or forced him in any way, and whether I had slept with my girl. Seeing as how we were minors and they were not, and seeing as how the girl's parents were pissed, they were spouting off about having everyone but their daughter arrested for various things. You might be wondering how they found out what happened in the first place. That's what turned this from just an embarrassing episode to a story that would be retold for generations. The sheriff informed me that the father had in fact installed hunting cameras in all the bedrooms of the house, including his own and his 18-year-old daughter's. The one in the master bedroom had evidently provided a very X-rated and informative photo roll, but because I had avoided sleeping with my girl, there were no photos of me. Not that I had done anything illegal in the first place, but yeah, basically it was a huge scandal in my little town, and my relative restraint during the whole episode did not save me from parental retribution. No one ended up getting arrested, though the girl my buddy slept with came pretty close. In 8th grade, my school got a new vice principal, who I'll call Mr. B, who looked like he was a CIA agent. Also acted like it too, and seemed not quite human. Some kids started a Google Doc full of conspiracy theories about him, and it got slowly shared to the rest of the grade. For about a week, people kept adding things to it, until it was over 100 pages long. It was hilarious and awesome. Eventually we started stalking his social media and keeping a sightings log, because one of the main theories was that he was somehow multiple places at once. Eventually the teachers did find out though, but there was no real reason they could punish us for it. Mr. B was pissed, though. Since people are asking, I'll post a few quotes from the document. We have no intel past 2002. This is probably when he switched bodies by transferring souls to never die. B. When he started acting through his first clone. C. First joined the CIA. Or D. Emerged from the depths of his tunnels. Me and student witness Mr. B sitting down in his office, so I guess he has the ability to sit. Who knew? Satan has unlimited energy, so he doesn't have to sit often. Excited for mid-year tests. Demonic. Once I saw him sip his 5-shot espresso, and he never swallowed. What a literal robot. He just has a metal tube in his throat, it goes down. Has been seen saluting and bowing to nothing. Looked across the cafeteria and saluted for no reason. And the theories, there were many more than this, but here are some of the best. CIA theory: he is a CIA agent who was sent to school to spy on students and take notes on their behavior likelihood. The 9th of July 10 evidence. Speaks very fluently in multiple languages due to secret agent training, specifically Spanish, Italian, French, English, and Hebrew. Collects phones at dances and may search for information within. Does he actually? Currently, some students are asking him if he is part of the CIA, but he will most likely lie if he is. Of course he would, it's the CIA. Oftentimes he sweeps the floors in the cafeteria, probably scanning for listening devices. Very muscular, only teacher who does not have a beer belly, is always everywhere the same time. Part of training, would have been 14 when Cold War ended. Students are advised to carry salt as a precautionary measure. There are some people who are obsessed with a theory that demons can be melted with salt or something. Iodized salt can be obtained by winning a round. The world in teacher's class. So, it's teacher helping Mr. B, or just posse's into liking him? Italian mafia boss theory. Mr. B is a mafia boss. Likelihood. The 9th of May 10 Italian last name plus SPEAKS. Italian sources say that he has been seen standing near the kitchen, especially on pasta days. Looks like he could whoop your ass or take pleasure in breaking your fingers one by one. Robot theory. Mr. B is a robot who does what he is programmed to do and is sent by the government. Likelihood 7/10. His abilities to hear miles away, probably sent by the CIA to spy on us. For what reason, we do not hold that information at the moment. Will update. Shows up whenever we mention his name at some point. Looks at specific spot for approximately 1 minute before moving to stand there. Walks in a swift motion, stares at everyone like he knows what we are thinking. In a sick experiment to test children's ability to adapt to new harsher and harsher rules, a robot was devised. One with just perfect enough social skills. Purposefully left unfinished code gives him a weird edge in conversations, leaving one feeling both terrified and mystified. There are at least 4 Mr. B's active at any one time, with them patrolling careful routes in order to never collide or be noticed together. Others included the drill sergeant theory, plant theory, greater demon theory, spray bottle theory, Santa theory, Satan theory, cultist theory, Cuba 2.0 theory, human theory, likelihood 3, and clone theory. The sightings log was pretty great too. Commented about my modern haircut, he said it looked good. Is that code for something? Mr. B was summoned plus asked if anything was off at an undisclosed lunch table. Upon receiving no answer, student panicked and said we are in a cult. He seemed to taken this seriously, and students needed to assure him it was a joke. I don't think he was convinced. Lol. Maybe he wanted to join. He walked into French class, said something random in French to teacher, and left. My friend asked him if he was a part of the CIA and he replied no, not today. Like what the fuck does that mean? Well, it's not a no, so the theory still stands. Do you think he'd really tell you that? LMAO, he'd have to kill you. I went to a high school with a majority of white and Asian students. When I was a sophomore, a senior asked a girl to prom in blackface makeup. The ask was a recreation of a Bitmoji Snapchat message he had sent to the girl earlier. The Bitmoji is an African American avatar with blue hair, glasses, a tank top, a bow, and a bright prom poster. At first, she turned him down over Snap. When that failed, he then showed up at her house, dressed like the Bitmoji. He asked the girl at her house without a bow, tank top, or blue hair dye, but did choose to blacken his face. The student posted pictures of his ask on Instagram. The most unnerving thing about this prom ask is the lack of protest. It had received 57 likes. 57 people viewed the post and overlooked its racism. Moreover, 11 people were brave enough to leave comments like "This is iconic, GOAT, and you the MVP." Where things get interesting is how the school handled it. Basically they turned a blind eye to it at first, and then, only when it started to get the attention of the local news was when they stepped in to save their image. The kid was suspended, and since he was so close to graduating, the school couldn't do much about it, although I heard he was bullied at graduation by everybody. There was another proposal that happened a few weeks before that was never caught. Another senior had a sign that said, "You wanna be like a nigger and hang at prom with me," complete with a drawing of a lynched African American on the poster. Here's one of the many articles about it. Picture of the hanging poster. Picture of the blackface proposal. 9th grade, March 23rd, I believe. Was taking a French quiz at 10 AM. Fire alarm goes off. Figured it was a drill. Suddenly, as we are all taken outside, the principal yells at us to run up the hill away from the school. I get tunnel vision and the most adrenaline in my entire life. I run until I get to the top at the main road near our school. After 20 minutes word gets out that someone had written inside the school bathroom, "My bomb is planted and ready to kill." Around 12 PM we are evacuated 1.5 miles away to the middle school as the county bomb police search our entire high school. 2 PM we go back and stay in the high school gyms as they finish the sweep. Sent home at 3 PM. No bomb found. No idea who wrote the threat either. I left my phone behind in the French classroom. Gratefully my friends had theirs, and I called my mom telling her I was safe. I got it back after the all clear, so that was freshman year. Since then whenever we had lockdown drills in high school I was always on guard. My senior year, when I was in a classroom full of juniors, and they started talking and doing sheet, our teacher was furious once we had the all clear. He was livid. They took it lightly, especially since this was after God knows how many American school shootings. I stood up after my teacher finished ranting, looked each of those people in the eyes, and told them about the bomb threat my freshman year. They suddenly remembered I was the last grade that lived through it. After that they never said a peep during the drills. My teacher thanked me afterwards, telling me I was brave to face the reality. But God, I wish it wasn't the reality. I wish kids felt safe in high school. I never did. I hope things change one day. Until then, I'll never forget those 20 seconds running away from my school, knowing nothing but the blood in my veins and the fire in my chest screaming at me to just live. The first time my friend brought vodka and got drunk as fuck on the bus, which I have many recordings of. The second time that happened, for which he got suspended from the bus for 2 months. There was all the shit that went down in this one specific teacher's class, including but not limited to smoking weed, blue jobs, hand jobs, fingering, vaping, and hundreds of backquote stunts like dancing on desks etc. I don't think anyone has ever been caught faking, but there's a few rumors about separate couples being caught by students more vaping on buses and in bathrooms. Everyone knows who capes and who doesn't, apart from the teachers and principal. That time, that one kid wore dirty clothes to school and literally smelled like his whole sheet, rot, and fish. Teacher got in trouble for sending 2 boys to the office because apparently they were acting like they were gay. One of them is my friend and he says point plan in his class do that a lot, but he actually wasn't that day. One of the teachers flipping sheet on 2 boys in my class for cuddling, like full blown screaming till the principal showed up and subbed for her classes for the day. Unenforced PDA rules lead to a lot of PDA. 2 deer got loose in the school and we were on lockdown, while animal control tried to wrangle them at 9 in the morning. One broke its neck crashing through a window and one was shot. We had a deer crossing sign in the hallways for the next 4 years. My sophomore year a student hung himself on the playground across the street and his story was later turned into a rock opera. The next year a student jumped off of the town water tower, also across the street. He survived. We had a group of students calling themselves the town name, Mayfair, that would go to local grocery/convenience stores and cause general havoc. Once a fight broke out in the hallway and the closest teacher locked his classroom door instead of intervening. The video ended up on World Star. After I graduated, kids starting doing hard drugs like cocaine and ecstasy in the bathrooms. Once an ambulance had to be called on a girl who had. I believe they have teachers on bathroom duty now. Students in my grade had a rock band, and one day we had an assembly where they just put on a concert and we all moshed in the area between the stage and first row of seats in the auditorium. A student was caught with a ridiculous amount of edibles on his person, but a gym teacher tackled him to the ground in the parking lot, so he got off scot-free. 2 students got in a heated Twitter debate after one of them made fun of an assembly where disabled teens and adults performed. The other guy said take it back or else. He didn't take it back, so this dude shows up in the asshole's homeroom room and starts choking him out until someone pulls him off. He was suspended for 2 weeks, but he was dubbed the town name, Punisher, and celebrated for kicking ass. One English teacher was known to be a little wacky. Her ex-boyfriend was Bill Nye. Another English teacher was an ex-porn star, and one of her videos was heavily circulated. Small city in Indiana, 140-ish in my graduating class. To give you a sense of scope, at least 3 teachers were removed from the school for sexual reasons while I was in school there. Shop teacher had a lot of CP, a Spanish teacher and a health teacher were both fired for rapping students. Rap is the correct word for both of these cases, given the students' ages and the teacher's position of power. One English teacher repeatedly came to class drunk and drunkenly yelled at her classes. Was apparently quite verbally abusive. She was fired. Everyone kept trying to have the German teacher removed, as he was the only openly gay teacher in the town, was quite homophobic. Several parent petitions went around in the time I was there. It was a shame, because he was a really excellent teacher and the students for the most part really loved him. This didn't happen while I was in school there, but a few years after I graduated, there was a 16-year-old student at the school who set up a fake Grindr account, said his age was 20-something, used fake pictures, and catfished this teacher. Apparently went on a while and ended with the teacher sending nudes to the kid. The kid then posted them to Snapchat mocking the teacher. Eventually this came out to school officials, no charges filed. The teacher immediately resigned out of shame. The school convinced him to come back eventually. So, no one incident, because there were so many they just kind of became background noise. The bus 11 incident. I swear that little placard was cursed. Any bus that became bus 11 was prone to breaking down in cold weather, while all the other buses were totally fine. This particular incident takes the cake, though. So the bus successfully picks up everyone on the route and is on its way to the school. It breaks down. Another bus gets called, we wait 20 minutes, and we all pile into the new bus. This one breaks down too. At this point, I'm sick of being on the bus, and it was getting cold, and the kids were trying to figure out if they could get pizza delivered to the bus, and it was just too crazy. So I call my mom, and she picks me up and brings me to school. So I only hear the rest of this at lunchtime, when they finally made it. The new bus also breaks down, but this time it happens right on top of train tracks. So obviously the kids want to get off the bus and wait far away for the next replacement. The idiot bus driver won't let them off because rules, and didn't seem to understand the concept of exceptions, so everyone really starts freaking out and trying to all squeeze into the back of the bus to at least not be right in front of any oncoming trains. Luckily for them, a snowplow driver noticed them and used his snowplow to push the bus off the tracks. The replacement bus made it to the school. We don't know exactly what happened to the bus driver, but she was at least fired, as far as I know. Craziest thing I remember from high school. This will probably get buried because of how late I am, but screw it. Where do I start? I'm from UK, so years might be different. Year 7. Somebody threw a fork across the cafeteria and the side you hold got stuck in somebody's head. This incident was appropriately named the Tomahawk. Some kids in the year above decided to record themselves getting high in the toilets and got in a lot of trouble, also causing phones to be banged in school. Year 8, a kid in my year was vapping in the courtyard and told a teacher "fuck off," then sprinted away from the head teacher and about 5 others, hopping over a fence into the closed off section with an empty building and began to throw bottles and other things off the teachers. We were told to go back inside, and I heard he hopped over another fence out of school and got caught by the police. He was expelled. During one of my English classes, the teacher accidentally opened Born, which he forgot to close from lunch. I got into a fight during class with someone for calling me a XXX and saying he would easily beat me. Year 9, a kid in my class picked up a chair and threw it at a teacher and then ran out of the room throwing things at random people until he got caught and suspended. Someone joined my year after being expelled from another school and got head from a girl in the toilets multiple times. In the locker rooms, one of my friends threw a shoe off the roof and some of the panels fell down, hitting someone else on the head. Bonus: every year there has been at least 8 fights that have happened, and the fire alarm has been pulled about 15 times since I joined. Edit. Spelling. 3 years ago was absolute mayhem at my high school. I know people who are still pissed about it. I'm still pissed about it. I'm talking about like on the brink of riots. These stupid fakers up at the district think it's a good idea to take all their funding and repaint the campus buildings in the school colors, not using the money for the special ed or the art program or the security or the school clubs. No, they use it on black paint. This is already bad enough, but it gets even worse. We have massive beautiful mural on our gym of a herd of horses, a gift from an art class from the early 90s. They painted over the faking mural. The mural that the art class made for them over 20 feet in the air with no shade, and in the direct light of the Californian sun. People were pissed. Oh, want to know what else they did? They plastered perseverance, responsibility, integrity, determination, excellence all over the campus to boost our morale instead of faking using the damn money towards mental health programs and I don't know, making the school start time later, making us sleep more and less depressed. Okay, 2 notable stories from my high school years. First, a girl during my sophomore year was being bullied. She wasn't targeted by the whole school or anything, just a couple of other girls who didn't like her for some reason or another. Well, about halfway through the year the cops come to the school and start interviewing people in her classes and grade. Turns out that someone photoshopped her head onto the body of a porn star and was sharing it around on the internet and via email. Since she was around 16, it was being treated like child porn and anyone caught with a copy of the image was being suspended, or worse depending on what they did about it. There were even rumors about the police trying to find where the hosting server was to remove the pics, but since it was apparently out of the country, I don't know what actually came of it. The second incident was less of a school-wide thing, but I thought it was out there since I was nearby and watched it happen. A small black kid was being bullied several older juniors and sophomores, the usual kind of thing, pushing, name calling, stealing his stuff, but nothing too physically serious. One day during lunch, one of the older kids starts to walk up to this kid as he walked out to eat his lunch. My school had an outdoor common area right next to the cafeteria, so lots of students would eat out there or just hang out until the end of lunch. Well, I was one of these students enjoying the outdoors when out of the corner of my eye I see a group starting to form. Turns out that when the older bully got close to the younger kid, the younger smaller guy pulled out a faking 14-inch pipe wrench out of his bag and started swinging at the bully, screaming, swearing, and threatening to kill him the whole time. The thing that really stood out to me though was watching the band director come running from across the commons, take 2 steps up a park bench/table, leap over the heads of about a dozen students sitting on benches watching this fight happen, and tackle this little guy like a NFL linebacker. In 2006, what people have called the Scream murders happened at my high school. I was a sophomore at the time. 2 junior guys, Tori Adamczyk and Brian Draper, murdered their classmate and friend Cassie Jo Stoddart. Disclaimer that some of these details might not be 100% correct. This was 14 years ago, and rumors were rampant in our small town afterwards, but hopefully I'll remember it right. Tori and Brian went to Cassie's aunt's house, where she was house sitting for the weekend. They hung out with her and her boyfriend, who they were also planning on killing, for a while. While they were there, they snuck downstairs and unlocked one of the doors. Then they left for a bit, came back, and snuck in through the unlocked door. They shut off the power for a minute, and then turned it back on. This scared Cassie, so her boyfriend called his mom to see if he could stay the night with her, but his mom said no, and came and picked him up. At that point, Tori and Brian shut off the power again, came upstairs wearing terrifying homemade masks and carrying knives, and stabbed Cassie almost 30 times. They also made a video recording of them planning the murder in our school's library, the time leading up to the murder, and right after the murder. They buried the video, their masks, gloves, knives, notes/plans, etc. at a place outside of town. They left Cassie's body at her aunt's house, where her young cousin found it 2 days later, when they returned from their trip. A few days later, after changing their stories a bunch and eventually turning on each other, Brian confessed to police and led them to the buried evidence. They both got life in prison without the possibility of parole, although they are always appealing it. They were planning on doing a school shooting a while after the murder, and even had a list of names of the kids they wanted to target. I remember kids on the list being notified after it was found. They've made documentary movies and episodes about it, including an episode of Your Worst Nightmare and an MSNBC special called In Coldest Blood. It's very surreal seeing people you know being dramatized on Investigation Discovery. By the way, there's a really informative, albeit hard to watch, documentary called Lost for Life that features the story. Tori's emo batshit crazy pose. Mom wrote a book in which she claimed her son is innocent. The whole thing was absolutely horrible for everyone, the town, our high school, and of course especially Cassie's family. Not in high school, but was in elementary school, and kids were all dumb and friends with each other. I had a big friend group for the time being, around 10 kids. There was a new kid in 4th grade, and he was nice, and happened to be my neighbor. We did what any normal kids did, and played outside every day. I didn't consider him my friend, but we were part of the same friend group. Most of the people at our school didn't like him, but we were fine. One day at school we are at lunch, and one of my friends says, "Guys, someone's been writing with pup on the wall." Everyone at the table just says how no one would do that, and was probably something else. Well, we all are getting really loud and a teacher walks over to ask what was happening. My friend tells them what we were talking about, and she confirms, and says that the incident was taken care of and there was nothing to worry about. Us being dumb little sheets decides to be detectives. We first start asking people that we saw in the lunchroom, but obviously no one confessed. Fast forward a couple days and I and my neighbor are playing in the snow. We both are tired and sit down. He says, "Do you like school?" A simple question. I say yes, and I decided to ask him for a secret because why not? He says he'll only say his if I say mine first. I said something across the lines of "I like so and so." He smiles and goes, "Oh." He starts to laugh and says, "You're going to think I'm the weirdest kid for this." He starts to explain the backstory. He'd always had trouble getting the last piece of pup out of his ass, and thought how about to get it out. He would wipe his entire hand on his bare ass, and didn't know where to put it. His grin grew, and started laughing more. I thought, wouldn't it be funny if I drew on the walls? So I drew a smiley face, and swears on the walls. I literally was scared. I just said dinner's probably ready, and proceeded to run to my house. He just looked confused but still fine. The next school day and I tell the rest of my friend group that I know who it was. But I realized that I could ruin the kid's life from this. So I didn't tell, and they begged me for weeks to tell them. Luckily someone overheard the teacher and found out it was him. Nothing horribly happened to him from other kids and still was in our friend group. But the rest of the people in the group besides me and another friend would bully him. Not as bad as normal bullying, but in things like tag he would be the one to be picked because they didn't like him. Everyone thought he was weird and was actually really sad because he already came from a family that didn't really care about him. Luckily in middle school, he gained a new friend group that didn't know about his past. I'm bad at writing and this is my first Reddit post. Also, this makes it seem like I might hate the kid, but really just didn't know what to think. Please ask questions if you have them. TLDR, new weird kid wrote with sheet on the wall. There were many. Our school used to have a grade 12 sleepover, and it got banned after my sister's year because so many people brought alcohol and weed, along with many other drugs, and so many kids were caught having such. My senior class decided we'd steal chickens from a local farm and let them loose in the school. They ended up getting trapped in the Japanese garden, a small outdoor area boxed in between the old and new buildings. There was a gym teacher and a resource teacher who were married. He ended up getting caught having been texting many underage girls. Did I say texting? I meant sexting and planning hookups. One of my former friends lied about sleeping with everyone's favorite teacher. It wasn't true, but there was an entire investigation, and he was suspended for a year for the investigation, then relocated. He was such a nice man and he didn't deserve that. He also loved his wife more than anything in the world. He was almost disgustingly devoted to her. He would never have faked Lauren in his van in front of his high school age kids. There was a girl my age who reportedly faked almost every guy in the 1300 student school. There was a history teacher who was in a band and faked a student after she graduated when they saw each other at a bar when she was 20 to 21. That was, I can 100% confirm, because it was me. Apparently some kids at school found out, but since it wasn't illegal no one cared. Kid got expelled for slapping a girl's ass, then slapping the female principal's as he was about to leave her office with a suspension. Stupid fact, personally, I'd have gone for the girl's twin sister, but you do you fam. This kid called a bomb threat because some dickheads from the football team were calling him most likely to bomb the school and shit like that. Expelled. The ashats who bullied him got off scot-free. Not even a visit to admin. Some weirdo spray painted kid's name, Big Pube, on an art teacher's whiteboard. When admin called him, he said it was the other person with the same name as me. His name was Calvin. Spelled like that. We didn't even have another Calvin spelled normally, or anyone with his last name. He was also still carrying the spray can around in his bag that he stole from the art room after vandalizing with it. And the only incident I witnessed personally, went to the dance studio after school and heard some odd noises from above me as I was changing. After I left the room, I told a passing custodian. Lo and behold, a stereotypical senior football Chad was up there with an 8th grader doing stuff. They had gone into the studio changing room, removed a ceiling tile, pulled themselves up using a chair and power cords, and were going at it between the pipes. Expelled. Not high school, but middle school. There was a girl, we were in the 7th grade, that was on the cheerleading squad. At this time, I hated almost all of the cheerleaders, still do. Well, one day when I was sitting at the lunch table with my girlfriend, I looked over towards one of the back tables and saw 2 girls hugging, both crying. It wasn't my business, and I wanted to talk to my girlfriend for the rest of the period, so I turned back around. About 5 to 10 minutes later, diagonal to the table, was a group of girls crying and hugging each other, talking about something. I had no idea what they were talking about, and I wanted to know, and thank God it was time to go outside. When I noticed the group, I walked over towards the girls that were dispersing, and asked a boy that was sitting down still eating. Apparently, the girl on the cheerleading squad had lung cancer. Now, I didn't know if that was true or not, so I started asking around. Asking friends of the girl, other people that weren't her friends, etc. My girlfriend said it wasn't her business, she didn't care. We didn't like that girl that claimed to have cancer. Later that day, during 6th period, the period after lunch, a bunch of people that were crying had to get talked to by the principal. It got ridiculous, people bawling their eyes out, scared out of their life. Later that day again, I was getting my sheet ready to go home, and my friends that were involved in the cancer girl drama were talking about it. I asked what they were talking about because they seemed mad. They thought about if they should tell me, and they decided to. They told me, the girl that claimed to have lung cancer, the thing that can easily kill you, was lying about it. Who the fuck does that? There's a girl that actually has cancer, and she thinks she can just lie to get attention? Not okay. I usually don't get mad at things that happen. This crossed a faking boundary. The next day, when people were still talking about it, my other friend said she asked the faker why she lied about having cancer. I didn't feel like I was getting enough attention, is what she said. I'm still mad about it to this day. On a Monday, I came home from school and minutes later my sister came in as well. She took a different bus because her friends were on it. She said she needed the computer and then entered a Pixo site URL. For clarification, my high school was near a First Nations reservation and the students who lived there went to our school and there was racial tension all the time. Sadly, the site my sister wanted to see was something like top 10 white girls we wanna kill at high school. I guess it had gotten around at school that day that the site existed. It was pretty much a burn book and people were flooding the guest book with lots of angry messages. Well, it was suddenly determined on Friday of that week, there'd be a huge fight between whatever white kids wanted to be a part of it, and whatever First Nations kids wanted to be a part of it. Shit was tense all week and I legit expected a school shooting situation. On Friday, my parents went to work. Before I left for school, I slept through my alarms and missed the school bus. I thought it was like fate that so somehow I slept in and avoided a possible catastrophe. Apparently no fight happened, and there was a heavy police presence that day. When I went to school on Monday, the school was practically on lockdown. Sheet, where do I begin? During my sophomore-senior, 1999 to 2001, years of high school with a school size of about 1,200 kids on average, total, not per grade, a girl went missing for weeks, and was never found, so declared dead. Boyfriend who was about 7 years older was found to be the killer. Body never found. I lived in a small hick town, not in the south, and we have the one black kid in school. Summers Hole thought it would be funny to bring a noose to school and tied it around that kid's car. Needless to say, the white kid was expelled. Ironically, they were friends and the black kid found it hilarious. A really great kid who was an amazing wrestler decided to get drunk one night and drive his dirt bike at like 1 a.m. He crashed and killed himself, which set off a weird chain reactions that I don't think some of his friends ever recovered from. He was all around loved. Point in my town you could go to an 18+ casino and play blackjack and poker. This kid was always bragging how good he was and that he was making a ton of cash. Well, 3 days or so before graduation, I'm sitting in the school lobby being a degenerate, and I see this black car just pull up to the entrance. 3 dudes with suits walk in, go down a hallway into a class, grab that kid, and escort him out. It was probably 4 minutes flat. Didn't even go into the office to see if the kid was in school that day. They knew where he was at like 10:15 in the morning, and it blew my mind. Turns out, the kid was counterfeiting bills in his basement and using them in the casino. So I guess he was making a ton of cash. Honorable mention, my science teacher was in the middle of class and all of a sudden he starts breathing heavy and needs to sit down. He isn't overweight at all, like 5 feet 2 inches and 130 lbs. He is freaking out. He is having a heart attack. Ambulance is called, stretcher is out, and he is strapped in. As they are wheeling him out, he lets out a massive, loud, fetched. He did not end up going to the hospital. I was the incident. It wasn't a major incident, certainly nothing compared to the kind of stuff that other people have posted about in this thread, but it was somehow the biggest thing that happened in the 4 years that I spent at that fairly criminal and violent high school. Some background. First, when I was younger, I was politically radical, to say the least. I'm still politically radical by some reckonings, but I was very radical back then. I was an anarchist, specifically, and since I was only 17 I was sort of just an anarchist. Fuck the government, fuck society, fuck the state, etc., etc., with very little nuance or thought behind it, beyond that sort of impotent rage at the status quo. Point now, given how young and full of energy and full of passion I was at the tender age of 17, I wasn't the type to just sit around and blast out onto the internet about how much of an anarchist I was, and how much I hated the state, and so on and so forth. No, I was the type of kid that needed to do praxis, so I printed out about 200 or so pages of Microsoft Word documents with anarchist slogans and phrases on them, grabbed a roll of masking tape from my parents, got to school about 2 hours before classes began, and then promptly plastered the entire campus grounds with those so-called posters. A bit more background. For a moment, I had a history teacher named Mr. Harrison, who was the type to be friendly and shoot the shit with his students. Because I was a dumb, stupid kid, I regularly spewed me idiotic anarchist bullshit at him whenever we had our casual chats. According to what some other students later told me, Mr. Harrison, upon arriving at school himself, apparently began running around the campus and tearing down all the posters I had put up, apparently cursing my name under his breath, because he knew exactly who it was that had done all of that. The moment he saw me at my normal morning hangout spot, he dragged me into the principal's office, berating me the whole way. Now, Mr. Harrison wasn't angry at me so much as he was frustrated with me, I suppose. One thing I remember him saying to me was, "You're a good kid. You're a smart kid. But you're also really stupid. I hope you know that." In an attempt to slap some sense into me. Then, I got suspended for 5 days for vandalism. Later on that same day, after I had been hauled back home by my mom, a couple of SWAT officers, in regular uniform, not in tactical gear or anything, came to my house to investigate my room and make sure that I didn't have any bomb materials or anything. This incident happened only a few months before graduation, but I was fairly notorious around school during that short period of time before I left the place behind. Oh boy, I'm really late on this, but I have a good one. So, we used to have this teacher who was probably the kindest, most mellow human being on earth. Unfortunately, he had a very fragile mental health, possibly due to some past trauma, and the students would often take advantage of his attitude, although he didn't seem to care. Anyway, one day he decided to write on his personal Facebook, "Today is a good day to make the school shine." This was a harmless post, but, in my country, making something shine is jargon for blowing something up. So somehow someone saw this, misinterpreted it, likely due to some weird assumption on the teacher's mental state, and called in a bomb threat. I'm pretty sure a student called it in, because only a handful of policemen showed up, but the damage was already done. The rumor spread within 5 seconds that there was a bomb in the school. Kids started panicking, calling their parents to pick them up, or straight up running away from the school. Some were hiding in bathrooms crying. Those who had classes on the ground floor were leaving from the windows. Now, this was mostly younger kids looking for an excuse to skip school. Us older ones were just having a laugh as our teachers desperately tried to keep class going. Meanwhile, the poor teacher was escorted out by the police, not arrested, and I'm pretty sure he took a long leave after that. So it ended up being simultaneously the funniest and one of the saddest things to ever happen at my school. Man, I wish I found this thread earlier. I went to a private all-boys Catholic school. Tuition was somewhere in the $6,000 a year range. My class was always referred to as the worst behaved class in the school's history. Even kids who entered school well after I left heard about us. There was one incident where one kid was spreading nudes of a girl from our sister school among the students. I'm not sure what happened to him. In our film class elective, a student brought lunch from the cafeteria into the classroom so he could eat lunch while watching the movie. Dude was a prankster, and it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Teacher screamed so loud at him the entire school heard it. Then he walked up to the door and busted a hole in the wall by shoving the door knob through it. Then he walked out. Walked out. There were several stories about some of the female teachers sleeping with some students. One of the teachers, Italian teacher, got so fed up with one of the students that he told him his name, literally translated to Little Beach in Italian. The student threatened the teacher with assault. The principal was caught molesting students. This one happened after I graduated, but I assume he started long before that. And yes, he was a Catholic priest. But the one that takes the cake was the time one student took a piece of aluminum foil, crumpled it up, and used it to draw a giant penis, complete with veins, hairs, and testicles on a wall in the senior lunchroom. He got expelled, as did many of the other problem students our senior year, after they'd paid tuition for the final semester. Could do anything about it, because they and their parents signed the student handbook, which basically was a legal protection for the school. I've got dozens. Class of 2016. We used to have firework fights all the time across the yard. On time there was a horse in the yard. The school was in the middle of a city, so it made no sense. One of my mates in the year above was really good with them. Took out an apple and fed it, then climbed on its back, told the teacher on yard duty he'd sort it out, and just rode it out of school. He's a jockey now. Super cool guy. A kid got slapped across the face with a fish once. One of the funniest things I've ever seen. He deserved it. Some kid shat in another kid's violin case. Last day of school before the study break and exams. We were all in the local pub, with the spoons. So we are the teachers. We were all getting drunk together. I did shots with my physics and history teachers. Then we all watched in horror as the pet teacher got off with the new business teacher and started fingering her in the middle of the pub. They were both married. We all left them there and went to the local Tesco, bought more booze, and then went to the park and got more drunk. Had a big drunk game of football, teachers against students. Cracking night. There's loads of more depressing stuff about students and teachers dying in accidents or from cancer and stuff, but I'm not going into all that. When I was in middle school we had a total of 4 bomb threats in 3 months. Dude was caught because he was using an anonymous FB page. I was sent to an alternative school. We had to go through metal detectors and have our bags searched. School for kids who acted out, and I got into a fight the 4th day of school. The 2nd week of school a dude was caught a duffel bag he left in the back of the bus had 2.5 ounces weed, a scale, quarter of coke, and a Glock. He was locked up for about 12 months. Later in the year, about 2 months later, there was a gang fight with 5 people. Bloods jumped 2 white kids who were claiming to be folk. This girl got into a fight another girl over a debt, and one of them got their head smashed into a sink and was knocked out for a minimum or 2. A kid shoved our SRO down and kicked her in the mouth and took her pepper spray and sprayed her and ran out of the school. There was another kid who was claiming to be a gang member, and one of the actual members pulled out his blue bandana, wrapped it around his hand, and beat the kid until his nose was smashed in. He went away for a while. A dude who got locked up the year prior for stealing a car got out on parole and was on house arrest, had ankle bracelet on. He was out for maybe 2 months and went back for possession of a firearm. A short dude threatened to stab up this girl who was bullying him, so he brought his knife to school and was caught and got suspended for a few days. Well, he knew that in gym we had to go outside to run the mile, so a few days prior he hid a knife outside, and when we went out for gym he stabbed her 4 times. She lived, but it was a bloody mess. We had a race war my junior year between a small group of white and a somewhat larger group of Somali American students. It stemmed from one kid, white, who for his English paper on a local restaurant decided to write a report on one of the local Somali restaurants. Unfortunately, it was super racist. Like unfounded claims, obviously, of eating dog and talking about hygiene of employees and so on. He thought it was funny. A friend of his thought it would be funny to print to every single printer in the directory, 0.30 copies. So in the span of about 20 minutes every single student in the school, and most of the teachers, got to see this paper. The white kid who wrote it was attacked at school the next day, and ended up hospitalized with some fairly severe injuries. Not sure if it was the principal being understanding of the mindset of the Somali students / families / culture who were targeted in the paper, or because he just genuinely thought it was appropriate, but none of the Somalians got anything more than a 2 or 3 day in school suspension. That brought the racists in like clockwork. Parents and students and randoms. Literally 2 or 3 fights a day for like 2 weeks. Increased police presence. Metal detectors and bag searches. It was really uncomfortable to be around. The only news source I can find for this is on racist news sites, so I can't provide anything on that. Sorry. There were too many to say at my school, but the most prominent ones have to be some kid who killed his religious caregiver, grandma or aunt or something, while she was reading her Bible. After that, he showed up to school with a loaded gun in his bag. He was coincidentally truant, so one of the hall monitors asked him to go to the office and he obliged, leading to the gun being found in an unrelated search. Don't know what his plan was. Apparently the caregiver made him stand outside naked for hours before school or something, so I kinda feel for him, but yeah, the administration didn't deal with that well, and school just continued the rest of the day. They informed the parents of a gunman on campus before the students, and didn't lock down at all. A lot of kids found out from their parents worriedly texting them, and more from people sharing gossip about it. Just a normal day. Some sophomores got in trouble for filming and distributing child pornography of themselves to other students. The school decided to respond to this by bringing in a motivational speaker for the entire sophomore class, who promptly told us we're all losers who need to clean up our act. Keep in mind it was 3 students that created this scandal of a class of 400-500. People were so mad after that assembly that the school paid this guy to come back a second time to kinda apologize and give a mildly better speech. Lol. Damage control kinda counteractive, but alright I guess. At staff point, water polo coach had sexual relations with a girl on his team. He only got in trouble because one of the girl's friends was concerned and reported it. Said friend got a lot of anger from the girl, who was convinced she was in love with the coach. They are no longer friends last I checked, and the girl who reported him has worked on her mental health after ceaseless bullying for reporting him. Something like 1 death per year, or more. We had one gal who hit a tree, one guy I knew from elementary school who just fell asleep and didn't wake up, 3 suicides. Also some drama around the suicides, because the school puts up memorial plaques for deceased students, but they don't want to encourage suicide, so students who committed suicide don't get one. Really hurt a lot of friends and family members of the suicide victims. Real disrespect to their loved ones. I'm sleepy so don't remember if there were any other big ones. The fire alarms went off multiple times per week sometimes because of kids vaping in the bathroom. It's a frequent occurrence. Lol. Ponderosa High School, California, if y'all were curious. I was there 2014 to 2018. Since then there's been at least one more suicide. Don't know how many in specific. Kinda sucks when you consider that more kids attempt than succeed. So we've just got massive rates of depression at this school that aren't being addressed at all. His happened in September 2018. I live in the south of the Netherlands, and drinking is a big part of our southern culture. And it's not just drinking a little wine with a bunch of friends. No, it's chugging a whole lot of beer with a big group of people until you're absolutely hammered. This is such a big part of our culture that, even though the legal drinking age is 18, a lot of children's parents neglect this and let them drink as soon as they are 14 or 15 years old, and it is not hard for them to go out as a lot of cafes and clubs are fairly easygoing if it comes to selling alcohol. After the summer there was a local festival that based its aesthetics on the German Oktoberfests. Of course a lot of kids and classmates went there, with a lot of them being 18. The festival was during the weekend in between school weeks, and the Sunday was also highly anticipated. The following Monday a fair amount of hungover and still tipsy students caused disruptions during the lessons, including a few puking in the hallways. This led to our school implementing a new rule. Whenever a student appeared to still have alcohol in her or his blood, the teachers had to send them to the school coordinator, who would breathalyze them and either suspend them if they didn't have alcohol, or call their parents and suspend them if they did. It actually ended up becoming national news, because this is pretty bizarre. Has it worked? No. Because our principal failed to see that the teachers had the same mindset as most parents, and a fair amount of them were partygoers as well, so not a single student has been sent to the coordinator. Still were some bizarre few weeks. It even ended up creating a subreddit and Instagram making memes on our principal and eventually just memeing other things about our school. Good stuff. Muck up day. Final school day for year 12 student, where everyone is pranking the teachers, the school and each other. Someone brings in a blow up doll dressed up like the deputy principal. It gets handed around for sheets and giggles, everyone pretending to have a go point. When it get to that kid he has other ideas. He decides to hang it from one of the flag poles for everyone to see. It's about 5 minutes to the bell, and up the pole he goes, unhooks the flag and hooks on the doll. Cue the jelly and custard, such great implements of harmless destruction. Suddenly the kid and the flagpole are coated. He decides to make out with the doll one last time. Sure, why not? Before coming down point as you can imagine, his descent is immediate. He has no purchase and just slides straight down the pole. At the same moment the deputy principal comes out to tell us to tone it down. Only issue, at the bottom of the pulleys, is the hook for tying of the rope, which has now just gone straight through his scrotum. There he is, hanging upside down, from his scrotum, about 3 feet off the ground, arms and legs laying point. After getting unhooked and carried away, ambulance takes him to hospital, removes a testicle, and still makes it to the piss up that night. Exams finish 2 weeks later, and a special breakfast is held to see us off. Deputy principal making his speech, reaches under the table and pulls out the doll, only now dressed to look like the kid, and wearing a sign which read finally his balls dropped. It is still talked about to this day. I miss that guy. TLDR, kid fell off flagpole, hooks by sack, mocked by teacher. There was a girl in my school who wasn't promiscuous per se, but she had in about 6 months had relations with a healthy number of the "popular guys" in school. And those guys slept with a few more girls in that period, and then they all slowly discovered that they had gonorrhea. Once they all got it figured out, it was clear that the mentioned girl was patient zero that had initiated approximate 30 people to contract the clap. Almost overnight, it'd say 300 over 400 of the students in the school found out it was her, and then a fact ton started telling each other to clap, like you're applauding her as she walked down the halls. Additional term for gonorrhea is the clap, so the clapping was to symbolize her having the clap, and a pretty crazy number jumped on board. She was currently running for like student body prize or prom queen or something, and she hadn't heard that she was being ridiculed yet, so she went about one half the day literally skipping around and getting high fives from the applauding people, assuming that it was support for her winning whatever position she was running for. Then she found out from a friend what was going on, slit her wrists in the bathrooms, bled out so much she went unconscious, but was found and saved in time. Her family took her out of school and relocated to somewhere like 3 states away as soon as she was out of the hospital. All in all, bullying was pretty uncommon because the town was pretty smaller, as was the school, so most of the time people didn't participate in that kind of shit, but this was like a mini nuke of hazing that got really nasty and out of hand in like 48 hours. Shit was wild and the small town's administration took so much shit for it that anti-bully campaigns and cloud of guilt and gloom around the students made the rest of the year feel really weird for everybody there, understandably. I'm still FB friends with Homegirl, and she bounced back well, and has since then really used her experience as an opportunity to spread awareness for mental health and crisis talking to at-risk youth and shit. Glad she made a strong comeback, and didn't die. Overall insight. 0/10 would not recommend giving chlamydia to like 20 of the most popular socialites in your small town high school. The Great Tuck Shop Raid, 1999. At our school in the year 1999 we had the Great Tuck Shop Raid. The day started out no different to any other Wednesday, a walk to school through our local suburb. Backpacks on point as usual. I met my friend at the top of my garden and off we set, talking utter rubbish for the 15-minute walk to school. We used to get to school around 8:40 am ready for the 8:50 am bell, which signaled to all to line up in their individual form groups. Across the school around 48 individual lines of school children lined up. The teachers took the registers and then they walked to their individual form rooms until 9:20 am, when the usual day would commence. We all walked into our form rooms and completed menial tasks until the bell sounded at 9:20 am to tell us that the day had begun and off to our first lesson we should go. As usual, we left our form room and worked our way from the 3rd floor, room 3 if I remember correctly, down the stairs to the main forum. This place was an intersection between the year 7 cowshed's playground and the covered way which took you to the rest of the school. It was one of the busiest intersections at this time, laden with children, aged 11 to 16, all crossing paths making their way to their first lessons. It was usual procedure on Wednesdays for a few of the pastoral staff to load in the sweets for the tuck shop on a Wednesday, which would then be sold to the children at lunchtime and break time. This was the year 1999 and Jamie Oliver hadn't gone on his rampage of healthy schools just yet, so break and lunch times were awash with straws, marshmallows, gummy snakes, bubble gum bottles, cola bottles, fizzy laces, refreshers, sherbet lemons, foam bananas, milk teeth, foam shrimps, astro belts, flying saucers and gobstoppers. As they pull up in their car, they park up, like hundreds of times before. The boot is open ready for the team of 2 to unload all of the boxes of sweets. And at this moment, the haunting chime of the school bell rings out. 9:20 am. Doors open. Thousands of young people pour into the arteries and veins of the school. Being carried to their first class of the day. Forthwith. It's at this moment that a year 11th boy by the name of Dale Hart shouts at the top of his lungs, "Free sweets." The hordes turn towards the noise, like a pack of zombies from The Walking Dead. They see Dale standing with a box of Uncle Joe's long legs in hand. People start to move towards the boot of the car. Chaos ensues. The pastoral teachers can but look upon the mob of children. Box after box of sweets are taken from the car, packed into rucksacks. Children running left, running right, down corridors. Too many to follow. Too many to catch. Straws gone. Marshmallows in rucksacks. Gummy snakes stashed under shrubbery for later consumption. Bubblegum bottles eaten. Cola bottles handed out like cocaine. Fizzy laces tucked into the roof tiles of the lads' toilets. Refreshers packed into lockers. Sherbet lemons thrown like missiles. Foam bananas stuffed into pockets. Milk teeth filling the mouths of every child in sight. Foam shrimps hidden in plastic bags within beans for later. A storm of astro belts, flying saucers and gobstoppers raining down on every man, woman, child and pastoral teacher in the area. It was like the sky had clapped its palms and a storm of sugar, positivity and love had rained down on everybody. It was like a drug raid for kids. E-numbers and happiness, and then, all of a sudden, everybody was gone. Cardboard boxes and sweet wrappers littered the floor. 2 pastoral teachers quivering at the back of the room. Everything went quiet for a few hours until every single person within the school was summoned to an emergency assembly. These didn't happen often. People were worried, and rightly so. The school checked and searched every single bag, pocket, shirt pocket, rucksack and gym bag, and found some of the stolen items. Others were kept in hiding for weeks, while the storm blew over, kept hidden in the ceiling tiles of the toilets in the English block. Others made it out with their contraband, which they had stashed under shrubs for safekeeping. Dale Hart, the instigator, was found with a box of Uncle Joe's long legs in his bag and nothing else. As all children were checked and were asked to take their seat on the floor of the sports hall, the teachers closed in on the final few year 11s who were yet to be searched. They approached a lad called Mark Bromillo and opened his bag. They couldn't believe what they saw. Mark Bromillo's bag didn't have a single pen, an exercise book, PE gear, nothing. It was just filled to the brim with wooden doorstops that he had been stealing for months from around the school. An image I will never forget. What a day. On the school premises was an old tree, a German oak. It was standing 17 meters tall and spanned with its branches a gigantic tent over the schoolyard, was pretty much the center for every break for every student. Was planted there the day it was founded, 1912, as Royal Bavarian High School. The age made the tree hollow inside. One day some edgy fuck thought it would be really fucking nice if he would go to that tree in the night, spray a lot of spray paint into a hole into the hollow part of the tree. He said later it would be several bottles, and light it on fire. The tree was smoking and glimmering the whole night, until the next morning a pupil saw little flames come out of the top of it. The firemen were alarmed then, but of course it was too late. The tree, that everyone had to pass by every day when going to class, stood there for another few months as a sad ruin, dead of course. One day he was cut down, but the stump, until they removed it too after another year or so, was black and charred. Guy was kicked out of course. He had been transferred only recently to our school for similar shit. I guess broke many of our hearts. TLDR, Germans value oaks. In my school, I was the incident. At the end of my sophomore year, for reasons that don't really matter here, I set off a fire extinguisher in a small relatively unused hallway. This shouldn't have been that big a deal. It probably could be days or weeks before anyone ever even noticed, except for just one thing. If you've never set off a fire extinguisher, the dry chemical type, they put out an enormous choking cloud of powder that goes everywhere. If there's a fire, this is a good thing. If there are smoke detectors sensitive to particulate in an enclosed space, not so much. While I'm in the process of actually beginning to clean up, the alarms go off. I went to a big school, 3,000 plus, and there was a fire station next to the school. The firemen show up in seconds in all their gear ready to battle a fire and pull unconscious students from the inferno. We'll evacuate for way longer than what would be a fire drill. Plus everyone saw the fire department show up, so it was already unusual. They let us back in eventually, and a period later one of the vice principals came for me. They did some pretty basic detective work and figured out I was the guy. I was arrested and taken to juvenile detention since I was 16. Got expelled from school for a year, which in my state means your driver's license gets suspended for 6 months as well. House arrest, probation, a fine, some apologies, and a new school. Later I turned out just fine. The worst fallout was probably the hundreds of college app exams that were interrupted and thrown out as a result. As far as I know, none of those students got credit for the year they spent in app courses. In the end, I was that guy that everyone knew who got expelled. I met people in college later who never knew me, but remembered that happening. So my high school had what we called a curse. Around the same time every year we had a student or teacher die under tragic circumstances. During my freshman year we had a junior take some kind of psychoactive drug. Some said it was MDMA, others said it was LSD. All we really know is he was tripping balls. This guy was in an abusive home, and his dad allegedly beat him almost every day. So this dude high off his ass climbs the town water tower with some friends and yells, "Look, I can fly." And he just walked off the edge. His death was super sad cuz, while I didn't know him, he was very popular at school. During my sophomore year we had a girl get stabbed in the heart or near it. Rumors made it unclear what exactly happened. Her mother was dating a man who claimed she was demon possessed or a vampire. And one night, while she was sleeping, just plunged it into her. Again rumors, but she wasn't very popular, but her death still caused the school to be quiet for like a week. During junior year, our school's star back linesman and his brother and sister were killed in a DUI hit and run an hour before school. He was very popular and had a good career ahead of him. What's even sadder is he was killed on the road named after his Marine dad who was killed in Iraq. Luckily the drunk guy got caught going down the highway and I think he got a few years in prison. And lastly, during my senior year we had a teacher pass away. I actually had her class and she was an amazing teacher. She had been a career educator, was alumni of the very first class of our high school back in the 50s. She had been struggling with some kind of cancer in secret, and suddenly in class she calls the nurse to get an ambulance and they came in and took her away. She was in the hospital for a good week and then the news came back that she had passed. It's been 8 years since I graduated, so I don't know if the curse is still a thing, but it seemed like my school had the incident every year. In middle school there was a mystery as to who was the culprit who decided one day to pop in a urinal in the boys' bathroom. Having happened in the 8th grade, us young kids thought this was absolutely hilarious. I still do. So some weeks pass and this happens yet again. After this, the mysterious stranger story went through the school like wildfire. The entire grade collectively labeled the delinquent as the phantom pooper. After this phantom pooper must have gotten emboldened by his apparent fame and graduated from popping in urinals to popping in sinks. On the final incident that I could remember, I had been walking to one of my classes when I realized the boys' bathroom was behind 2 layers of bright yellow caution tape and the door was slightly ajar. I had to see for myself if the rumors were true and decided to head inside. What I saw was nothing short of a horror film. I passed under the tape and the heavy wood door made a groan, as if I was in an episode of Scooby-Doo. The first thing that I noticed was the main light blinking, as if Nosferatu was chilling by the light switch, and then it hit me. That god-awful smell. It was rancid. I've smelled roadkill before, as well as a chicken mauled by a coyote. This made those scents smell like Febreze. Then I turned my head and saw it. One lonely log sitting in the sink. I ran out of there as fast as I could, laughing, but also scarred by the assault on my mind/nose. To this day I find it hilarious, and the culprit was never discovered, but those poor janitors, they had it rough. A brawl between Somali dudes and Arab dudes, Lebanese specifically, over one person's comments. So this happened in junior year for me, and I saw all of this go down first. And so Mo, not his real name, decided to insult a group of guys about something trivial, maybe about a girl, I'm not sure, but a few of them took exception to the comments and were looking for Mo the next day. He didn't come the next day and he's a part of our friend group of about 10 guys. The next day they waited for us to come back to school parking lot from the nearby shopping mall after lunch. We got there, argument ensued, and my cousin got sucker punched, and we all just got into it. There were so many people that our school's constable couldn't stop it, so he had to call the backup police officers to come break it up. People got tased and pepper sprayed. At least 7 guys on our side got suspended. My school was big, so I didn't know anyone from the other side, so I'm not sure how they were disciplined. I punched a few guys who came at me, but for the most part one stayed out of it, especially when the cops started to come. I got a 3 weeks of detention instead of being suspended or expelled. However, the aftermath of this was worse than the actual situation. The next few months were very tense, and I felt like a fight was about to happen every day. Even though it initially was between us and some Arab guys, it began into a racially charged beef between anyone black and anyone Arab or Latino. For some reason, still have no idea why the Latinists joined. All black peoples and Arabs didn't like each other and couldn't associate with each other or risked being shunned. We were banned from using certain apps on our phones, and now there was a zero patience rule where both sides were suspended without fail. I almost got jumped in 3 different situations for the last 3 months of the semester. Eventually, it began to be too much, and my mom pulled me out of the school for safety reasons. Mo ended up being stabbed at a party a little over a year later by the same people, and I haven't heard from him since, but I know he lived through it. I hope he's doing better right now. It got very territorial, and it was over something dumb. I liked that school too, but it just began to be too much to deal with. There's been many, but I'll name a few. A kid got in a fight and ended up punching the principal in the face. Some kids went and bought alcohol and gave it to some even younger kids who ended up getting sick and ratting them out. A girl broke up with this boy and the boy took her to the woods and stabbed her. Don't know if she's alive still. A couple days lasted, it was discovered that he committed suicide jumping off a bridge right next to the school. There was an Instagram account made dedicated to exposing people at our school. I'm not going to deny it. I went on there, and at times it was pretty funny. But it also got to the point where people were being straight up hateful. Anyway, someone told the principal, and it got shut down. People also made jokes about our principal and fake Instagram accounts of him as well. It was talked about on the announcements and everything. I know that some don't sound real, and I can't really confirm or deny it either. There's another incident going on right now, but I don't know what's happened. If/when I find out, I'll add it here. These are definitely not as bad as the rest of these Reddits, but thought I'd share anyway. It was during last year that my grade decided to cross-dress as a senior last year of high school prank. I was in a private school and the teachers and staff there were extremely strict and didn't allow any of this, especially the douchebag principal. So we spoke with the staff and they told us that we can only bring pajamas to school on that day. Nobody wanted to that cheesy shit, so we decided to just go with the flow. I came in PJs just for safekeeping and kept my mom's dress in a separate bag. Not so long into this, and I mean the beginning of the second period, they found out. I don't know how. They just did. They called up the people who cross-dressed, although we had a different agenda. The whole grade was up in arms and everybody who didn't participate with us joined. Teachers were furious and sent complaints to the office wondering why students were just getting up and leaving for no reason. So we sat there in the reception building with half of our grade in the reception room and the other half in the office. Principal came scolding away at us for doing this crap and divided us into groups for further scolding. We were in the building for most of the school day over a not even worth the concern prank. I decided to take selfies with random people while waiting. I was still in pajamas. Some guys even flashed their underwear under their dresses to people and teachers who came to the office. It ended off with the principal calling most of our parents to fetch us or to change into something appropriate. I don't know, some of us were supposed to because they went to school like that. I forgot to say it's a heavily Christian-based school. Original comment replaced with the following to prevent Reddit profiting off my comments with AI. Reddit has long been a hotspot for conversation on the internet. About 57 million people visit the site every day to chat about topics as varied as MacUp, video games and pointers for power washing driveways in recent years. Reddit's array of chats also have been a free teaching aid for companies like Google, OpenAI and Microsoft. Those companies are using Reddit's conversations in the development of giant artificial intelligence systems that many in Silicon Valley think are on their way to becoming the tech industry's next big thing. Now Reddit wants to be paid for it. The company said on Tuesday that it planned to begin charging companies for access to its application programming interface, or API, the method through which outside entities can download and process the social network's vast selection of person-to-person conversations. The Reddit corpus of data is really valuable, Steve Huffman, founder and chief executive of Reddit, said in an interview. But we don't need to give all of that value to some of the largest companies in the world for free. The move is one of the first significant examples of a social network's charging for access to the conversations it hosts for the purpose of developing AI systems like ChatGPT, OpenAI's popular program. Those new AI systems could one day lead to big businesses, but they aren't likely to help companies like Reddit very much. In fact, they could be used to create competitors, automated duplicates to Reddit's conversations. Reddit is also acting as it prepares for a possible initial public offering on Wall Street this year. The company, which was founded in 2005, makes most of its money through advertising and e-commerce transactions on its platform. Reddit said it was still ironing out the details of what it would charge for API access and would announce prices in the coming weeks. Reddit's conversation forums have become valuable commodities as large language models, or LLMs, have become an essential part of creating new AI technology. LLMs are essentially sophisticated algorithms developed by companies like Google and OpenAI which is a close partner of Microsoft. To the algorithms, the Reddit conversations are data, and they are among the vast pool of material being fed into the LLMs to develop them. The underlying algorithm that helped to build BART, Google's conversational AI service, is partly trained on Reddit data. OpenAI's ChatGPT cites Reddit data as one of the sources of information it has been trained on. Other companies are also beginning to see value in the conversations and images they host. Shutterstock, the image hosting service, also sold image data to OpenAI to help create DALL-E, the AI program that creates vivid graphical imagery with only a text-based prompt required. Last month, Elon Musk, the owner of Twitter, said he was cracking down on the use of Twitter's API, which thousands of companies and independent developers use to track the millions of conversations across the network. Though he did not cite LLMs as a reason for the change, the new fees could go well into the tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep improving their models. Artificial intelligence makers need two significant things: an enormous amount of computing power and an enormous amount of data. Some of the biggest AI developers have plenty of computing power, but still look outside their own networks for the data needed to improve their algorithms. That has included sources like Wikipedia, millions of digitized books, academic articles and Reddit. Representatives from Google, OpenAI and Microsoft did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Reddit has long had a symbiotic relationship with the search engines of companies like Google and Microsoft. The search engines crawl Reddit's web pages in order to index information and make it available for search results. That crawling, or scraping, isn't always welcome by every site on the internet. But Reddit has benefited by appearing higher in search results. The dynamic is different with LLMs. They gobble as much data as they can to create new AI systems like the chatbots. Reddit believes its data is particularly valuable because it is continuously updated. That newness and relevance, Mr. Huffman said, is what large language modeling algorithms need to produce the best results. More than any other place on the internet, Reddit is a home for authentic conversation, Mr. Huffman said. There's a lot of stuff on the site that you'd only ever say in therapy, or AA, or never at all, Mr. Huffman said Reddit's API would still be free to developers who wanted to build applications that helped people use Reddit. They could use the tools to build a bot that automatically tracks whether users' comments adhere to rules for posting, for instance. Researchers who want to study Reddit data for academic or non-commercial purposes will continue to have free access to it. Reddit also hopes to incorporate more so-called machine learning into how the site itself operates. It could be used, for instance, to identify the use of AI-generated text on Reddit and add a label that notifies users that the comment came from a bot. The company also promised to improve software tools that can be used by moderators, the users who volunteer their time, to keep the site's forums operating smoothly and improve conversations between users. And third-party bots that help moderators monitor the forums will continue to be supported. But for the AI makers, it's time to pay up. Crawling Reddit, generating value and not returning any of that value to our users is something we have a problem with, Mr. Huffman said. It's a good time for us to tighten things up. We think that's fair, he added. Wasn't in high school, but in my middle school there was a kid named Bradley who was constantly bullied by everyone. I felt bad for him because he was in my advisory group and was actually pretty nice, but wasn't a particularly social dude and he came in late, so he kind of became the joke of our middle school. I also went to an all-boys middle school, so amplify whatever kind of bullying/hazing you thought was going on by like 10x. One day, a kid named Brandon decided to steal Bradley's glasses off of his face in the period in between classes and mock him. Bradley, who doesn't remember doing any of this, decided he had finally had enough and put Brandon in a headlock. Brandon struggled for a bit, but couldn't get out of Bradley's grip, and then all of a sudden Bradley lifted him off of the ground, so he was being choked pretty badly. While all of this is happening, a group of like 20 of us just sat there and watched. Eventually, a kid named Jason decided he was going to take action and put an end to all of this. Jason reached into his bag and grabbed a large kitchen knife. After brandishing it for a bit, he ran up to Bradley and put the knife to his throat, threatening to kill him if he didn't let Brandon go. Obviously, Bradley let go of Brandon, so Jason backed off and put the knife back in his bag. As Jason puts the knife into his bag, our math teacher walks into the room and starts preparing to begin class. No adults were in the room and she didn't see anything happen after she came in. None of us said shit. To this day, I don't know why I didn't feel it was important enough to tell anybody that a student threatened another student's life with a knife. The best explanation I have is shock. Class went on as usual. We had math class, and then we moved on to our next period. We honestly didn't even chat about it amongst ourselves between classes. Then the next day went by and the same cycle continued. An entire week went by before anybody alerted any staff/faculty at the school about what happened. Needless to say, Jason was expelled from our school. This was incredibly sad because it happened 2 weeks before our graduation and he ended up losing his full ride scholarship to a prestigious boarding school. I don't want to pretend like what he did was right in any way, but he had incredible potential, and that one freak moment drastically changed the course of his life. He was later diagnosed as bipolar. Not in HS, but a huge one in middle school. In 8th grade during the big end of the year test we got like 20 minutes breaks between subjects. The whole 8th grade was out in the football field just hanging around in their usual cliques. I floated back and forth between the goth/skaters and the nerdy misfits. I had just left the gothy group for a few minutes when a huge circle of people started surrounding them. A big fight broke out. Turns out some country hicks just walked over and started hitting the goths. For absolutely no reason. Most of the people they were hitting were girls. Just knocked them to the ground and started boot stomping them. So that gets broken up, and even though the country dude started it, the goths got 100% of the blame cause. Yeah, I know, they are spooky kids. Well, of course, after they get all the blame and were being dragged to the main office by campus police, one of the goth girls lose it and screams, faking country beaches. I'll faking kill all of you. So started the great clique war of 07. Somehow things got spread that if you wore black the next day you wouldn't get shot. If you wore white, you'd be a target. Our local news came and did a story about it, not once mentioning who started the fight, all because the one goth girl lost her temper and threatened the class. Well, the next day I think a teacher said the entirety of 8th grade had a 50% attendance because parents didn't want their kids to show up and potentially get shot. The hall were filled with mostly white shirts, where my groups were all in black. Mostly because we just wore black every day. Of course, one of my dumbass friends brought a pack of razors to school, so when the school came through and searched everyone wearing black, he got caught and was sent to the office. Obviously no one was shot that day, but it was such a huge ordeal. The next day we had new school rules permanently added. No black fingernail polish. No heavy black eyeliner. No chokers. No studded belt/wristbands. It was all so dumb because that one girl got mad that they were being accused of starting it, so she gave them a reason to be actually blamed. The country guys never got in any trouble and the goths that were taken to the office ended up having to go to off-campus disciplinary school through half of their freshman year of high school. This will probably get buried, but where to begin? My freshman year, boys were trading and selling girls' nudes for money or drugs. Some arrests were made / some of them had to register as such offenders because some of the girls were underage. I remember seeing some of the girls the day after it all came out crying in the hallways. It was truly a revolting situation. My senior class tried to make a joke about it to use on our class shirts, which was rejected for obvious reasons. There was a huge chlamydia outbreak one year. That same year, 2 boys posted pictures on social media of a bunch of guns, saying school is gonna be fun tomorrow. School was, needless to say, cancelled and the students were arrested. A teacher was arrested for having sex with a student. My sophomore year, an extremely religious mom came into school and had a meeting with our vice principal. Sadly, my mom was in the meeting with her to support her, as they were friends, and my mom is also very religious and homophobic. Regarding our Transgender Day of Transparency billboard from ARGSAP, Gay Straight Alliance Club, which was then taken down, with administration saying billboards were only allowed to be up for 2 weeks, which was a lie. The story made national news. Our superintendent was pissed. Not really an incident, but someone made a Twitter parody account of the same superintendent. Was quite funny. Lots of other things have gone on in my school, but some of them happened before I was there, and I don't remember them that clearly. Primary school. Okay, yeah, alright. One day someone had to go to the bathroom, so she went, came back, and acted like nothing happened. 10 minutes later another girl went, she came back, and told the teacher, "Miss, there's pup all over the toilet." The teacher went to look, and she called the janitor. 10 or 20 minutes later the whole class wanted to see, because we were nosy. 11-year-old and pup was funny at the time we checked. I can't describe the smell of the sheet, but it was so bad that 3 people threw up. Almost everyone gagged me, and a friend wanted to see what had actually happened. So we walked to the toilet, opened the door, and this is tattooed in my brain, so I can describe how it looked in perfect detail. We opened the door and we looked at the toilet. Brown sheet with specks of corn on the seat, hard sheet on the floor. I knew it was hard because I accidentally stepped on it. Diarrhea dripping down from the wall. Piss on the floor and sheet on the lock. It was so gross, and there was so little actually in the toilet. 3 years later we still talk about it. We don't know who it was, but it was so gross. TLDR. Someone shat on the toilet and missed. Context: I went to grammar school. My sister and I are in the same year at school, and we were previously doing our GCSE at an all-girls school, and when we moved to do our A-levels we moved to grammar school, where there were boys. We had a massive common room. It was separated in 2 halves, where the lower 6 got the area close to the door and the upper 6 got the area closer to the head of 6th form office. Here is the thing, every time someone hooked up with a girl, as soon as they would walk in the door in the morning before form, there will be applause. In the beginning, we, the transferred girls, did not understand what was going on. But we caught on pretty soon. The boys basically had a rule: if they got some they informed their friends, and it was celebrated in the morning, and everyone was made aware that the 2 people hooked up. It happens that one day I walked in the door and everyone started to clap. And like an idiot, I started to clap thinking it was the person behind me being celebrated. Long behold, there was no one behind me. My sister was sat in our normal space and she looked just as confused as me. Turns out this one guy boasted about having done the nasty with me on a Saturday. It was either the flower parade or the pumpkin parade. I just laughed because some of the guys were just getting desperate and wanted to tell people that they had lost their cherries. It was pathetic. Where was on that Saturday? I was in the next city over, watching one of the best football games I had ever seen in my life, with my uncle. And when I went home in the evening we had a good movie night. But who wasn't at home at day? My sister was laughing along with me. I called out the guy's bluff, and wondered how many of those applauses were actually true. People can be very interesting. Reading through these, feel like adding my own point. During a school trip for second years, 13 over 14-year-olds, a rumor started about one of the girls masturbating with a chocolate bar. That rumor never died for the entire time I was at the school, even after the girl transferred to a different school. One of the more troubled kids, shall we say, ended up trying to fight his classmates and teacher, throwing chairs at them and smashing things up. Other teachers, including mine, had to rush out of class to go help. The girl's bathroom was put into lockdown. Anyone who needed to go had to go to the office and get the key and then return it after. This started after teachers found the girl's bathroom with massive amounts of sheet smeared over the walls. Never did find out who did it. This happened in my final year of high school, so don't know if they still operate that policy. As a graduating prank the year before I graduated, some seniors decided to completely cover the math department in washing up liquid, causing people to slip and get hurt. Pranks were banned after that, and the following year, they wouldn't tell us when we would be having our last day, so that nobody could plan a leaving prank. Not quite as bad as the others I've seen in this thread, but felt like sharing anyway. About 4 months ago, I accidentally lost one of my classmates' toy by accidentally toppling it over, because I was just adjusting a chair that wasn't aligned properly. and then the box of his toys fell over, and the toys were scattered, in which most were retrieved, except for one, and then a few days later, it wasn't recovered, so my classmate told me to pay for it. It was an accident, that it got lost, and then I told him I'll see with that. I was then shy to tell my parents about it. The next day, I was still pestered about it, thinking, like, will my parents kill me if I tell them this? Using my money just to pay for something I accidentally lost behind my parents' knowledge is a very risky move. But the day after next, I finally decided to tell my dad the whole story and told him about me using my money to pay if he would say yes, as a command, to pay for it, and he told me do not pay for it, because the whole thing was unintentional. He also told me that, if he kept pestering me, he will talk to his dad. It was also his responsibility to keep it safe and secure in a way. The day I went back, I told him that my parents told me not to pay for that, because the whole thing was an accident. Then he said why. I told him my parents' decision. Then we walked away from each other's. 2 weeks later, I think, when I was in the canteen, he told me about it, and I told him, didn't I tell you that my parents said no? Then he kinda whined about it. I just went away. Nope, this is not it. Just a week ago, one of my classmates, who also knew what happened, just told me about the whole thing. Here is our conversation. But first, person A refers to the guy who told me about the thing I lost. Person B refers to the guy who I accidentally lost one of his toys. This happened around my English class, when our teacher left us work to do, that we answered on the paper, provided. Person A, hey, why didn't you pay for the thing you lost? Me, I told my parents about it, and they said I shouldn't pay for it. Person B, yeah, why? You owe me that a long time ago. Person A, it's your fault it got lost. Me, it's his fault for not being responsible. We've been over this crap a million years ago. Me talking to both of them, person A and B, it is me, to person A, just shut up already, it's none of your business that you talked about this. Person A, you're gonna pay for it. You're even very rich kid. Me, says the guy who has been to many countries. Person B, you're gonna pay for it. Me, screams, no. Person B, yes. Me, screams, no. Then about 3 people barged in when they heard me scream, saying, yes. Me, screams, no exclamation point. 3 people, yes. Me, screams, just shut the fuck up already. Person A, I'm gonna tell you to the teacher, saying bad words. Then I was chasing him, trying to stop him from telling the teacher. Once I was near to him, still inside the room, I put my arms around his neck, like a strangling position, but I wasn't strangling him, lifting him, and dropping him. He fell on the ground. Luckily the impact wasn't that hard. Then he was gonna hit me back, of course, LMAO, but some classmates tried to stop him. They also sent me out of the room for me to cool down. Then, my advisor talked to both of us individually, telling what happened, including the backstory mentioned. The other advisor also talked to me, and I told him what happened, and even the thing my dad said about me not paying it. He said that your parents are right about it, because it was an accident, and also his responsibility to keep it safe. Of course, he also talked to the other people mentioned in this comment. Then, my English teacher went back to the classroom after he was notified about what happened. So, after school, I was worried about telling my mom about what happened because I'm really allergic to her getting really mad. So, I waited until my dad arrived and told him what happened. He wasn't mad at me despite my hurting my classmate worse than simple punch or kick. So was my mom. She wasn't mad. In conclusion, it was Person A's fault for the major incident, but not sure for the backstory. Person A wasn't involved, he just made things worse than all his other incidents recorded. I would understand if Person B just politely talked to me privately. In that case it would have ended up in peace. My school never really had the incident as it was kinda a mess in general. When I was in E7, a classmate tried to mug me. I wasn't having it, so I ended up extorting $20 odd from him instead, as I knew he did drugs and I knew his mum from primary school point. When I was in a 8, someone lit the shed outside the science rooms on fire in the middle of the day. .E9 There was bomb threats every Friday for an entire term where we had to sit in 40-ish degrees heat Celsius for the entire day. Also E9 Some kid in my friend group threatened me with a knife and proceeded to corner another girl on the bus. The police got involved, and the next day the police was called to school. He then proceeded to stab one of the officers and got arrested. And because of this, I'm currently in witness protection. In E10, 4 kids in my grade on LSD, the gang that caused trouble, sold drugs and were violent, got arrested, and a kid in my grade got hit by a car and died from the impact. Year 11th, a boy in the grade under me and his sister got murdered by their dad. So yeah, I had a great time. Our school was given a grant that could only be spent on enhancing technology in the classrooms. Our school was small, 500 high school students, and each received a MacBook laptop. You took these into class and home with you, as you're expected to do all your work on it. Each computer had software installed, including iTunes, iPhoto and the entire Adobe package. I don't even know if iPhoto is even a thing anymore. But the idea was every time you walk onto campus, everyone had full access to all of your photos on your computer. This would make it easier for students to share data for team projects. This was the default, and those settings were locked. Can you see where this is going? 10th grade student gets expelled because everyone received a copy of his junk. Not on purpose, mind you. He wasn't that much of a wild card. He likely just got curious and played with the laptop camera at home, then forgot to delete. Everyone called him Needle Dick after that. He moved and I think later changed his name. We all needed to turn in our laptops in for the day, likely searching each hard drive for that file. The school didn't want to be liable for distributing, so they took it very seriously. I was in grade 9, first year in high school. We lived in a bit of a rough area for Ontario, Canada. Our cafeteria is all windows. You can see the front of the school, side of the school and Main Street. One day walking into the lunchroom with food, I hear this loud smash of a window breaking and tons of yelling and chaos. As I step out of line and into the actual cafeteria, I see these 6 guys come piling through the broken window. They go right after this group of guys who were younger brothers or an older gang. They had baseball bats, wooden homemade bats. The main guy who came through the window pulls a machete out of his pants. The oldest kid from the group of kids that went to my school, 17-18, stands up and takes the machete right to the skull, into the top of his forehead/hairline on angle. I was 10 feet from this, and still chewing french fries. The guy with the machete pulls it out of his head and starts going after other guys. The guy who was hit with the machete is totally conscious, probably in shock, runs out the window, where the guys came in. He was running alongside the school trying to stay standing. He was falling and all messed up. He was spreading tons of blood all over the bricks and concrete. That was a very sunny day. Last year is the last time I stopped to look, and the blood was still burned in the brick walls and concrete sidewalks around the school. Perfect handprints burned into ground and walls. I never was the same after that mentally about safety, and seeing the blood for 5 more years every day was just a reminder, a constant reminder. FYI, it was gang related, everyone survived. All things considered, I think this story's a bit tame. There was a kid a batch below me, let's call him Ernie, who was pretty infamous among his batchmates for being extremely cringe in every way possible, and he was bullied online and in person relentlessly. He made a diss track on YouTube in response, and it was pretty fire in a cringe sort of way, but this only made the problem worse and the comments section was a shit show. Enter my batchmate from our school's acting troupe who we'll call Bert. He's a bit of a Tumblr character, but in any case he was a pretty stand-up guy. He defended Ernie in the comment section, and in FB posts that would mock him. Of course, Ernie was very grateful to Bert, and wanted to thank him in any way possible. So what did Bert ask him to so in return? He asked him to strip for him on school grounds, in broad daylight, in front of a CCTV camera. And he actually faking did it. Obviously, the prefect of discipline and even the headmaster got involved. Ernie got put on probation, but is still in school. Bert got expelled and is currently an amateur photographer of hopefully inanimate, fully clothed, and or non-minor subjects. No one in school ever let Ernie forget about it, and Bert's name has since become a taboo. I was following one of my friends, being annoying as usual. The funny thing was that she in the same time was ignoring me and also teasing another boy. Think she had a crush on him. She was at the door, almost getting out of the classroom. I was at the first table next to the door, and the boy was at the second table from the middle road. In short, we were in a almost perfect diagonal line. She screamed one last thing at the boy, knowing that it would annoy him and make him chase her. Only that he didn't. He screamed hey, and apparently threw an eraser at her. I was looking at my friend, so when I heard that hey I looked back, just for my wide open eye, to be hit by the eraser. It was the first time in my life I didn't realize what I was doing, and I screamed, while putting my hands on my now closed eye, and in the same time, fell on my knees. I heard my classmates gather around me all talking in the same time. One of them even laughed it off saying I'm pretending, but in that moment I couldn't care less. At some point my friend stood me up and told me to open my eye. At that moment I realized with horror that no matter how hard I tried I couldn't open it. After 2 minute trying it opened slowly and all I could see with it was orange. No figures or silhouettes. Just orange. I panicked as I'm doing a lot of sport and I didn't knew how I can continue with just one eye. To make it all shorter, I managed to make a teacher take me home. They thought I'm pretending, and in the time the orange I was seeing faded more and more. Until the time I got home my vision completely returned, even if the eye still felt a little funny. I looked in the mirror and half of my green iris was red. Later found out it was blood inside the eye. My dad was pretty furious about the whole thing, but I told him not to get mad as the kid didn't want it, and he really was scared and sorry for what he done. We went to hospital, 1 week treatment and everything was fine. Honestly I'm sorry the blood had to be removed as I think it looked cool, kind of like Sharingan. They tried to explain to me that it was necessary to follow the treatment, because if I didn't, later my eye would start bleeding and again, this didn't help, because I thought this is also cool, like the Sharingan that bleeds, if you use it too much. I was a strange girl. But yeah, everything was fine in the end. SRY this was hella long. I'm a little late to the party so this will probably go unnoticed, but in one high school we had so many incidents I have lost count. In the 3 years I was at this school, decades ago now, before we moved, just some of the things that happened. Teacher was caught having an inappropriate relationship with a student. Police weren't called, he was quietly dismissed. She was forced to change schools. Not officially expelled, just asked to leave. A bullied kid threw himself off the roof of the senior building and died. His friend then went on to hang himself shortly after. Bullies never even questioned about their actions, let alone held accountable for the torment they made the kids endure. Kid whose older brother worked in an abattoir managed to get buckets of animal blood and offal from said brother's work, proceeded to throw blood and rotting organs all over his classroom. 5 kids stole one of their family members' car, wrapped it around a power pole at speed. All but one died. The girl that survived had both of her femurs totally dislocate, break through her skin, and impale the guy whose lap she was sitting in. Some people came to visit the school to give a talk. One sexually assaulted a 14-year-old student in the girls' change room. Teachers forced her to sit through the talk and then expelled her and the 2 other girls that witnessed it for lying. A kid fell down a cliff and got impaled by a stick on camp before the days of mobile phones. He was stuck there while the teachers went to get help. The students that stayed behind mocked and threw rocks at him. School blamed the boy for falling down the cliff, denied students threw rocks, said they were helping point a bunch of boys on another camp beat, and mutilated rabbits that were sick and slow, and another sexually assaulted one of the camp leaders. They only got sent home from camp. No further repercussions. Vice principal caught faking a teacher that wasn't his wife by students on detention after school. They got expelled for leaving the detention room. Boy got hazed by the football team by being duct taped and wrapped repeatedly with a beer bottle whilst on school grounds. No repercussions other than the boy being asked to leave the school. This was a Catholic school that had a very good reputation. The typical elite school bullshit. The public schools nearby all had terrible reputations, but what happened at that school was far worse than anything I experienced elsewhere. They were just really good at covering it up and pushing the blame elsewhere. Oh, I remembered one more. Just after I left, the pet teacher was caught spying on the girls' change room. It turned out there was a little storeroom above the change rooms that he had set up to be his little masturbatorium. He got busted because he sneezed. But again, no charges were ever laid from what I remember. He was just quietly dismissed. I went to a public school and there was a private school literally 15 meters across the road. Point on the last day of year 12. High school, approx 18 years old. Many schools in Australia do muck-up day. We all party the night before, go to school in costumes, or dressed up coordinated with friends, or whatever. They serve a barbecue breakfast. We do some messy stuff in a designated area, usually with water or paint, silly string etc. They set up a water slide down a hill, and then after all that the graduating class just chill around the school until about lunchtime passing time by playing little pranks and stuff. I glued coins around the school. Classic. It's expected there will be pranks, and there's always new rules every year, like no filling water pistols with cat pee or fish sauce or tequila. Usually a new rule implemented because of someone who crossed the line the year before. The private fancy school across the road did pretty much the same thing, and I had friends in the same year at their school. The year I graduated, the private schools don't copy. Last year rule was no livestock. Point the previous year a student from a farm had stolen his dad's ute and trailer and brought a cow to school. He and some mates took the cow up to the admin/principal's office hours before school started and tied its lead to the door to the building. Funny. Except the office was at the top of some stairs and cows can't climb downstairs. The local vet had to come and euthanize the cow, and then the school had to have a dead cow removed from the front of the office. Then the school had to spend the day inquiring, trying to work out who the cow belonged to. It had an ear tag, no livestock at muck-up day. Our yearbook had a student life section. It was all about kids drinking and doing drugs. There were photos of students partaking in these extracurriculars to really make it legit. It made national news. Oprah even mentioned it at one point. Another year the yearbook had an article about the band bus and all the sexual games they would play on it to and from games and competitions. Our band won the state competition that year, I believe. They were at least finalists every year I was in high school. Other notable things: a couple of freshman girls were rapped by senior football players at a party. During spring break, a family with 3 kids, 2 from the high school, 1 from middle, got smushed between 2 semis. The neighboring school had an older man into the school, holding a classroom of girls hostage at gunpoint to molest them. He ended up killing one girl, then himself. There was the school Blake from The Bachelor went to. We were on lockdown due to proximity. A car full of sophomore boys left a school picnic to drink and smoke. The car ended up rolling down a hill into a river. 2 of the boys died. The gang at the school took a recycling bin from the 3rd floor and threw it over the balcony to the garden level. Shattered glass went everywhere, and about 20 students associated with the gang were suspended. Someone spray painted lyrics from Pink Floyd's the wall on the outside of the building. A special needs girl got knocked up her senior year. Her very religious family, who adopted her, disowned her, so she ended up living by the dumpster behind the local grocery store. Where should I start? Small school in the Bible Belt, about 120 kids in each graduating class. A former female student who had graduated in early 90s started appearing in Hardcore Born. She even showed up in a lesbian scene with Jenna Jameson. She was adopted by a really influential family that had done a lot of mission work and was really big in one of the churches. Whole town was shook to the core over this. Family was so embarrassed they stopped showing up in public, put their house up for sale and moved. It was all anyone could talk about for months. Late 90s, a student was out drinking at a party and had a rollover accident on the way home. He was ejected from the car and pronounced dead at the scene. His mom had his car towed, a early 90s model Isuzu Rodeo, and put in front of the student and transferred to the school to warn of the dangers of drunk driving. Thing is, no one had heard what had happened yet. People are showing up to school Monday morning to this totaled vehicle that everyone knew who it belonged to. Mass chaos ensues, and the school has to let out for the day because people were so upset. It happened more than a decade after I graduated, but still a big deal. There was a male teacher that everyone joked about being gay. He was married with kids, but checked off all the boxes for your stereotypical feminine gay guy. He'd also massage guys' shoulders in class, make dirty jokes, and just be a little strange around male students. Mid-2010s the news comes out that, while paying a male student to help him pack up his house, he makes a move of his own and grabs the kid's crotch. Kid's dad is a cop, and of course hears about it from son. Shit hits the fan, teacher gets arrested, and stories from everywhere start pouring out about how students had a similar experience with him. It was like a local Bill Cosby and Jerry Sandusky incident in a small town of 3,000. He had worked at the school for 29 years and was going to retire at the end of that school year. Now he's in state prison for the rest of his natural life. 1. Junior and senior boys started a March Madness type bracket for hotness on the girls in the school. So many boys created a bracket and talked about it all day long. It lasted 4 weeks. I remember most girls getting so upset once they found out about it, but the hot girls were loving it. There were debates going on between the boys and meetings that rivaled any of their mom's book clubs. 2. Freshman year I was in the library with a boy who was always getting into trouble. There was only a few kids in there and one adult in and out of the few rooms. He starts talking to me about how he likes the keyboards they have and how he wants one. Unplugs the keyboard and mouse and shoves it in his backpack. Then he gets greedy and says that isn't enough. He wants a monitor too. He goes to his locker and empties his backpack, comes back and tries to get me to go distract the librarian. I tell him no chance as I'm shaking from fear and laughter. He waits for her to go around a corner and starts unplugging the ridiculous amount of whatever is in the back of it, except one is stuck. He then stops, comes back to the computers we were sitting at, and typed up a notice that says something like, out of order, taken for maintenance, but misspells maintenance horribly. Apparently autocorrect wasn't working. I just remember laughing so hard as it printed right at the librarian's desk. He's giggling through this whole 40-minute scenario by the way. So then he goes back to the monitor and rips the thing off the table and cables are popping out of wherever. He stuffs the monitor in the backpack as the bell rings and giggles his way out of the library. That was on Friday. Monday he's not in art class. I start getting worried I'm going to get in trouble for giggling with him as he stole school property. His girlfriend says he got suspended for a week for stealing a computer or something. I tell her how crazy that is. Then I start to worry he's going to beat the crap out of me because I could have ratted him out. He came back a week later and everything was completely back to normal. I miss that kid. Oh god, this reminds me of our major incidents. These all happened my senior year. The first one is a graduate from the year before went on Twitter and threatened to shoot up the school. Cops arrested him that night and found out that his buddy and girlfriend were in on it and would have opened the side door to get him in, and they arrested them also. What sucks is I didn't find out till the next day when more than half the students were out of class cause their parents didn't want them there just in case. A little later we were about to go to lunch when all of a sudden fire alarms go off. We roll our eyes and shuffle out of the building, annoyed they would do a drill so close to lunch, but figured it would be over soon. Except it wasn't. It took an hour and a half for them to find out why the alarms went off, and this whole time the school is outside and most of us were starving and beaching. The alarms went off cause some jackass was smoking weed in the boys' bathroom. Some minor other incidents that happened after I left. My sister went to the bathroom and found someone doing coke of the toilet seat. A guy decided to sneak into the ceiling to smoke weed and fell through. He may or may not be the same guy from the bathroom fiasco. We had a random issue where power went out in our high school early in the morning. After having classes for like 45 minutes with no lights, they decided to call the buses. Just as the buses were getting to school, the lights came back on, but since the buses were called, everyone was getting early dismissal. We got out at about 11 and everyone went to do their thing. Some of the popular kids went to the normal party house where they drank and a few did some coke. Real popular and nice guy ended up betting $1 on a pool game with this scumbag kid whose dad was a convicted murderer. After the scumbag kid lost and wouldn't pay up, the nice guy made a joke about his dad, and one thing led to another. They went outside to fight. Scumbag kid was coked up and sucker punched the nice guy, and he fell back and cracked his head open on the ground. All the kids at the park panicked and decided to try and move him rather than call for help. They dropped him 2 more times. On his way to the car, they made up a story about how he got jumped in a park the town over. He was put into a medically induced coma and a week later was taken off life support. The local DA didn't go after anyone, and pretty much all parties walked. The town still paints his number on rocks by the school. And the scumbag kid went on to kick out a cop car window after being arrested for underage drinking a year later. 2 guys got expelled over this. Both really good guys, though Point had been suspended for something earlier in the week by the vice principal. He was a neat freak and a bit of a dick. No one really liked him. The boys sneaked into the vice principal's office later that week, before anyone was there. In their jackets they each had hidden a live hen that they took from one guy's family farm. They let those 2 chickens go and locked the door back. When he opened his door, there were feathers everywhere. The hens had popped and 2 chickens were standing on his desk clucking. He figured out who did it, was screaming, demanding at first they be arrested. It's a small town though, so everyone found out what happened on that call. The sheriff's deputy just laughed and told him to hold the chickens as evidence. Every faculty member pushed to just have them suspended plus have to clean his office and maybe the classrooms as punishment. But he pushed and got them expelled. Of course us students found out until he left 3 years later. Every time students walked by we would make clucking noises at him. Parents too, at football and baseball games, for at least a year, would make clucking chicken sounds and laugh because he had reacted so poorly to a prank. Instead of going to school in the morning, a fellow student went to another fellow student's house, someone he considered to be his girlfriend, and held the girl at gunpoint. The standoff between the police and the invader lasted for the most part of the day. Luckily no one got physically hurt. Both were in the same grade as us. As for the guy, he was part of our group of friends, and the cops considered we knew him well enough to ask some of us to go down to the scene and try to talk him out of it. This was back in the late 80s/early 90s, a time when this kind of thing did not seem to happen. What is also going to sound cliche is that we never expected this from the guy in particular. I knew him rather well, a straight A student who really cared about making sure he had good grades and all. He never seemed to have a bad bone in his body, always helping others and stuff. Listen, we had our share of assholes at school who were constantly getting in trouble. This guy was at the complete opposite of that spectrum. He never gave off any bad vibe, creepy or otherwise. As I said, this kind of thing took us all by surprise, and I commend our school and our teachers on helping us cope with the incident so well, particularly because, like the students, they probably had little to no frame of reference in regards to what the next step should be. Points to the principal for giving us pointers on how to deal with the victim when she was going to come back to school. We all got some very important lessons out of this. Many of these lessons had to do with understanding how fragile we all are, both as either victim or as people who could reach their breaking point. One teacher, in particular, made a point of showing us all the media reports about the incident, showing us that none of them had the exact same story. He then reminded us that we did all have different stories on our side as well. The adults were not necessarily any better than teenagers. No one knew exactly how things went down, and the only people who would be able to give us the answers were not going to be with us anytime soon. The guy got transferred to another school after spending time in some facility. We had a class you could take as junior or senior called broadcast journalism, where after a couple of months you get to have an hour show on our school's FM radio. Well, there were 2 groups, mine the Moose Lounge and another the Morning Schmoz, whom both caused issues without breaking any actual rules or laws. It came down to the last week of shows before the end of the year, and all of us in these 2 groups were ready to graduate. First off, the Morning Schmoz decided to host an awards show for their last show, named after the last name of our teacher. The awards were mostly harmless and meant nothing, with awards such as the Biggest Rebel or the Tall and Lanky Award and just stuff like that. Well, you could imagine the teacher did not appreciate it winning an award named after himself. I guess he thought they were making jokes of him, but it was all harmless fun. The topping on the cake was my group. Before I give the final moments, I'll explain that the much of us wreaked havoc throughout the year, chanting random teachers' or students' names at the end of class every day. We caused a location split of class in the first week, splitting up the left side of the room. Basically the people who took it too seriously and had no sense of humor, and those on the right side, us the fun ones. The second to last week my show played the song Creep by Radiohead at the top of the hour, start of show and finish. Mr. Teacher did not like that, but there were no stated rules of it, and it broke no laws with the FCC. Well, on the last show we decided, let's go out with a bang. We did our last segment, led out with Creep by Radiohead, followed up with Creep by Radiohead, then we played a song, and guess what came after? Of course, another Creep by Radiohead. Well, that was the boiling point which caused the teacher to have a complete mental breakdown, screaming and cursing out half our class, flipping desks, even threw a chair at the chalkboard which remained there for a couple of years. The best part was he ran into the hallway screaming and made a fool of himself in front of the entire department. The principal heard all sides of the story and even interviewed students from the left side and decided that we did not deserve and real punishment since we broke no rules or laws. He told us we could not sit in the classroom for the last 2 weeks of school and we could chill in his office instead. Unless he had a meeting, then he would send us to an empty classroom with a proctor. We do not regret what we did, but we came to the point where we do feel a bit bad for the guy. Had a construction worker on the main building roof murder his coworker by shooting him. Kept walking back and forth across the roof waving the gun around and sometimes pointing it at the elementary school across the street. Police arrived. They had the buses pull up in the teacher parking lot, closest to front of building, and line up as close together as possible with small spaces to walk through between them. Every time guy walked towards the other side of the building, they would evacuate kids out of the windows near the buses. Some of us were stuck in the school for hours after the last bell. Senior class prank involved us leaving senior assembly as the graduates and having quite a bit of time to ourselves out any staff around. Rest of the school was in the gym being promoted to the next class and moving to their new seating sections. Previous to assembly day, friend had made copies of the janitor's master key. Whilst on our own, kids ran down every hall opening classrooms to put dead fish and Limburger cheese in all the radiators. One kid went to boiler room and turned on all the heat in the building. No one ever got caught because they couldn't get us to snitch on anyone, not stop graduation for 400 plus kids without the community getting in an uproar. Also, had bomb threats called in every 2 to 3 weeks for a few years. Only one bomb dog in the county, so if they couldn't get there by end of second hour we got to go home. Had a lot of 1/2 days back then. Last really extreme snowstorm a day or two of snow days. Came back on the third day to find our high school halls covered in a few inches of ice. Water main broke under the building and came up through all the sinks and toilets. Didn't have school for 2 weeks as they fixed it, and more bad weather days were called .0 and living in the country, but going to an city school. Anytime my friends and I wanted a day off or to go in late, we would let out the neighbors' cows. Live on a dead-end dirt road in farming country. City principal thought we were lying when we called in saying we were unable to leave the road as it was blocked with cows. Decided to come out one time and the cows started going after his car. Never knew a grown-ass man could scream like that, LMAO. All the while we stood back laughing and petting the calves. Wow, some of these stories are dark. Mine's not. Grew up in the country in Australia. Lots of kids traveled on buses from quite a long way away. Longest bus route took 2 hours to get to and from school. No joke. So 3 buses usually traveled at the same time and in the same direction on the way home in the afternoon, meaning that there was a point sometimes where the first bus would stop to let kids off and the other 2 would go past it and carry on down the road. On this day, a year 8 kid was in a rush to get off the bus and get home. Apparently, he jumps off, runs around the front of the bus and straight across the road without looking, and is absolutely smashed by one of the buses. It was a massive hit. Bus probably traveling between 30 kilometers and 40 kilometers per hour as it went around the first bus. That would be the end of the story, except that on one of the other buses was a kid of about 16. See, whose ambition in life had always been to become an ambo, kind of like a paramedic for non-Australian readers. C had an uncle who was an ambo and had already spent some time learning from him during school holidays and taken various first aid classes. He swung into action immediately and managed to keep the kid breathing until an ambulance arrived. Kid survived, which was miraculous. I can't recall if he fully recovered or not too long ago. I'm pretty sure that C received an award for his actions, which were obviously about the coolest thing that anyone has ever done. I think I've posted this somewhere before, but I don't wanna go look for it. So here goes. In 8th grade, there was this kid who boxed professionally. We'll call him Matt. I'm sure you could guess that Matt was pretty scary. He was a generally nice dude, but if you got on his bad side, you were done for. So one morning, Matt and these two kids were standing next to each other in line, waiting for the teacher to open the door. The two kids were new and didn't know a lick about Matt. Didn't know that he boxed. Didn't know that he was involved in some shady stuff that really nobody knew about. Didn't know that he was literally the scariest kid in our grade. And because they did not know this information, they did the one thing that none of us would ever have done, yell at him. They decided it would be a good idea to tease him. Except that teasing went a little far, and they started talking about his mom. I really didn't know much about Matt's mom, but there was something wrong there. Whether she died or left, or some other equally horrible thing, it really didn't matter. It was a sore spot for Matt and those two kids kicked him in it with all their force. So Matt kicked back, and hit, and punched, and almost hospitalized those two kids. Matt got expelled and was put on parole and none of us saw him the rest of that year. Some background info before I tell this part of the story. A kid died the night of our 8th grade dance. He didn't go, but his sister did. The kid and his big sister were driving home and they had a really bad wreck and the kid died. It was really sad and everyone was crying. It was even worse when we went back to school on Monday. Fast forward to 9th grade. Matt is back at the high school. Some people are wary, some don't care, and his friends are jubilant. None of us were really scared, though. We had figured that he'd learned his lesson, and it wouldn't happen again. The first few weeks of school were fine. Our friend groups didn't really mix, so I wasn't worried about him. One day, though, I'm walking up the stairs to get to my class on the 3rd story and there are tons of teachers everywhere and there were about 4 or 5 standing in a semicircle around a piece of the floor and lockers. All the coaches were yelling at people to go to class and students were chattering excitedly. Come to find out that Matt had gotten into another fight. Again, someone had decided to provoke him. This kid, we'll call him Chris, started talking about the kid that had died the previous year. Matt and the kid were super close and Matt was very obviously angry. He started getting incensed and ready for another fight until this upperclassman stepped in. He'll be Alex. Alex started defending Chris and Matt turned his attention on Alex. I don't know who threw the first punch, but it's pretty safe to say that it was Matt. It just got worse from there, though. Matt slammed Alex's head against a water fountain and Alex got a concussion. Charges were pressed, and they went to trial. They found out about some of that shady business Matt was involved in during the process. Matt was charged with assault and drug possession. He got 5 years of juvie, and he had to go to alternative school for the rest of his high school career. TLDR, this kid got into a fight in 8th grade and got expelled. He came back to our high school in 9th grade and got into another fight. They found out he had drugs. He got charged with assault and drug possession and got sentenced to 5 years in juvie and school in alternative school. I had a couple of incidents where basically the local news channel came to a school that I recently went to. It was very disgusting, ghetto, and some of the people were either just fake gangbangers with no life or there was people who just wanted in and out one. So the incident was basically just disgusting and random because some students including my class had to be evacuated. A girl's brother, let's call her Jenny, put a Nerf gun in her backpack, but it didn't look like a Nerf gun with orange and blue colors. The gun was black and had a silver lining on it. So Jenny and her friends are at her locker while she is looking for science papers and the BB gun falls right out. There was a security guard, so he immediately starts questioning her and called for backup. Notice he was a chill guy and she tried to tell him it was a fake gun. Welp, Jenna's brother faked us over and got mostly the whole school that wasn't testing or that finished tests evacuated too. A girl in my school was recorded sucking some guy's dick in the class, but the teacher was a sub. She was laughing about it and all. Supposedly they got caught and got charged after it was over Twitter, FB, the news, etc. Glad I switched schools. TLDR. Girl sucked dick in class, got recorded and spread out everywhere. Girl's brother put BB gun in her backpack. School had a lockdown. There were 2 incidents at my high school that were similar. This was 1997 to 2000, so before inappropriate student/teacher relationships were an everyday thing in the news. The first incident was a female resource teacher, not special ed, but for the kids who needed extra help, began driving a male sophomore home, which led to her aggressively pursuing a physical relationship with him. His mom eventually found out, and the police became involved. She was fired, etc. She still is a registered sex offender in my hometown, her husband and kids having left when this all happened. It was kind of under the radar as far as everyone knowing, because she was a specialized teacher for a very small group. The second incident was much bigger. It involved a really popular social studies teacher, big jolly dude who always had a fun story, and who had really dynamic classes. He also had a side business of a BBQ food truck that he would have at football games, which was a big hit. Everyone loved this guy. He was the assistant pastor at a local Baptist church. Big news hits when it's revealed this teacher has been sleeping with a girl who is a 1 junior year student too. His tar 3, the daughter of the head pastor at the church. They were doing it in not only the BBQ food wagon, but also his classroom, where a custodian walked in on them one evening. This led to an uproar in the community. The principal, who was an amazing guy, was forced out by an incompetent school board, and even after all these years that school district has never really run smoothly. Probably the grossest thing about it all is that this male teacher moved back to his home state where he no longer has to register as a sex offender. I went to a private school with a girl who definitely would have been in special ed classes. If she were in public school it was hard to tell exactly what was wrong with her, but she basically had the mind of a 10-year-old. I have a ton of crazy stories about her, but this is the one. We were in our senior year and prom was coming up. She had asked a handful of popular boys to go with her, but of course they all said no. Most of them weren't mean about it, because they knew how she was, but the next day she came to school with some brownies, and handed them out to the boys. Of course the boys didn't want to eat them, so another classmate tried to take one, and she freaked out, saying that they were only for the boys and she couldn't have one. Eventually a guy gave one to a 10th grader who ended up on the potty for the rest of the day. His mom didn't want to press charges, since she also knew how the girl was, but the thing is, this girl admitted to the headmaster that she put laxatives in the brownies. She just got sent home early that day and they were too scared they'd be accused of discrimination if they punished her. Taking a dark turn, but a month after we graduated her dad killed himself. She ended up getting pregnant and has had 3 or 4 broken engagements since. It was crazy how she was in high school, but the older I get the more I feel so bad for that family because they didn't get the support they needed. My friend was involved in a student/teacher love triangle that ended with one student murdered, my friend being sentenced to prison, and our teacher getting away with no charges, and the school district covering up everything. Sorry, this is a long story, but I feel details are needing to full understand. My friend was underage at the time, but was having a sexual relationship with our teacher. He was 16 over 17, and she was maybe late 40s. It was always rumored that they were involved with each other, as they would often go off campus for lunch, and were always seen together. It was confirmed when my friends and I saw them kissing in the parking lot, on school grounds I must add. I remember an instance where I was going to be absent that day, went in before school started to turn in my homework. As I walked into her classroom, she was sitting on his lap. It was awkward as she tried to play it off. I also remember one day, while in her class, I asked her if I could use the restroom. She responded along the lines of, "Only if I can watch you. I need to make sure you're actually going to the restroom and not wandering the halls." She then bit her lips and gave a wink. I smirked uncomfortably, as at the time I saw it as a poor attempt at an edgy joke. But this was my teacher, so it was just strange. Any attempts to ask my friend about it resulted in him becoming angry and would always result to him losing his temper. So we would leave it at that, as he would sometimes get physical. Fast forward, our teacher stopped coming to school. We had substitutes cover the remaining 3 or 4 months of the school year without any explanation of what happened to her. I forgot to mention my friend was her student aide, and he also stopped showing up. The school gave a vague explanation that our teacher has transferred to another school and would not longer be returning. What they didn't mention was that weeks prior to him having this discussion with us was that my friend and her were caught late at night by police officers in her car after failed attempts to trying to lie about his identity and age, and after the officer found her bra in his pocket. The officer wrote the report and forwarded the incident to the school after finding out she was a teacher. The school attempted to cover up the incident by not advising any of the parents involved or anyone for that matter. They confronted my teacher behind closed doors and they agreed to allow her to quit rather than investigate or firing her, which allowed her to get a job at another school. The relationship continued up to and after him graduating. They even get engaged. I also must add that my teacher was married with kids who also were students at the school. During all this, her husband filed for divorce and his reasoning was that she would bring underage students home and engage in sexual activities. Even with this, no charges or follow-up was done. A year or 2 later, my friend joins the Navy as on leave. My teacher continues teaching at her new school. She then gets involved with another underage student yet again. One early morning, while my friend was granted leave from his base, he decided to drive back to his home state from where he was stationed. Attempts to reach her were unsuccessful, so when he got there hours later it was already almost 2 a.m. He states in his confession that he walked into their home, heard noises from the bedroom, so he grabbed a knife and headed towards the room. There he finds her and the student in bed naked. They run into the restroom and he forces his way in and beats the student, ending with him stabbing him. Feeling remorse, he calls 911 and turns himself in. He claims it was done in a passion rage from catching her cheating. The other student was underage and would be picked up by my teacher after she was able to convince his parents that was going over to her house for tutoring lessons. The parents would later claim that they began to suspect something after she would call at all hours of the night. The other student died at the scene, and my friend was sentenced to second-degree murder and sentenced to 10 years in prison. The teacher voluntarily gave up her teaching certificate and was never charged for any of the crimes against minors till this day. She has not been seen since. My friend was recently released from prison after serving his time. The victim's family is currently in the middle of a lawsuit against the school district. They claim the school dropped the ball by allowing her to quit, which in turn allowed her record to remain clean. They also attempted to cover it up by providing positive reference referrals when the second school called regarding my teacher. All this can be found in detail as it made national news. Happened around 2010 in Arizona. In sophomore year I went to a very small charter school, not private, public, but very hard to get into, just because of how few students they would take. It was set up in an old office building that was basically a 2-story, long rectangle, maybe 5,000 square feet or so, really not big at all. We were able to leave and get lunch, since there was no cafeteria in the building and several restaurants within a few hundred yards of the school. One day we went to Wendy's, myself and a group of maybe 7 or 8 other guys, all of whom had styled ourselves as the troublemakers, because we were idiots, and somebody apparently got a kid's meal of some sort, because they ended up with a toy. I don't remember what it was other than that it was a small, rubber, purple-ish toy that just happened to fit perfectly in the urinal hole. So like the morons we decided we were going to stuff that thing along with a bunch of toilet paper in one of the urinals and then flush until something happened. Something happened alright, which was a full sewage overflow that ended up with 1-2 inches of sheet water floating around the downstairs level of the school. We would have probably got away with it, with no cameras or any real proof that we did it, except for one thing, that toy that was floating in the water in the bathroom, and one of the teachers had seen one of our group with it already. We ended up having to work it off by doing service work, landscaping, hauling materials, moving stuff, etc. at the school and surrounding area for tens of hours until they felt we had paid our debt. Our parents also ended up getting a bill for the extensive pumping and cleanup required as well, which I of course had to pay them back for too. Such a stupid thing for us to do for absolutely no reason and with no gain to anybody whatsoever. That was also during the time when the pass out game was popular. So basically we would go to the bathrooms in between classes, somebody would bend over and hyperventilate until they were lightheaded, then stand up and somebody would press on their chest or neck until they passed out, usually while we were doing an assortment of probably very dangerous drugs which none of us had the experience or knowledge to safely use. I'm shocked I survived my adolescence in all honesty. When I was a junior I became friends with a group of upperclassmates by asking them to help me ask a girl to prom. During lunch and in front of the entire school, someone walked the girl over to the end of the lunch table and I sat at the opposite end with flowers hidden under the table. All at once we started singing "You've Lost That Loving Feeling." She immediately turned red and during the last chorus I crawled down the table on my knees and asked her to prom. She said yes, but this is not the incident, just the prelude. Later, towards the end of the year, the seniors were planning senior pranks and the group that I had become friends with were planning to streak the powder puff football game. They got the varsity goalie from the hockey team to commit due to a lost bet, but no one else would do it with him. That's when they reminded me of the help they had provided me earlier and that I owed them. I didn't hesitate. I think I said something along the lines of "Fuck yeah, Imin." The morning of the game we planted clothes in the forest at the other end of the field and put on throwaway clothes and drove to the game. Before we ran we were nervous as hell and kept saying how stupid this was. We put our pantyhose stockings over our head, stripped down and ran right down the center of the field. I ran right past my student gov teacher at the 50-yard line and he was cracking up. Now, we misjudged how long of a run it would be and by the time we got to the other end we were totally gassed. We had to climb a fence and walk up a hill to get to the tree line all while still being in full view of the crowd. It took longer to climb the fence and walk up the hill than it did to sprint the field. We made it to our clothes and had to hide for a bit from the police who were driving up and down the road looking for us. Finally, our ride pulled up and we jumped in and split. We didn't get caught the day if we had to confess days later because they tried to pin it on other classmates that had nothing to do with it. The entire school was talking about it on Monday and as a result of our confession we both got 1 week suspension and 8 hours community service. Freshman year, I was dating a senior, so my friends and his friends often had parties together. I even threw senior skip day as a freshman. During one of those parties, a good friend of mine got really drunk and slept with not one, but 2 of the guys there that night. It was at a friend's camp, so we all stayed the night. That story was already spreading like wildfire because my friend had sex with the first guy, came out and in front of everyone took her shirt off and poured some liquid that looked like Hawaiian punch all over and then rolled around in popcorn. This is the only part of the night I knew about while it was happening, and I made her put her shirt back on and thought I had put her to bed by herself. Then she went on to have sex with another guy in the outdoor outhouse. It was a rural camp, had indoor plumbing, but also had outhouse. The guy, I guess, was also very drunk and threw up on her mid-bang. Somehow my friend's parents found out about our drunken night and went on a rampage of blame and punishment in any way they could. I knew something was immediately wrong when I called her house the next day, pre-cell phones, and her mom answered and said you are never to call her again and Hannah is never allowed to see you again and hung up. Now mind you, she wasn't just a recent friend, but one I had since first grade. This all happened over holiday break, so we come back to school and I'm looking for my friend to find out what's going on and get the shock of my life when I find her. She went from preppy, gorgeous blonde ringlet hair to short black hair / half head shaved, bagged pants and clockwork orange to a very grunge look. She was rebelling from her parents due to all this, but ended up really liking that style. On top of that, her dad worked for the city and our tiny town had a little ski hill. My boyfriend and 3 of his friends who were at the party worked at the ski hill and friend's dad was their boss. Because of this incident they were all fired. And all of the guys who were at party and on the wrestling team got suspended for 2 weeks, including the huge rival meet that week. So yeah, her parents pretty much went crazy on us all. Side note, they did end up finally let us hang out again, and we are still close to this day and I love her parents. Side note, the guy who threw up on my friend, he was sent to prison shortly after high school for killing his uncle, torturing him and force feeding him a rat. The uncle deserved it. He had tortured and bullied this classmate for years before he finally snapped. It was so sad to watch it play out in the news, and he is still in prison. It happened the year after I graduated, but my younger brother had just started, so he told me we had a math teacher that was a young hotshot. He had a wife with a kid on the way, and he was a former star kicker for the college football team that was about a half hour away from where I live. Basically a really popular and cool dude a lot of people looked up to. Out of the blue, he was found dead by some train tracks, having shot himself with his father-in-law's shotgun. It turns out that he was having an affair with a student. The girl ran off to God knows where and his wife was devastated, poor thing. The school administration seemed to overlook the fact that he was a pedophile and mourned his death, while one of their students was missing. I have mixed feelings about it, and it's sad he killed himself, but at the same time, now at it. There was also another teacher when I was in middle school. This whole English teacher was 100% a pedophile, but for whatever reason the school overlooked it. My older sister was in his class and experienced creepy things like him giving her hugs, telling her she was pretty, and touching her hair. He'd also ask female students when they went to the bathroom if they were gonna do a #1 or a #2. There are other things. My parents notified the school, but I don't remember what happened. The teacher ended up being convicted of murdering his poor wife 2 years later. Nothing about the creepy stuff though. I remember being pissed because some of my friends were trying to defend the teacher, and when I told them what a creep he was, they brushed it off and still defended him. The guy was a dick, but nobody else saw it except for a couple really close friends. Our class had one incident per year. They couldn't wait for us to graduate one freshman year. Towards the end of the year, a video came out of our football coach picking up a senior student by his front and slamming him into a table WWE style. It was very impressive. Guy had heart problems and the senior knew that and kept bothering him, stressing him out, and making it worse. The headline was "White Teacher Gets Violent with Black Student and Leaves School," which was technically accurate, but the race thing had nothing to do with it too. Sophomore year, again towards the end of the year, all of a sudden this Chinese foreign exchange student wasn't coming to classes. It was a small school, everyone noticed. Anyway, after about a week it got out what was actually going on. This kid apparently found out that obtaining child born from the States and selling it back to China was hella profitable, and had been doing that ever since he joined the school. He got arrested and deported back to China, where child born is apparently life in prison. I think it was death penalty as late as 2011. This happened in 2017, junior year. Pretty tame year, gotta say. That being said, our principal chaperoned our prom and got blackout drunk. Tried to DJ for a bit, drove home, got into an accident, was removed as our active principal, and finished the semester in rehab senior year. Class of 2019 goes out with a bang, baby. First, way early in the year, our school priest, we have those in Catholic school, because they have school mass services every once in a while, was accused of diddling a kid 30 years ago. Now obviously that sounds unfair, but if you knew this priest, I mean in my not law practicing opinion, that dude definition diddled at least one kid a little after that a white freshman called a mixed girl a not so nice person got expelled for that. Then a little after that a teacher called a girl a hoe and touched her apparently and left. Really silently and still appeared in the yearbook. Anyway, all of those happened at the beginning of the school year and the rest of the year was perfectly fine. Edit. Changed. This happened in 2016 to 2017 because I'm pretty sure it happened at like the very end of that year. There was this one kid in my 8th grade class who was the most egotistic guy I have ever met. He dated one girl from one of the 7th grade classes, which was already weird enough, and he then dumped her to try to get with one of the other girls in our class. He obviously did not get the second girl. He then went for another girl in our class and failed for a second time in a row. And here is where this goes from 1 to 100. He decided to go back for the first girl and obviously failed. So to spite the first girl, he decided to try to get into her 18-year-old sister's pants. You want to know the even crazier part? It actually $and-king worked. If it wasn't already bad for the 7th grade girl, the sister lived with her still, and she told people about all the things she heard. Luckily one of my good friends knew her, and I got to get more information on the situation. And it turns out that the same egotistic kid had sent her PMs trying to get a threesome with him, her, and the sister. And of course she showed her parents and they promptly freaked out. And they went to court. By that time my class had graduated, so I don't know what happened in the end. All I knew was that this kid was just really messed up. Sorry for this being so long. It was just a really messed up story. TLDR. A boy was hopping from girlfriend to girlfriend and tried to bang an ex and her 18-year-old sister. This wasn't really a huge incident, but the cringe solidifies it as an incident in my memory. This is back when the shooting stars meme was big across the internet. My physics teacher, who was a little overweight, made the mistake of attempting to double dutch a jump rope for the first time in front of an entire class of sophomores. Inevitably, he was recorded failing epically, and a friend of mine made it into a shooting stars meme. For a while, it was shared among the student body, and wasn't really malicious by any means, just a typical shooting stars video which included a sequence where the teacher shot L's at the students' losses, in terms of grades. A few weeks later, some dumb beach student in my grade uploads it to the school network. Now, our shitty school network would only let you upload and update files that were stored within the network, but not delete them. I don't know why they did this, but whatever. So now, a prank video of a teacher is stuck on the school network. A few days later, the entire grade is brought in for a meeting about being kind to our peers and teachers, because we were asshole sophomores, of course. Anyways, everyone assumed that the video had been found, and that the guy who made it was probably gonna get busted. After the meeting, a student goes up to my physics teacher and apologizes for our grade getting out of control and sharing around that video. Turns out, the teacher has no idea what the kid is talking about, so he makes him admit the truth. Next day I show up to my physics teacher's class, and as I walk in, the video is playing up on the projector. My entire class is now on edge, because this teacher was known to be unpredictable, loud, and a bit insecure. He comes into the class and tells us that for today's lesson, we'll be analyzing the video. For the entire 1HR 45-minute class. After almost an hour of lameness, during which I was playing Minecraft taking notes, he claims that the video could have gotten out, ruined his public image, and prevent his son from having a successful football career. Everyone knew his son, and knew that kid was going nowhere in football, so at this point, everybody relaxed and stopped taking the teacher seriously. This probably sounds like no big deal, but at the time, it was a pretty big deal at my nerd school. TLDR. Meme video made about teacher. Teacher finds it due to a series of unfortunate events. Teacher gets insecure and makes us take notes on and analyze the video. Okay, so we had two incidents. When I was in 11th grade, someone went into the upstairs girls' bathroom and just took a toilet. They just took it, unhooked it all, turned off the water for it, the whole thing, and took it. They threw it down over the hill behind our school into some trees, and when I went back 5 years later for my sister's graduation, it was still there. I don't know who took it, but everyone in my class knew where it was, and the teachers and staff still have no idea cause we just haven't told them. Ever. I wonder if it's still their point. The following year in grade 10, every single girl from grade 7 to 12 got called into the library where our principal yelled at us for a solid 45 minutes because someone at some point had gone into the girls' bathroom, yes, the same one, and had thrown used tampons and pads everywhere and smeared period blood on the walls. The doors, the floors, the ceilings, everywhere. They showed us pictures they took, and it looked like a crime scene. They held this 45-minute meeting to tell us we are going to find who did this, and they will be expelled. They even went so far to bring in experts who took samples of the dried blood, but they hit a wall in their investigation when it came to taking DNA and fingerprints from the student. Parents were pissed and wouldn't let anyone take any DNA or anything. And that's where it ended. No one was ever caught. No one came forward. A bunch of stuff happened in that bathroom, but that's the big two that come to mind. Every day in the back of our bus, there were about 15 guys, all either juniors or seniors, and for about 2 years, they kept doing things more surprising than the last, always causing our school's dean to get involved, trying to stop them to no avail. Here's some of my favorites things they got in trouble for. 2 guys caused the bus to stop because one was choking the other out with their earbuds cord. They filled a rubber glove with water and kept passing it around after someone stuck each finger of the glove in their mouth. Apparently you can't play rock paper scissors with the car behind the bus. One guy had taken as many pretzel rods as they could clamp in their 2 hands, thrown them out the bus window, and landed them in the back of another bus, landing on 2 people. This still makes me laugh. And of course blasting the weirdest things on loudspeakers, including rap songs with lots of swearing, moaning sounds, and Kayla saying "oh yes daddy" over and over. Also, can someone explain how their song selection in a matter of 20 minutes changes from rap songs to songs about weed to Old Town Road to country songs to Bohemian Rhapsody, and then the Bee Gees? Yeah, it was interesting to say the least. 2015, my senior year at a private, predominantly white, all-girls school, Freddie Gray was killed. Our school is around Baltimore, not the city, but still close enough to have some students and teachers commute from the city. It was at this moment that people who had been friends with each other for 12 years found out that their best friends were racist. People were getting into arguments on social media, some sharing things on Facebook calling black people monkeys, just real racist stuff. Many times, when something happens outside of the school, we talk about it, but for this, the teachers weren't even allowed to. Tensions were high, and eventually after 2 weeks of nothing happening, a lot of black students, white allies, and rebellious teachers came together to create a town hall to inform people of what happened, and saying things like, "You guys do realize what you're saying affects people, right?" Unfortunately the town hall was really poorly made and rushed, and it just made things worse. Lots of racists felt black people were threatening them or something. People got their racist parents to yell at the head of school, all this crazy stuff. A year later, the head of school left, and they hired someone to focus directly on diversity training and all that. I think things are better now, but those 2 weeks were crazy. I had classes with the rebellious teachers and we legit just didn't have class those weeks. We just talked, got out our anger and frustration, and chilled because no one could focus. I shared a previous story in a similar thread weeks ago here, but reposted below. 10 years ago, when I was in high school, someone discovered that a teacher, who was pretty universally disliked, had a personal blog where she insulted and attacked the kids in her classes. She didn't call out anyone by name, but used insults such as retarded, rat-like, or arrogant cunt to refer to specific students. One post was a list of comments she wished she could write on students' report cards, and contained some pretty nasty attacks. Naturally, when it was uncovered, students and parents alike were beyond pissed. She was suspended with pay, and most people thought that she would get fired, and that would be the end of it. Nope. She ended up suing the school for wrongful suspension, based on free speech principles, and took the story national. Mind you, she was not actually fired yet at this point. She and her lawyer went on Good Morning America and other talk shows for several weeks, pleading her case, and the story became pretty widespread. She started to gain a huge following of people on the internet who defended her for just speaking the truth, including one particularly annoying Australian podcast host who started calling the homes of students in our high school to insult them while recording. Some of her supporters, most of whom seemed to not even live in the same state as our school, even began calling colleges and demanding they not accept any graduates from our high school because we were apparently a bunch of entitled brats who couldn't handle criticism from a teacher. People on both sides were also demanding our principal resign over the whole incident. Eventually, the students at my school had enough of being insulted by random people and began to publicly push back. A huge rally, covered by local state, and national media was held by the students in front of the school, where they expressed support for the principal and denounced the teacher. A lot of students also started writing letters to the editor and op-eds in the local paper. People shared stories of her being lazy, non-attentive, and flat out mean during her class. Some of that was likely just teenage angst, but a lot of the complaints about her were legitimate and were just coming out for the first time. For instance, my girlfriend at the time had her for English and said she frequently would leave the room for 20 minutes at a time, then upon coming back yell at students for failing to complete work she never assigned them before leaving. She also notoriously wrote a student the previous year a bad college recommendation, which, like, why would you agree to write someone a recommendation in the first place if you were just going to trash them? The whole story lost steam in the media eventually, especially after the students started speaking out, and the teacher's wrongful termination suit was eventually dropped. She resigned shortly after, and was not heard from again. No idea what she is doing now, but I hope she isn't teaching anymore. The whole thing just felt so unnecessary from the beginning, and was truly a lesson in media mob mentality. So my senior year, my town schools got rezoned. A couple schools closed down, and those students had to go to different schools depending on where they lived. Basically the entire town school zoning got mixed around, and kids from school A had to go to school B etc. This created a lot of problems as neighborhoods were mixed around, and rival gangs were then placed in the same schools. The day of our pep rally, some 21-year-old snuck in before the last period. He was acting suspect, and one of the teachers stopped him because a thing wasn't right about him. He claimed to be shadowing another student because he was considering transferring. Thank God the teacher stopped him and walked to the office with him to check his papers. He tried to run, but was caught by security. He had a backpack with several guns. Turns out he was from a gang and was planning on shooting rival gang members during the pep rally. The pep rally would have had about 1500 kids or so in the gym faking insane anyways. The school was very silent about this. They kept it hush and didn't tell anyone. The only reason I found out about it was because a friend's mom was a teacher. I thought everyone knew about this, but I was surprised by how many of my friends had no idea that it had happened. They then realized that was why we had such intense security and eventually got metal detectors the year after I graduated. There was one incident that I remember to this day. Way back in the 80s, I don't remember the exact year, we had this notorious classmate who was always getting into trouble. This was way back before there were cell phones, smartphones, the internet, tasers, etc. I should also note that this all happened before the Columbine tragedy. Well, a bunch of us were waiting to get on the bus to go home. Classes had let out for the day and there were about 100 or so students waiting around the buses, chatting, smoking and whatever else kids do. Then, the principal, vice principal, dean of students, the police liaison and a few police officers told this student to step off the bus as they wanted to question him. This student was always in trouble for something. Whether he was drinking, smoking pot, breaking and entering, theft, he did it. He refused the principal and kept walking up the steps in the bus. The principal grabbed him by the back of his shirt/jacket and yanked him off the bus. I was shocked. Not because the principal yanked him off the bus by the scruff of his shirt/jacket, but of what the student did next. Without missing a beat, the student whirled around with his fist balled up and knocked our principal out, cold-cocked him. His face was bloody and the police liaison and the officers threw the student to the ground, arrested him for assault and battery, and took him away in their patrol car. During the rest of my time at that high school, everyone talked about that incident. How a student knocked out the principal of our school. It was real ballsy, and he gained a reputation as a real badass for knocking out a school administrator. The principal never lived that down, but nobody called him out on it either. The end result was that the student was expelled from the school district. It was the biggest incident that ever happened at our school. The second biggest was when a student in one of my classes got into a knockdown fist fight with the teacher of one of my classes. The student actually threw chairs at the teacher. A few days later, that student brought a gun to school and was going to educate the teacher. Thankfully, I wasn't in that class when this gun incident went down. The teacher was injured, but luckily, nobody was seriously harmed. In my last year, a kid a few years below me took a dump on the floor of the brand new toilet block and wrote "Hi there" and a smiley face on the wall with his own sheet. Another story from the same year. The school's headmaster has a small lawn just outside of his office that he adores. No one is allowed to walk on it. The gardeners work hard to make the lawn a beautiful lawn, and it is. So someone decided to buy a bottle of weed killer and burn an image in the shape of a penis into the lawn at night. The next morning, as soon as he saw it, the headmaster ordered the whole lawn burnt away, and you could tell it was one of the hardest decisions he had make. Oh yeah, and the year before I got to the school, a teacher was fired for jerking off to porn in a classroom. He was caught when a student came to ask him a question, and, finding the door locked, got a friend to boost him till he could look in the window above the door to see if the teacher was there. Oh yeah, and there was the students who were arrested for taking up skirt pictures of female teachers. Oh, I haven't even mentioned the soggy biscuit affair. 5 sixth formers, second to final year, and 1 fourth former, second year, were in a circle, and they played a game called Soggy Biscuit, where a biscuit was placed in the center of the circle and they all masturbated onto the biscuit, and the last one to finish had to eat it. No surprises, the fourth former was the one to finish last. When the staff found out, he was the one expelled, and the others became prefects for some reason. I had some classes with them in 7th form, and they were not nice people. So yeah, that's my high school. If you went there then you probably know what school I'm talking about. Join just for this thread. So in elementary school, when I was in grade 5, there was a double murder at my school. 2 kids, one in my grade, sister 2 years younger, were found in the school strangled. Turns out it was the best friend of their older brother who was a janitor there. He was the altar boy at the funeral and was at a local fundraiser day for the family at the local arena. This was in the days just before he was arrested. I recall asking him about a big bandage on his arm. Turns out it was where the youngest dug her nails in to try and stop him from strangling her. Small town, small school, we all knew each other. It was the first case under the new at the time Young Offender Act in Canada, which put a lot of privacy control on the case, which was not well understood. Teachers basically said it was illegal for us to talk about it. That said, it was a Dungeons and Dragons case. The murderer, this is a touch of third-party story, had a curse on him in the game and had to do something horrible to break it. Seems he was schizophrenic, so actually did. I played D&D at the time at school with him, sometimes, and was personally questioned about it by the provincial police. So can personally confirm that D&D was for sure part of the event. Needless to say, parents freaked out, and the game was banned in the house. In my high school we had this one girl who always had to be the center of attention. In regards to her past, after 9/11 she said she lost a brother in the WTC. She never had a brother. She later changed this to her father, who appeared to chaperone a school dance. This was middle school. High school she claimed to become Muslim, Buddhist, adopted, Sikh, Jewish, and then rotate again. She hated video games with a passion. Basically my high school had a video game club. She has tried to get it banned on multiple occasions. She has threatened the club members, issued flyers, and said it was a waste of time. She hated the club with a passion. Last few weeks of high school in 2007. Things are finally closing and everyone is excited. Never have to be here again, is what is said by the student. The teachers tell us, you'll miss us, these are the best years of your life, and it gets worse after this. Like the sad cunts they are. Suddenly cops are roaming the halls. Alright, no biggie. Someone probably planned a senior prank, and it got exposed. More cops and then more, and by the end of the day every door had 2 cops by it. By this point no one knows what the fuck is going on. We go to the gaming club to talk, and just do whatever. Multiple cops wait outside, and begin questioning us. Apparently someone said that we were planning to shoot up graduation. We all look at each other and don't know what the fuck. The group is looking guilty because some of our guys make levels in Doom or other small programming games. We are each questioned. Everyone asks us what is going on and what is happening. Someone leaked that one of us was talking about guns and how to obtain them. We were talking about Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and how to obtain certain weapons through cheat codes or by finding them around the city in game. Someone apparently took this as a threat. We immediately knew who it was. Nothing happened after that. I didn't walk at graduation simply because I didn't want to. According to people I know, the police were present at every event afterwards, from prom, the walk, and some in summer school. Now police have a post at every door in the school to prevent this from happening again. It was a small incident, but my town was dull and boring. The police were quite happy it wasn't a major threat and had a cool head about things. This goes back to my small town high school right in the early days of school shootings in the US. Important. There was a kid, sophomore or freshman, we'll call Bob. Bob was a nerdy awkward guy with a slutty girlfriend, and both of them had home problems and problems in school. Slutty girlfriend had way bigger home problems, while Bob had way bigger school problems. His problems were the popular people in our small school making fun of him and wronging him. He decided to do what he had been told to do, go see the counselors. So for a few weeks he's meeting with the counselors, talking about the bullying and wronging, etc. One day he goes in with a list of people he wanted to talk about. Guidance took it to be a hit list and called the cops. Students had school day off, and the school said to parents they had prevented a mass shooting. Bob was arrested with no evidence other than this list. Dude had no weapons. Parents didn't own guns. The next day all students come to school except for those on the list, showing who had been told they were on the list. Pretty quickly students figured out it had something to do with Bob. His friends pieced together what had happened and realized he was a victim of paranoia. But there wasn't any justice for Bob. The whole school labeled him a terrorist. His parents were forced by courts to send him away to an institution for troubled youths, insane asylum, which messed the guy up even more. His girlfriend broke up with him in pursuit of one of those popular jocks that she had apparently been sleeping with. She slept around a lot, who dumped her the second he found out about Bob. It was only in senior year the school finally let Bob come back, after the parents went to court again, and the truth started to air out, but damage was done. Dude felt alone and unstable. Did get back together with his girlfriend, but she was at that point a drugged out mega slut. Don't know what happened to either after graduating, but heard through the grapevine in college his ex-girlfriend broke up after going to college, became a partying girl. As for him, I heard from mutual acquaintances that he pushed everyone away and dropped out after a year or two. No one's heard from Bob since. This story's about me and being extremely depressed and self-harm. So if you don't like that kind of story, then stop reading. Okay, so I've had severe depression for around 4 years now, and it sucks a lot. I can't make friends, can't give people advice, and just can't do anything good for myself. Lots of personal shit has happened in my life and it sucks. Because of that personal shit, I started cutting myself. I've been doing it for around 3 years now and don't plan on stopping. Anyways, I have cuts all over my arms and I do not like people being worried about me, so I wear a hoodie every single day to cover up my arms. Anyways, last year I was wearing a red hoodie. My school had the strictest dress code ever. Apparently you weren't allowed to wear red. So in science class I was sitting down and trying to do my work when my science teacher, let's call him Mr. N, came up to me and asked why I wasn't in dress code. I told him I was sorry, I didn't know we couldn't wear red. He told me I had to take it off because it was summer, so shouldn't be wearing a hoodie anyways. I told him I'm not comfortable with taking it off, and he asked why. I said because of personal reasons. He demanded for me to take it off. Everyone in the class was staring at me and Mr. N now, and I told him again, I'm not comfortable with taking my hoodie off. He then demanded me to take it off. I refused again. This went on for a few minutes and I took it off of me, but still kept the sleeves over my arms. He told me to take the sleeves off and I did. I was tired of his shit, so I threw the hoodie down and crossed my arms so people still wouldn't be able to see my wrist. He asked, are you giving me attitude? I said, no. He told me to drop my arms. I stared at him for a few seconds and he said it again, drop your arms. I did, and everyone saw my wrists. A few people gasped and a few people just stared at Mr. N. He opened his eyes kind of wide and told me to put the hoodie back on. He got fired not too long after, and people talked about it for mothers after. I changed schools after a while, so all's well that ends well. Oh, there was many point the class president stole one of our classmates' phone, left the phone case in the classmate's bag, and gave the phone to her boyfriend from other class. During 3 consecutive days, the whole class was fighting each other. Police came in between. After everything calmed down, our literature teacher would start the subject again, because she loved to see a bunch of teenagers fighting. The roof of the programming room on one of our campuses fell during class time. During my freshman year, there was this app where you could post small texts in secret. The 2 biggest schools of my city, which was my school and the one located 3 streets below, used this app to fight each other, until the point that it got physical. My whole school went down to fight them. The police got involved. We appeared on the news. Got a whole week of speeches about how this behavior is unacceptable, and they couldn't kick out the whole school due to this incident. Someone activated all the fire extinguishers on the programming campus during class time. Our MySQL teacher broke his arm while playing Truco, also during class time. While we were finishing our assignments during class, our programming teacher was watching hentai, more specifically Bible back. How did we get to know that? He got caught and accidentally shared his screen with all computers of the classroom, and to get even worse, all screens froze. During senior year, one of my classmates was playing with aerosol deodorant and fire, accidentally set up the class president's hair on fire, and the school monitor entered in the room at the same moment that this occurred. They are still friends. Again, with both guys from 7, they started fighting before math class started, and the class president tried to hit that other guy with a punch. He accidentally hit the wall and opened a hole. To make it even funnier, some of our classmates continued to open holes in the wall and the classroom beside ours did the same, because we were the smallest classes of the whole school, around 16 students, because PPL kept getting kicked out or transferred, and we wanted unification. One of the fans in the classroom wasn't working, and the wires were exposed, so one of the guys decided to unite all wires to make it work. It did work, for 5 seconds. It caught on fire. I was sitting under that fan. Dangerous and funny. There was way more incidents. I could go on the whole day talking about it. Finally, this is probably one of the most interesting stories I have in my annal. Here in India shit like this almost never happened, so this happened when I was in my 8th grade, 2013, around February/March, if my memory is correct. So first we need to set the characters. Let's say the main dude is S, and the victim girl F, and 3 other friends, out of which 2 were my best friends at the time. This happened during our social studies, mix of geography and history, class. There is an informant at our door, who calls for my 3 friends, saying the principal wanted to see them. Like the delinquents we were, this wasn't unusual, probably some low test score counseling, or whatever. One of them never got low grades, but we usually caused ruckus. But as I was sitting in the class, one of my friend barges in, tears in his eyes, and picks up his bag and leaves the classroom sobbing. Now, this kind of started to get me worried, cause there were a lot of stupid things we did, but I didn't know for what they're getting busted for. Soon another dude comes in, and this guy was plain crying as he took his bag and the other guy's bag back to the principal's office. Now at this point I was both scared and really curious about what the fuck was exactly happening. So my class ends and our principal, who was apparently waiting outside, barges in and shouts at us to sit down. And she goes on and says, whoever has done it, step forward. Now, at this point I stopped feeling scared and was outright anxious about what was going on. So after another 2 classes, 1:30 minimum later, this S-dude is suddenly called to the principal's office, and he spilled the beans. So a lot of people used to have a crush on this F, and she was basically one of the popular kids in our school. While this S-dude wasn't one of the people who had a crush on her, he was part of the group that didn't like her. So fast forward to the time he gets called, I make a toilet excuse to get out and peek from the bathroom hallway and see this dude begging on his knees, right out of a high school drama, lol, literally. And then he's lifted and dragged to the principal's office by our PET sir. 1 class later we are informed to be on our best behavior as some police officers were inside the building and we didn't want to paint a bad picture. Yeah, right. So now my 3 friends who were apparently framed for something horrible come back up and just sit in a corner trying to stop themselves from crying. So at this point I still Don't know what the fuck was going on, and I found out about the whole thing from the person you'd least expect it, my class ace student, who was also the teacher fav. So the cess dude apparently got drunk and called F's dad, who was an intelligence member in the police department. Talk about bad luck. He curses him in unholy language, in my native tongue, and then texts him saying XXX stuff about his daughter, and framed my other 3 friends. Now I don't know how he thought this would be funny, but he actually did. So there was this constable, lower police rank, who had called my 3 friends and kind of scared them, BCZ of which they were crying. And as soon as the cell service report was generated, my dudes's game was over. To this day I don't know which fact is more crazy, the dudes pulling a crazy stupid prank, or that my class ace near perfect good boy knew about all of this. He was there when S called F dad and didn't utter a word throughout the process. Damn point, yeah, he did some time in jail for being a police officer and eve teasing. 3 things too happened before I got there. Small town high school point seniors did their senior prank. For their prank they tied up a goat to the front flagpole. They thought it would be funny for everyone to come to school there next morning and see a goat right in front of school. Unfortunately, during the night, wild dogs/coyotes came and killed the goat, ate like half of it. So in the morning people came to school and saw a goat carcass scattered across the front lawn. The head football coach and one of the girl pair coaches had an affair together. It was a huge scandal. They ended up divorcing their respective spouses and got married. He was way older than her. This one happened while I was in 8th grade and the guy was in 9th/10th. Can't remember exactly. Guy had perfect attendance, perfect GPA, absolutely no behavior issues. Our dads worked together. Kid lived in the rich part of town. During the summer, he hid in the woods on some hiking trails. He waited for a while and finally saw this little 2nd grader riding his bike. He got away from his mom and zoomed ahead. Guy jumped out of the woods and brutally stabbed the 2nd grader over and over until he died, then ran off. The little kid's mother came up and discovered her little boy like a minute later. Guy ran to a house under construction, covered in blood, and told the workers to call the police because he just murdered a kid, then sat down and waited for police. Obviously arrested and sentenced to life at the state penitentiary where he is in solitary. He pleaded insanity and has been diagnosed certifiably criminally insane by a psych. Apparently his cell is so creepy with the crazy drawings he does. He blamed the show Dexter. We ran in the same circle of friends, so it was really shocking. Guy just had a mental break and murdered a small kid. Still difficult to think about. My high school was pretty tame. We did have some incidents, but I missed most of the crazier ones. So my incident is relatively mild and mostly just happened to my class my junior year. I took a chemistry class. I could go on about how crazy my chemical teacher was, and not in a good way, but for the sake of this story I'll just say that, for someone who was supposed to teach chemistry, she wasn't exactly the brightest. She decided that it was a good idea to have the class make their own food calorimeters out of modeling clay and tinfoil. Essentially, we were building tiny furnaces that we would burn a piece of food in, measure the increase in temperature, and use that to estimate how many calories are in it. Some of you have probably already done similar in one of your classes. So what's the problem? Well, before we started the experiment, she warned us to not make our calorimeters entirely out of clay, and to especially not make the insides of our calorimeters out of it. Turns out, the clay we were given is a kind that doesn't react well when exposed to an open flame. Point, you probably know where this is going. Someone, whether intentionally or not, burnt their clay. In just a couple minutes, the whole room was filled with noxious fumes. Nobody got sick, but the teacher had to evacuate the lab, and at that point just called off the whole experiment. I, for some reason, hated that experiment, and was never happier to get out of doing something at school. There were a lot, but 2 spring to mind immediately. 1, English class of sophomore year. We were going around the room reading Candide aloud. When it comes to this one kid's turn, we have to stand up when it's our paragraph, so the whole class can hear us better. Pretty big room, like 45 kids. He stands up, gets a couple sentences in, then starts to look confused, like he doesn't know how to say a word. Teacher says it for him, but he doesn't say anything else for a few seconds. Just stands there. Then after 5 to 10 seconds he blurts out "sees" and his legs give out, smashes his temple right into the corner of another student's desk, falls face first onto the floor, so he's bent over propped up on his knees and face and starts jerking his whole body. He had a massive grand mal seizure for a solid 6 minutes. An ambulance had to rush to the school and take him off. Apparently a seizure longer than 5 minutes is a medical emergency, and for the rest of the next 2 years at school he never came without his seizure dog. Every class he was in from then, he had to give a lesson at the beginning of the semester to everyone about what to do when he has one, and how to watch his dog's behavior to better tell when one was about to happen. He had a couple more, but that one was by far the worst. 2. Another kid who was well known for his ability to acquire drugs came to school faked up on oxycodone and some kind of benzos, probably Xanax, stumbling into people in the hallway, passing in and out in classes, etc. A friend of his happened to have a bunch of syringes full of basically pure caffeine sludge, for whatever fucking reason, I don't know, and he gives them to the faked up guy. Within 15 minutes of drinking it in his soda, he's basically bouncing around like he's on 30 milligrams of Adderall or something. Talking real fast, rambling, eyes dilated as hell. Some dumb kids decided they wanted this ultra pure caffeine too. So about 8 of them each have 1000 milligrams in some sodas, and for the first 20 minutes or so they're fine, just hyper like the first kid. But then they start sweating. They're running to the bathroom to throw up. They're dizzy, barely standing up, word slurring, eyes vibrating back and forth really fast. They have no idea what's going on. They start getting pissed off at each other and kind of shoving themselves until 2 of them fall over and pass out. Long story short, ambulances came, again, got a few of the kids out, and the one who brought the caffeine got expelled for drugging other students, and they all learned a pretty shitty lesson about why you shouldn't be idiots when it comes to drugs, even harmless ones like caffeine. A few come to mind strangely enough. They all happened to our juniors. These events were either from last year, at the start of this school year, or this 2020. This, however, was the most recent one. TW/blood. Someone in grade 8 was bought a cake in class, usually, as gross as this sounds, instead of eating it, PPL would play with it and spread the icing across each other's faces. That's exactly what they did. Well, one of the classmates was cleaning himself up in the bathroom. As he exited, someone spread icing on him again. In anger, he punched the bathroom mirror. He not only broke the glass, but he broke his hand in the process as well. The shards even hit someone nearby. There was so much blood. The worst part truly is the guy's hand state. It was littered with cuts. As expected, there was a long cut from his knuckles to his wrist. Bones were sticking out as well. Apparently, he's unable to use that hand for the time being because ligaments got torn. I was able to see the hand for myself because our class president had a picture of it. I think her brother, who was in grade 8, took it. I don't know. As someone who adores horror, I don't typically mind gory scenarios and of the like. However, even I got sick from the picture. As I've mentioned before, there are several other events that come to mind. Allow me to briefly share the following as honorable mentions. Grade 9 guy's dad caught him playing in the nearby billiards. Yes, there's one literally across our school. Grade 9 dude was drunk as hell, so he started yelling at his own dad in front of others in their grade 9 girl, drunk. Yet again, was brought home super late at night by a couple of dudes whom her parents didn't recognize. Girlie refused to identify who those boys were. Amidst Pascu Day, which is basically where the school facilities and ongoing classes are to be evaluated by other important teachers from elsewhere, 2 guys in my batch got into a fight in the canteen. The guy that got punched was covered in blood, so our teachers decided to hide them in the coordinator's room as the Pascu people were about to leave. My teacher, a coordinator, remarked, "Those 2 couldn't even wait to throw fists at each other until the evaluators left." Obligatory, not me or a high school, but I had a friend who had this kid in his very Christian middle school. Like a sub made them stare at lights all gym class once to practice going into the light. Anyway, there was this one kid, I'll call him B for privacy obviously. B would constantly harass people. He would take notes people had given to my friend and rip them up before my friend could read them. He would mock one girl for her self-harm and would be a complete jerk. Normal kid stuff, I guess. Anyway, my friend and I chatted online a lot and through games. Constantly B would tell my friend exact quotes from one of our chats or his other chats. These were from our private conversations and game servers. It was super creepy. At one point B found my friend's sister's number and started texting her. Now his school made them put their phones in numbered pouches. Normal, right? Well, B stole 3 phones and put porn on them. I also have another story about a kid we'll call Jay who harassed me. So basically Jay always had an e-pointer with him until he wasn't allowed to have one anymore. Jay made very dark jokes about death and killing. It always creeped me out. Anyways, one day Jay was talking, or bragging I should say, about drowning his neighbor's cat. It freaked me out and I stopped being anywhere near him. Jay also had a huge crush on me to the point where he would make really sexual comments about me to my friend right in front of me. I was going to the same friend's house one day when Jay was following us and tried to throw a giant rock at us. Jay tried to break my friend's arm once. Jay stabbed people with pens. Jay once purposely sprayed a girl with Pepsi to the point where she chased him around the school with scissors. One time Jay was bugging my friend and she told him to stop. He didn't, so she pushed him out of her space because he was super close. He fell on purpose and smashed his glasses. He then started beating my friend. So Jay was very unstable. Lastly, Jay was making racist comments to exchange students and talking about how he lied to get his friend expelled. Jay never got in trouble for anything. Nobody ever did anything. Getting slapped in the face in front of my classmates and not doing nothing because the damn kid was like 3 years older than me, and if it hit him back it probably wouldn't live to tell the tale. The reason? Well, it was a setup because I was a pretty annoying kid and some teachers despised, and since he was the biggest one in my class they gave him the task of slapping my beaches senseless. All I did to the actual guy was close the door in his face in a funny playful intention and then opened him and sat on my chair, and that was when he looked me real serious in the eye with murderous intent and marked his hand on my cheek. Everyone was shocked, like if the whole classroom got slapped, and then the teacher sent us to the dean's office and all he got was a slap on the wrist, and all they gave me was a bag of ice to put on my face. Like damn, I knew they hated, but I didn't know it was that much. I was an annoying little bastard, but Jeesh cut me some slack. I don't even think they suspended him, and if they did he could care less, because the guy was an asshole. He didn't give a fuck. I mean, he got left back on the same grade like 3 times. Motherfucker was given exams to pass on to high school because he was too old to be in middle school. Yeah, these events were on middle school, not high school, so I hope you don't mind. But yeah man, I got faked up good. So good in fact that it changed my entire life. Maybe I needed that slap on the face because that shit made me take things more seriously and it made stop being such an annoying piece of shit. Yeah, good things came from that bad experience for sure. I matured a lot. We had 2 incidents. We had an awesome theater teacher. She was just the sweetest lady, and even over the years would adopt/foster kids who lost their parents some way or the other. I've known a few if her kids, and the one thing they all have in common is how much love and respect they have for her. So it was pure bullshit when one entitled beach decided to get her way. She aspired to act, wanted to make it to Hollywood, but she sucked, and theater teacher wouldn't pass her for lack of effort and wouldn't give her lead roles. Because of this, Beach started a rumor that when the L theater team went on out of town trips, theater teacher would let the girls and boys share hotel rooms and encourage the kids to do the dirty. Because the theater teacher was rather unorthodox, the principals and board took Beach's side. Beach even paid some kids off to lie and confirm theater teacher's actions. So sadly she was fired too. My freshman year, my algebra teacher was fresh out of school and a real slimeball. I was super enthusiastic about learning, so I always sat at the front and did my best to keep involved in the lesson, and this guy has the nerve to make fun of my passion for learning. I'm trying to follow the lesson and he's joking with the student, just chilling at his desk and telling us the answers to homework and tests. Well, it wasn't 2 months into his job that the idiot is fired, and then some for sexual advances on a female student. What I loved was the girl knew better than to go to the principal. She went to our ROTC instructor. The man was / is seriously a blessing from the Lord. A 5 feet 7 inches, Master Gunnery Sergeant United States Marine Corps, retired. He got up out of his desk, walked straight over to Slimeball math teacher's room. As soon as he opened the door, Perv knew he was in trouble. Master Gunny, as we called him, walked the guy straight to the principal's office and made him confess to principal his actions. After that, for the rest of the semester, our class along with another class were joined together and got to use the theater as our classroom. It was fun, like being in a class at a university. Well, the high school where I studied has several locations in the city where I live, Lima, Peru, so I will put 3 incidents. In fact, many things happened, but I think these are the most important. This happened in my first year of high school, equivalent to 7th grade in other countries. It turns out that in the bathroom, if I'm not mistaken, they had found 2 boys of 5th grade, 11th in other countries, the last school grade here, smoking pot. I think in the end they were expelled, because in the remainder of that year I did not hear their names again, nor see them. This I found out later. It turns out that my chemistry teacher was retired because he was harassing the girls, especially those who were in the senior grades, 4th and 5th, or 10th and 11th in other countries, year of high school. Before that, rumors had spread throughout the school. It was finally true. This happened last year, at another location. By that time I had already graduated from school. It turns out that in a classroom in the 5th year of high school, 11th, at that location, a boy carried a loaded gun to school. He had hidden it in his backpack. Apparently, he pulled the gun in class and showed it to his partner. In my high school, for each classroom there is a tutor, apart from the teacher who is giving class at that time. He was manipulating the weapon and shot. He ended up killing the aforementioned partner and wounded another in his leg. Never before has there been such a serious incident at school. It was a shock to everyone. My history teacher, with whom I speak through social networks, told me that after that they took talks to know how to deal with these situations. Sorry if there's something that is wrong written. English isn't my native language. In the 8th grade there was this special kid who was on my bus, the kind that needed a teacher with him. But anyways, I wasn't at school one day and I guess that same kid was masturbating on the stage in the morning. No one seemed noticed except for a handful of people in the 10th grade. One of my buddies lit this small hill on fire before the school. The fire was past the 2nd floor. I remember telling to the teacher there's a fire and he just didn't seem to care. All he did was close the blinds. Both of the school were on lockdown because someone was walking around with a AR-15 on the other side of the river. I live in Canada and gun laws are pretty strict. Turns out it was just some dude walking around with a umbrella. Trench coats were banned. Some kid came to school with 15 knives before my time during 4/20. The school cop set up this huge raid on the trail to catch stoners. I guess there was over 20 police officers hiding in the bushes, in the trees, and had cruisers waiting to rush in and close of the main exits. They used to do this cool thing where teachers would do practice lockdowns and design it themselves. The football nurse did it one year. She got 4 of her cop friends to come with ski masks and whatnot and take kids to the cafeteria. Sounds really cool in theory, but they were told to be rough with the footballers and other tough looking guys. A bunch of them were literally dragged and thrown in, and it had the other kids believed they were all going to die. I think one girl got PTSD and ended up dropping out. In grade 7 the gym teacher's teacher student had to end his 6-month program 5 months early because he convinced 2 students to meet him at his place. A few things happened. My brother called in a bomb threat using a stolen cell phone because he didn't want to go to school that day. They caught him. He was 14 I think, and didn't face charges. I searched his room at the request of the police. We shared a room for most of our lives, so I knew his tricks and found a total of 3 phones, some money, a game system, couple of other stolen things. School counselor got fired. Lots of rumors about why. Learned a couple years ago that he'd been arrested for possession of child porn and had gone to a different district after being fired. One of the high school teachers was faking a student and got fired. Someone filled the locks on every external door with solder for their senior prank. The cops were called and it was very dramatic. I was homecoming prince because someone thought it would be funny to nominate the least popular kid in the school and I won. Very scandalous. 2 girls in the year ahead of me got pregnant and that class was known as the STD class because they all gave each other chlamydia or something. The same class had a rich, by our standards, girl who joined Peter, went to some store or other, bought all the lobsters and released them in the river. Came to school proud of herself and cried when she was reminded of the lesson they just had about lobsters vs crayfish. All of this in a town of less than 1,000. A varsity FB and lacrosse player was nearing a full boat on graduation. He sold weed to a girl who got too high and also left some extra in her locker. When she went to the nurse she said she thought it was laced, and when the nurse asked who sold it to her she said everything. Kid got expelled. A year or 2 later, pot got decriminalized. One of the more popular goofball kids got in a car accident with his younger brother. The younger brother lived with some broken ribs, but the older one, who was about a week from graduation, suffered a shattered pelvis, ruptured spleen and brain swelling. I saw the plug get pulled on him. On the way back home, a student called me on behalf of every student at our sophomore social to see how he was. I got the okay to tell them he didn't make it. That night, well over 100 kids showed up to the telephone pole where he crashed into. Teachers were there. Parents and family members. 2 kids that were my bullies were literally crying on my shoulder. He was such a good guy. That one shook the entire school. Edit. The extra weed was in his locker, not hers. That's how he got caught in the end. She didn't even buy as much as she asked for. The pipes we had in our school had lead in them, which nobody did anything about for like 3 years. While I was there we had to use those office water dispensers, and for some reason they left the refills out next to them so anyone could out a new one in. So a couple kids decided to put a bunch of laxatives in the water. About 10 kids got really sick and the school took all of the water dispensers out except for the ones in the office in the library. I've been graduated for about 2 years and as far as I know they still haven't fixed the pipes. Another time someone tried to shoot themselves on the football field. The principal also had an affair with one of the teachers, and after he resigned his replacement was fired for stealing confiscated drugs from the dean's office. The students also had a tradition of pulling the fire alarm like every 2 weeks. It happened 3 times during finals week 1 year. And this isn't really an incident, but one time I was in class and a bird flew in followed by some kid chasing it, and he just reached up and grabbed it out of the air, said sorry and left like nothing happened. Shout out to PPS, you guys are doing great. Edit. I also remember seeing 2 freshmen eat a bunch of oxes and odd at school. Luckily neither of them died. My choir teacher got caught sending nudes to a choir boy. His parents got to open up a Snapchat to a half-naked woman in a towel. We all knew she was doing that well before she got caught. It wasn't evidential, but it didn't help that she invited him to hang out with her while she was supposed to direct us. She would put us in sections while she'd cuddle with him watching videos. Caught that on my last day. She was always gossiping to my choir how she was hanging out with him. When class time was over, she was inviting the student to hang out during lunch period. She wasn't a smart one. Anyways, she went my beginning of the 2nd semester of my sophomore year. She told her students that she was taking care of an ill family member in Texas. Our principal told the choir kids she was fired. Then, her glorious mugshot popped up all over the news. Everyone screams, "I told you so," in unison. She eventually went to prison, but the choir boy was still in love with her. Last I was told, he would visit her in the slammer waiting for the day she is released. A new choir director did join our school, and what was the first thing he did? Removed all of the couches and chairs of the choir room, disinfected the pews, and replaced the furniture. 3 incidents that I can remember. Grade 9, a white cheerleader started spreading rumors about an indigenous girl, who we will call T. Really nasty rumors. If I remember correctly it was that T was committing incest with her brother. T was not the type of person to brush that off or take it up with an adult. I was in a history class with both of them, and the cheerleader was excused to go to the office for some reason, and T followed her out. T caught up to her and starting absolutely beating the shit out of her. The senior star quarterback saw this happening outside of his open classroom door and rushed out to try and pull T off of the cheerleader, and T threw him against a wall and continued to punch the cheerleader until about 5 grown men managed to get her off. I saw all of this happen firsthand as I had followed T out of the classroom with the excuse of needing to use the washroom. I had to give a statement to the police. I have zero idea what happened to T, but the cheerleader ended up moving away and became a born-again Christian who's now married with kids. Grade 11, a girl, who we will call M, contracted chlamydia from her boyfriend, who had cheated on her with another girl in our school. In response, M broke into the main office and got on the speaker system and announced to the entire school that she was going to kick that chlamydia-filled skank's ass. I'm unsure what happened immediately afterwards, but I know that M was arrested afterwards and never came back to the school. Grade 12, the day before graduation rehearsal, all of the seniors went to the beach for an unsupervised party. People were faking in the beach grass, 2 people got arrested for drunk driving, and a guy nearly died after his tent somehow caught fire with him in it. Rehearsals were a rough day for most of us. In my sophomore year, we had a class clown who was kind of a dick in our grade named Jeffrey. He would constantly interrupt teachers and talk back and try to be funny, but not actually end up being funny. And we had one teacher, Mrs. Terrell, who was kinda new and people were a little scared of her because she seemed really tough and no nonsense. She wasn't. She just cracked down on kids who were assholes and was actually very funny and nice if you did your work like you're supposed to. Jeffrey and Mrs. Terrell always went back and forth with each other, getting into arguments or Mrs. Terrell having to tell Jeffrey to just be quiet and take his notes, etc. One day, while she was lecturing, I guess Jeffrey just really got on her last nerve. She just silently left the room and nobody knew where she went. She comes back like 2 minutes later dragging in an empty cardboard box that used to hold a bunch of smartboard parts. Hey, remember smartboards? Does anybody even use those still in schools? She set it in the front of the room and told Jeffrey to get in the box. He was, naturally, like, what? And she just repeated, calm and firm, get in the box, Jeffrey. And so he does. He sits with his knees pulled up to his chest, inside of this big cardboard box with the top open. She grabs a Sharpie off of her desk and then kneels down to write the words "bad kid" fought across the front of the box. Caps the Sharpie, goes back to the side of the room with the projector, and continues lecturing. Like before. Ends up stirring a massive controversy, one that nearly had the school sued by Jeffrey's parents, who claimed she was specifically targeting him because he had Asperger's and that they had traumatized their son, which really didn't make much sense to us because Jeffrey thought it was fucking hilarious and was totally cool with getting out of taking notes for the rest of class. There were protests held outside our school for like a week trying to get her fired. Long story short, she didn't get fired. A HuffPost article ended up being written about the incident, and I ended up having her again for US history the following year. Here's the article for those curious. Edit, spelling. There's 4 that I can remember. The first one needs context. My school had given all the teachers iPhones so that they could communicate with parents, students, and staff. Well, there was a new 6th grade teacher. My school had 6, 12. I was in 8th, I think, who had just gotten out of college and was pretty hot. She was taking nudes on that phone and sending them to her boyfriend rather than using her personal. A kid got in trouble and had to go call home with her phone. She sent him out and went on with the lesson, and he went through her texts and found them. He ended up sending them to himself and then told his friends, and they were everywhere. The second was with a teacher and a senior who didn't exactly hook up but were sexting. The last 2 happened my senior year and blew everyone away. Someone made one of those exposed Snapchat accounts. A bunch of girls got their nudes posted. I don't recall the staff finding out, but every senior knew it was crazy because my school didn't really have things like that pop up, and everyone was so worked up over seeing the bad girls' pics. Finally, one of the school's longest and most valued teachers had an intimate relationship with a senior the whole year she was married her, and her husband had dated since they were 16. They also had 2 kids. It was pretty fucking crazy watching it all unfold. Since no one knew officially, rumors had started, till literally the last day of school the kid had told his best friend because he felt bad and awkward, but really he just got Caught, so all this shit was going down around graduation time, and it was hilarious. While I was in school, 2 major incidents, and long after I left there was another rash of events I heard about since my family still lives there. Point first was a teacher sophomore year. Class sponsor and special ed teacher who was just an absolutely amazing human being. Night after my first concert me and my friends went to, I stayed home. I got a call from a friend who was a bit of a joker, said our class sponsor died. Allergic reaction to penicillin or something, and died on his front step at 40 years old. Really just a crazy and terrible event. Point senior year was an absolute fuck up. Bunch of kids who were big partiers in the popular crowd were having a party at one of their houses. One guy who was supposed to be babysitting his disabled younger sister and her friend who was sleeping over went home high and drunk. Not sure of exact events, likely trying to cook something high and drunk, but the house burned down, and he died along with the 2 disabled young girls who couldn't physically get away themselves. School suddenly was concerned with kids who were busted for drinking, when they ignored it 4 years with full knowledge. Kids kicked out of extracurricular clubs and sports. Giant mess after that. Well, after I was gone there was a rash of student deaths. A kid was riding his bike and wiped out or shot into traffic and was killed when struck by a car. Within a week or 2, his girlfriend and her friend stood in the train tracks in front of an Acela train and were killed. Another friend backed out last minute and saw them die. This was during school a few blocks from the HS. Another kid also committed suicide in that time frame, but may have been unrelated. Was a dark time in the small neighborhood. I posted this on, but it belongs here. When I was in middle school, my band teacher often had an assistant director that would take over on days that she was out, or just direct, while she handled other things around the class. His name was Mr. Bo, pronounced like Bo in Boaty. Now lem just tell you, I absolutely fucking hated Mr. Bo. I despised him to his very core. Everything about the man repulsed me. Something felt disgusting piece of shit about him from the first moment I saw him. However, I had never actually spoken to the man in the 3 years I'd been around him, 6th through 8th grade. He didn't even know I existed. I was a trombone player, so I sat in the very back of the orchestra, behind like 5 or 6 other rows of chairs, with flutes and other wind instruments up front, and brass, me, and percussion in the very back. I just watched him teach us from afar, and when we went out of state to play in other places, I'd see him in passing, doing his usual pleasant routine with all the other band kids. Shaking hands, smiling, laughs, jokes, whatever. Everybody in all the band classes loved Mr. Bo, and any time I would admit my repugnance with his very existence, it was always met with "You're just being mean, he's really nice," or "I don't know, I like him. He's cool." But I still stuck to my guns. He wasn't faking cool. He wasn't cool at all. We all graduated middle school and went on to the high school band classes. The band teacher there had a great relationship with our middle school band teacher and also had Mr. Bo assist directing from time to time. When I was in my 10th grade year, that's when we all found out Mr. Bo had been inviting the middle school boys to his house, drugging them, and molesting them. Everybody was shocked, but to me, it was almost like an "aha you motherfucker" moment. That's when I learned to trust my gut feeling, no matter what logic I'm provided. He was set to go on trial for these allegations, but ended up killing himself before then. In the locker room we would try to get someone to look at our balls while they were out, just like that movie Waiting with Dane Coconut Point. So it got to the point where 50+ high school kids had their balls hanging out trying to get someone to look at it so they could get smacked on the back of the neck, better known as a gill. Things escalated to the point where we putting our balls on each other. Literally, if someone was sitting down and tying their shoe, someone would put their balls anywhere below the shoulder. Common rules: if it's above the shoulder it didn't count. When that wasn't enough, you had guys running around the locker room naked. One unfortunate day our pet teacher comes in because it's about 15 minutes past the start of class. To his surprise, it's a bunch of faking naked kids running around screaming, "Look at my balls." Yes, I was one of them. This gym teacher was cool as fuck. Instead of outing us all, he told the principal that there was bullying going on in the locker rooms about body shaming and making fun of each other's dicks, but he didn't want to give any names because he spoke with the bullies and victims already. So the principal held an assembly saying that there is nothing to be ashamed of, we are all still growing, and some faster than others. That bullying will not be tolerated, and from now on no full nudity in the locker rooms. This faking gym teacher told the principal we were bullying each other because of our small dicks. In the end no one got in trouble, but all the faculty and girls had their laughs. On the last day of school my junior year, a big friend group of mine were all huddled up in the parking lot around another friend's car. I was getting off the bus debating to go over. Luckily I did not. One of my close friends had told me he was getting drunk on his last day before summer. He did, and so did many others. He brought a half-gallon of cheap vodka and him, and like 6 others finished it off. Few hours later into exams, another friend tells me that the friend who brought it was passed out drunk in the locker room. So a few guys got together and skipped exams and drove him home in his car. Everything was fine and dandy. That was until another drunk idiot decided to wander the halls. Obviously got caught. He ratted. School watched the parking lot footage and identified a few kids. They all got in huge trouble. Blackout locker room friend woke up after being brought home to cops at his door. He got arrested and charged. He had an amazing basketball career in the school, one of the star players. He got kicked off the team, had a 10 suspension like the others. Into our senior year the kid dropped out, moved to Florida with his mom, became a drug dealer, flaunting pistols and drugs on his Snapchat. Got a few distribution charges. Fast forward about 3 years into current time, and he gets a girl from high school pregnant. When he came back to visit recently, she went back to Florida and he ended up beating the shit out of her while she was carrying his child. The rest of the kids made it out alright. It's just sad to see this guy go down the path he did after being a really good kid and having a bright future. But people talked about the alcohol incident the whole summer and senior year. It was a huge thing. I'm still thankful I didn't go see them that morning. TLDR, star basketball player gets hammered drunk last day of school and get her arrested. It was called the school name drive. It made headlines in the national news for almost a month. Allegedly it was a Google Drive folder with a bunch of nudes of students. Some say it started with the alumni. Others say it was our batch who started it with the help of a perclassman. It was pretty well kept, since there were no reports of it until 6 years of our stay, until a girl snooped around a guy's laptop and found nudes of our schoolmates. The whole thing was so controversial, from the way the school's justice system illegally obtained evidence, confiscating phones and laptops, going through files and messages, forging statements, using other students to get info from the suspects, etc., to the clash between the boys' statements and the girls' statements with threats of a lawsuit between them, and also the school. The most faked up thing about it is how the girls just pointed fingers to the guys they had a grudge against, innocent or not, and they were the ones who got hit the hardest. Not even the most notorious pervs, most likely suspects, were given any repercussions, nor were they heavily investigated. One of my friend's ex was demanding a lawsuit and almost didn't get my buddy through graduation because she framed him that he was sexually harassing her, but my buddy had compelling evidence that she was consensual and she was the one insisting to do sexual stuff. She presented modified text messages to prove her point, but my friend still had their entire unedited convo saved, and she backed out of the case. In the end, some boys didn't march on graduation day. The girls were upset that they didn't get them expelled, so they are ruining the boys' college lives. The true masterminds of the whole operation is still unknown, and the lowerclassmen are continuing their legacy, or so I heard. Oh, I have a couple. My high school went nationally viral because some people decided to hand out N-word passes. That's not all though. 2 years before that, one day, someone put a whites only sign on one of our boys' bathrooms, and because of him, half of the boys' restrooms were locked 24/7 for the rest of the year. The kicker, the kid who put up the whites only sign was Asian. 2. There was an iconic fight between this giant girl. She was overweight too, but I'm referring to her height. I don't fuck with body shaming. Who'd been to juvie 4 times and is a definition of a person you don't wanna fuck with, and a rich girl whose dad played in the NFL because said rich girl was talking big shit about the big girl. Pretty much, it took 4 security guards and this girl's football player brother to get her off of the rich girl. The rich girl got her sheet rocked, but as far as I know, didn't have any real injuries. Who did get injured was our 80-plus-year-old principal, who also stepped in to break up the fight. The big girl pushed her down. It wasn't that severe, but since this woman is older, she was in a cast for a month or two. Now, when the girl who put the paws on the rich girl finally got pride off her, she was dragged into the nearest classroom to just calm down a bit. My school is one of those schools where we eat lunch on the floor in the hallway for whatever reason, and all of a sudden you just hear thwack and glass breaking. She punched out a window in this classroom, and it had cardboard taped over it for the rest of the year. It was iconic, and people could not stop talking about it for years to come. Every faking year someone got hit by a car jaywalking across the street right in front of the school. Some years it was multiple kids throughout the entire year. The worst part? There's 4 whole crosswalks along the entire school. The school is literally along Main Street, with faking sheethead Maryland drivers who I wouldn't trust with a pencil, let alone a 200-pound machine of death, driving like faking idiots, and not paying attention to the high schoolers in the road, who aren't paying attention to the goddamn cars in the road. Here's the most memorable hits. Freshman year to senior year, kids were hit by a service van as they jaywalked over to back. One of them was a star football player with a full ride to college. The one kid died, and the football player was so faked up that he couldn't play anymore, and now he works at the local Weiss supermarket. Sophomore year, a girl left the school to go get lunch for her and her girlfriends, was sideswiped by one car, only to be hit by a jackass in a BMD. She was launched from the road and into the bushes by the sidewalk. When she came back to school, her jaw was faked, was missing an eye, and was still in a wheelchair. The worst part? The jackass tried to faking run and was successful for half the year or so. Junior year, 2 brothers, one of them being an autistic freshman, was hit by a black car which also took off. The autistic kid lived, but was really faked up, walked with a limp for the entire time I was in school, and still does most likely. His brother died when his head hit the side of the curb. Someone told me later that the autistic kid tried to crawl over to his brother, but was stopped by someone who was trying to help them. They were going over to the supermarket to get dinner. Senior year, guy was hit by someone in a red car, which did stop to help. The kid literally just walked across the street while playing on his phone, just expecting people to stop for him. For a while we didn't know if he lived or died, but I personally found out that he died when I returned to school after being out for a few days sick, when I walked into the lunchroom to see a memorial for him on the back wall. These are just the most memorable. You'd figure that 4 years of this and the 4 faking crosswalks would be enough to stop this, but nope. Still faking. Hear about kids getting hit every other month. Word of advice: don't faking jaywalk. Just because you can't see a jackass driving doesn't mean a jackass driver also doesn't see you jaywalking like a jackass. My sophomore year, I was at a disciplinary alternative school. I had gotten suspended for causing something that I guess could be one of the incidents, but a lot of teachers plus staff plus students didn't even know about it when I was allowed back. So I guess it wasn't as big as these, even if it was really shitty for me. Plus I did get suspended for a year plus got in some legal shit. Still, a bunch of adults, who apparently were family members of one student, came in with their phones out, recording students and screaming/arguing with them. Needless to say, it didn't end well, for the most part. A few adults got arrested after one of them started fighting a student. At that same alternative school my sophomore year, there was another fight between 2 students, and one kid punched another out. He had to go to the hospital. He's fine now, by the way. Also, at that same school, again, my sophomore year, a teacher had apparently shoved a pregnant student. He got put on administrative leave, and all the teachers plus staff had to go to mandatory meetings at the regular high school my sophomore year. Prior to going to the alternative school, there were 8 fights an entire day, including a massive fight in front of the school, after they decided to send everyone home early. A bunch of students were arrested for inciting a riot. There were a lot more cops in the school after my freshman year of high school. 2 freshmen, who I knew personally, threatened to shoot up the school. The same thing happened my senior year, but I don't know exactly who it was, since I was at night school by then. There were a lot more than these, but I'm just touching on the bigger incidents and ones that I weren't involved in. Point edit. Also, I just remembered one more. My junior year at the regular day school, a senior brought an unloaded Ike gun to school. He didn't do anything, of course, but it was to protect himself, since the school really isn't in the best area. It happened to one of my former teachers a few years after I graduated. He was a really wonderful, Hallmark Channel movie kind of teacher, a guy who truly, genuinely loved teaching, loved his students. He went to a good school and then went on to teach and later be principal at specifically in low-income high-risk schools. He provided stability, guidance, support, encouragement, and a future to children who would otherwise get none of that from anybody else. He'd been a cheerleader and literally did backflips to encourage his students. If I didn't know the guy myself, I'd honestly assume he was some kind of imaginary real-life Mary Sue. Almost too good to be real. He was also secretly gay. This was in the 90s and early 2000s, when it wasn't exactly taboo to be gay, but also wasn't something it was acceptable to admit publicly. He was so afraid of being outed and being forced to quit teaching that he kept it a secret. Because of this, his love life consisted entirely of random anonymous Craigslist hookups. He was too afraid to have a regular relationship. He missed school a few days in a row without notice, which was really not like him at all, and faculty called the police. They found him beaten and murdered in his home. He'd invited a guy over for sex from a gay chat line. The guy showed up with some friends to rob him instead. There was a struggle, and he was shot. The robbers took electronics and stole his car, but were caught a few days later. 2 of them are in jail. A third got a lighter sentence for testifying against the others. They were just the kinds of people this teacher would have gone out of his way to try to help. 2. His family established a scholarship fund in his honor to help high-risk kids break the cycle. Someone got pulled over and arrested just outside our school and ran away from the cops one day during first period. Before he ran away, he got handcuffed. This is an important detail later. Anyways, genius arrested dude thought the best place to run and hide was my high school. Pretty so we are all on lockdown now because there's a fugitive running from the cops on campus. He wasn't armed or anything and probably didn't pose any threat, but still, lockdown. That's a pretty fun story in of itself, but it gets so much better. One of the vice principals locked the outside door as protocol states. However, he saw the fugitive and confused him for a student, so he let him in the school. Now there's a fugitive running around the hallways hiding from the cops. Great time point, but the plot thickens. The athletic director of our school, which doesn't seem like a big role, but we were a pretty athletic school. So she knew everything about everyone and all the students and staff feared her, saw him roaming the halls, and locked him in her office with about 12 other students for safety. Remember, he is handcuffed, so who knows what anyone was thinking. It took the cops about 20-ish minutes to find him being stowed away by a faculty member. All around great job by the school. Shortly after, the security camera footage was leaked on YouTube. The water balloon ride. It was another normal lunch period in sophomore year, talking with friends, dicking around, the usual. However, what we didn't know, that this lunch period was going to become the most infamous moment in our school's history. Lunch was already reaching its midpoint when all of a sudden, a crowd began to form in the center of campus. My friends and I thought it was just another dumb fight that'll let up after like 30 seconds. And we were right. It was a fight, but not just any fight. It was a water balloon fight. One which was apparently planned by dozens of students the day before. It was a large mass of kids, all flinging and hitting each other with their balloons, which I still wonder how they stashed them all. There was even a super soaker or 2 in the mix. Honestly looked like a ton of fun, but since my friends and I were a rather socially awkward bunch, we just kept to ourselves in our little hangout spot. They played for what felt like ages, but was really 5 minutes, until the eventual large palm of order came crashing down of everyone's fun. The school administrator and several security guard backing her up came and attempted to defuse the situation, and they did, for a hot minute, until the crowd became negative. Boos and jeers spouted from the kids, complaining about their harmless fun being cut short once again by the man. This was when one of my friends and I got interested and decided to make our way into the crowd point. Then what came next was one of the bravest and dumbest actions any hormonal teenager under authoritative pressure could possibly do. He threw a water balloon at the school administrator. Granted, it didn't directly hit her. Security guard came in clutch last minute and clapped that sheet out to the air. Some water still landed on her though, but that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Things were now escalating past the point of no return thanks to brave teenage hero Kyle committing the ultimate sin of harming a faculty worker. He was now being suspended in front of the whole lunch period, which made the crowd even more unruly. Chants of "Let Kyle go" permeated throughout the student body as they voiced their displeasure of seeing one of their own being made an example of. Nothing the faculty was doing was working, so their last weapon of defense had to be put into play. Call the police. Ahead of time. Of course, squadron cars that were waiting outside school gates entered the campus and tried to stamp down the situation with their sheer imposing image. And it worked for a majority of us, quieting down most of the chanting and yelling. However, some weren't budging, some even throwing trash, bottles and whatever was left of the balloons at the coppers in their cars. Unlike the faculty, the cops took none of that shit. Especially from some water balloon wielding adolescents. Law enforcement began to quickly disperse the crowd by force, chasing everyone down with their cars, running around and capturing a few of the anarchic students in an effort to scare us into stopping. It was probably the closest this situation got to a riot, and I would be lying if I said I didn't find it at least somewhat exhilarating, even if I had no part in it. With no choice but to run or risk punishment, I and the rest of the students ran to our next period classes, or whatever classroom we could find, and before we knew it, the riot was over. It was an awesome story to talk about for the next week or so, but as we aged and entered our final years of high school, we realized that our actions were stupid, and it was nowhere even close to a riot as we had envisioned it back then. And now, 9 years later, I think of it as one of the silliest things I ever had the pleasure of experiencing firsthand. But my friends and I will always look back on it as a landmark moment in our school's history, for better and worse. And that was the water balloon riot. So my incident was actually involving my senior prank for school. Usually the pranks were pretty lame. When I was in sophomore year, the seniors just sat in the middle of the hallway, so I wanted to go out with a bang. We planned a huge water balloon fight in the football field or a slip and slide in the hall until we found out the teacher set the pranks up. So we got all these cards that basically said class of 2019. Good luck getting us out of here, and the idea was to hide the cards in inconspicuous places around the school. About day 2 was when all hell broke loose. People were stuffing them in air vents, under the panels in the drop ceiling, tossing them around in the halls. It was like a mini rebellion for the dumb prank that teacher set up. Maybe not as climactic as other events in this thread, but this made my senior year. Edit. There was another incident where a girl got videos of her engaging in activities with the carrot nose of an Olaf plush on Pornhub. It was this whole scandal with a girlfriend of one of the boys from the soccer team finding the vid in her friend's unlocked phones. Needless to say, she was underage, and there was a rumor floating around that police were screening phones. Another story, my sophomore year my jazz choir went to a beach somewhere in southern Washington and rented a fancy house on the coast of the Pacific Ocean for a few days over MLK weekend. This was a yearly thing the choir did as a bonding retreat, so everyone got to know each other better. I can't remember the name of where we went, but basically the layout was a large beach area at the base of a 50-ish foot cliff with a wooden staircase that led to the top where all the houses and shops were. One of the days we were there we all went down and were messing around on the beach doing cheesy beach things, photos, lots of splashing, you know, corny high school stuff. At one point, we were all trying to see who could run out the farthest into the ocean as the waves receded without getting wet when they came in. Well, one wave started coming in, then just kept coming in. There was about 100 foot of beach between the base of the cliff and the ocean normally, but this wave came right up to the base and got a solid 6-7 of water right up to the base of the cliff. The wave picked up large log and took out the staircase, but fortunately a few people were able to get up to a small landing and were able to pull the people out of the mess that was happening on the beach. Most of us got out without any damage. A few people got some scrapes and cuts, but the drum teacher's daughter, who was about 4 at the time, got pretty bashed up and had to be taken to a hospital after. The choir teacher later looked up and saw there was a minor tsunami off the coast. I never verified this, but the wave was insane, so it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Our choir hasn't gone back to that place for pretty obvious reasons. TLDR. On a choir retreat we all almost got taken out by the fury of Poseidon. Ours was a series of shit show chain reactions that led to the greatest conclusion I could have ever hoped for. The senior class above us tried to start a massive slip and slide in the school as the senior prank. It ended in parts of the school flooding, the fire department arriving, and the school being shut down for 2 days. And they still made the slip and slide outside while this all went down. So, the school was on edge for our senior class's prank, which was just a simple lunchroom water balloon fight. Our school resource officer took it upon herself to try and handle the situation by charging at the one black student armed with water balloons. I should mention we live deep in a red Midwest state. All in all, with everyone involved, 2 black students were the only ones to get in real trouble, actually being charged. This is where it gets wild. Memes began spreading like wildfire about the resource officer that got a couple kids in trouble. The 2 kids being charged with misdemeanors and the suspensions for memes had pretty much the entire town absolutely outraged at our school system. The judge laughed at the school and dropped all charges. Some pretty big name parents in town had some words to say for the district, so they dropped the suspensions as well. One of our assistant principals really stepped his foot down and stood up for the resource officer, which turned out to be a huge mistake. I guess someone got really suspicious of how much he stood up for her and managed to dig up dirt, and the whole school found out our assistant principal had an affair with the resource officer. That last month of school before graduation got real awkward for his daughter, who was in our grade. He later resigned and moved a few hours away to work for another school. Even better, a neighboring town had their senior prank a little later, so the principal there posted on the school's social media celebrating the funny prank at their school and said something like, "So glad the students could enjoy some fun with their loyal principal." TLDR. A slip and slide resulted in our principal's affair with the school officer coming out. We had a teacher in agriculture education that was sexually assaulting female students. It was a very weird situation considering he had just been featured in a magazine article, People, I believe, for his heroic efforts involving abandoned pets during a very large forest fire in the area. Edit. Forgot to mention the former classmate who murdered my 2nd grade teacher's father-in-law. The kid was unhinged, but we got along. He also threatened the school multiple with shootings before being expelled. I was just thankful I was never on his bad side. There was also the time a Bill Elk was on campus with the equivalent of mad cow disease, was charging students and all other sorts of shit. We were on lockdown until it was put down and disposed of. We had a small mountain with our school mascot at the top, a Mustang. Someone climbed up there and glued a DLDO onto where its spinners should have been. Principal had to climb up and remove it. Honestly, for a town of like 2,000 people it was a goddamn mess. 2nd edit. There was also a computer in high school that was somehow not blocked for any website. This was in the yearbook room reserved for the editor because it could handle Photoshop. I was the yearbook editor. I watched a lot of Bourne in my off time. Never got caught. Wonder if anyone knew. Not sure if this qualifies as the incident, as there probably were some more I don't remember or just don't know about. My school wasn't very prestigious, rather the opposite. So in 8th or so grade we had English when 20 minutes into the session the girl sitting closest to the door suddenly asked if it was normal that there was black smoke coming from under the door. Obviously no, it was not. Teacher went to look and opened the door to a huge plume of smoke coming in through the door, closing it instantly. There seemed to be a fire on our floor and either the speaker in our classroom or the fire alarm entirely malfunctioned. The whole class was now in distress, some really scared for their lives as the school was known for its bad fire safety. No fire doors, no fire ladder/staircase in that part of the building, no fire extinguisher available, obviously outdated fire alarm. And the teacher was clearly overwhelmed by the situation. since the fire safety class we had the year before teached us to wait for the fire department to get us out the windows, 3rd floor, rather than try to run through the smoke. We opened the windows and tried to get someone's attention. Right then another teacher, completely painted black from the smoke, burst through the door yelling, "You're still here? Get out quick." So we did go through the smoke. Not only that, the fire itself was right next to our door, and we had to go past it to escape. You couldn't see anything but smoke and flames, but luckily everyone made it out mostly unharmed. A few students had smoke poisoning. I believe at least 2 went to the hospital for that, and one of the last students ran against a wall in the corridor completely losing orientation. Luckily our teacher came last, noticed that and took this kid with him. As we went outside we realized we were the last class to exit the school building. Everyone else at the other end of the building knew about the fire before us. I guess there was some form of alarm, just not in our classroom. So after escaping the building, that late I wondered why there was still no fire department to be seen. Turns out they were never called. Someone decided it would be fine and our janitor ended up extinguishing the fire, also having smoke poisoning. Police closed the hallway for a few days for investigation and I believe they found out a jacket had caught fire, maybe from a cigarette. They were speculating a student was smoking in the hallway and put it in there when being almost caught. I'm not sure about that story, but that was their best attempt at finding the cause. After that incident the school finally received some long fought for money for renovation, mostly regarding fire safety. A year later, one day before school starts after school holidays, there was another small fire and the school now received much more money. Finally enough to build this staircase that would have prevented us to go past the flames. Rumors said our school director lit that fire because it was easier to get the needed money that way. About 6 years ago, our tuition fee for the quarter had a significant 5% raise for undisclosed reasons. We were never informed, but everyone had no choice but to comply anyway. Since it's in the middle of the school year we then later found out that the principal went on a month-long vacation in Bora Bora. The next tuition fee for the next quarter seems to have reverted back from the original, without the 5% increase. Parents raised the concern and asked the financing department and stuff. It was confirmed that the principal raised the tuition fee so she could go on vacation. As to how they pulled it off, we don't know. So teachers, parents, and students alike started a rally on the school grounds, demanding the principal to step down. The principal didn't take it so lightly and threatened to suspend every student that joined the rally, including me, and to fire the teachers that took part. The principal can't do the latter for labor laws in the end. The school commission settled with replacing the principal and cancelling the suspension. The teachers weren't fired, but they ended up resigning in groups over the next few months due to their own reasons. That was then the start of the decline of the school. What used to have a student population of 5,000 plus students. Recently I was informed that they could barely reach 2,000. All of the good teachers I had at the time were all gone, and last time I checked, all of the teachers newly graduated. Last I heard, the school will be closing down at the end of the current school year, but I don't think that's true. Boy oh boy, where do I start? Years before I got to high school a deaf girl gave birth in the bathroom. Before I got to my high school a kid brought a gun to school to sell. I don't know how, but they found him out, and he booked it out of the school and tossed it in somebody's yard. Anyway, the high school and my middle school were on lockdown. Later that year they had a riot. Apparently a bunch of kids, 10 to 20, got into a fight and fought in the dean's office. When the parents were called in, they also started fighting. My freshman year there were 2 memorable fights. One time this girl chucked a history book at another girl's head. Another time this couple was fighting, and the girl chased the guy around the school beating him with an iPad. Also the main entrance got tagged by the King Killers. Sophomore year this girl's pictures got leaked of her getting gangbanged in the woods as part of a gang initiation. A girl went into labor during class. Junior year this quiet kid got caught getting head in the girl's bathroom from a girl who didn't speak English. Senior year there was another riot where there was like 8 fights in 10 minutes and the cafeteria vending machine got busted and a dean office window got busted. After I left there was a video of some kids fighting and he was beating him with a wet floor sign. I actually have videos of the last two. This kind of shit happened all the time. It was normal to have 1 to 5 fights in a day. This isn't everything, just stuff off the top of my head. Not going to give the specific name. And it wasn't mine. I went to a school system that had a west, north, south, and central high school. Each of the schools had their own specific vices, and even though they were 4 different schools, they were all closely linked. West had violence. There were a lot of fights, and we had a lot of members of gangs from opposing sides go there. Nothing heavy duty, no gun or death threats, that I know of. Needless to say, this was the one I went to. Just hallway skirmishes that were broken up within 2 minutes. South had the drug problem. Central was in the rich part of the city suburbs, so they had the hazing/prep thing. Point North was the Sech one. Even before this incident, it was wildly known, and for high schools, that's saying something. That's where this thing came from. Point One of the teachers did born in her younger years. It was 20 to 30 years after the fact. Turns out her mom had cancer, and she helped with it that way. But some student, I like to imagine he was an asshole, because he ruined this woman's life, came to her after class, and mentioned he and his buddies had seen her. It blew up. She resigned. The only reason I remember it so clearly is because in my junior year there, driving home after a dinner, I turned on the local radio, and they were talking about it, and the host said, and if you are a parent sending your kids there, and if you're saying you don't have a problem with it, you are either a bad parent or lying, and that made me mad. That kind of blanket statement, after so long after the fact. Ugh. Where I'm from, on the last day of grade 12 it's traditional for people to do elaborate pranks. Putting the school up for sale, planting a biggest tree in the football field, slip and slide down the hallways, you know. Traditional stuff. Point on my last day, it got hella out of control. Firstly, there were live lobsters in every toilet, which is cruel as fact to those lobsters. Secondly, there were rumors that people were going to go super old school and set off a stink bomb. Instead, 3 separate smoke bombs went off. One vending machine exploded. They evacuated us 3 times and had to eventually call off the rest of classes because they weren't sure if there was going to be more explosions or now. There were a ton of charges were pressed against a bunch of guys who set it up. They all ratted on each other. I also want to just mention one that's well known at UBC in Vancouver. I wasn't there, but it's lived on in infamy. UBC's engineering department generally also pulls some big stunts at the end of the year. One year they took apart a car and reassembled it at the top of the school's big clock tower for all to see. Funny, right? Well, how do you top that? The next year they had the bright idea to walk a cow to the top of the clock tower. It's kinda funny until you remember that cows' knees don't bend the same as ours and that it's physically impossible for them to walk downstairs. They had to kill the cow to get it down. Well, we had many. Point freshman year we had a coach have a relationship with a girl. Don't know many details. Sophomore year we had a kid get bullied so hard she went to the kitchen and got a knife to stab the bully. Of course then the bully went on the local news and said how scared he was and shit. Everyone at our school knew it was bullshit, but it made our school look a bit worse. I don't remember anything happening junior year, but it's possible the next event happened in junior year instead of senior year. I honestly don't remember. In senior year I was in my history class, about 5th period, when it came over the intercom for everyone to stay in their class. Even if the bell rang, no one was to go into the hall. A bit later we saw an ambulance outside the class window, so we knew whatever happened wasn't good. It turned out in gym class a kid was drowning in the pool. The lifeguard didn't notice until it was too late and the actual teacher was in the pool office. I was told he was ordering uniforms or some shit. Point the kid was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Point there were candles outside our school entrance for the rest of the year, and the day after we had a moment of silence and everything. Pretty sure the gym teacher was fired. And still even after graduating, I have heard rumors that another teacher, my old history teacher, was having sexual relations with another student. Which is still only rumors, but still point, and not really an incident, but there were mice and still are mice in our school. But, oh well, point at it. Also during freshman and sophomore year some kid tried to climb over a stopped train. Happens often. And the train started again. And he lost a leg. I had two. Shortly after 9/11 and the start of the war in Afghanistan, an American named John Walker Lind was found fighting for the Taliban. He had gone to my high school, which was in a liberal area of the San Francisco Bay Area. The right-wing press had a field day and our school was viciously attacked for being a terrorist training school. The worst was that he had also gone to the alternative school in the district that serves students who don't function well in a standard school setting. Those teachers pour their heart and soul into educating their students any way they can, and those teachers got the brunt of America's wrath. Remember, this was mere months after 9/11. America was still reeling from the attacks, and what this guy did was without question traitorous, but those poor teachers had nothing to do with it. Near the end of the day, one of my classmates was walking the halls opening random empty lockers. Then he opened one and a pipe bomb fell out. I knew something was wrong when the fire alarm went off near dismissal. The teachers were confused, and the administrators were rushing us out the door with scared looks. We all piled into the football field, which was gated, and had a small point of entry and quickly realized that, if something were to happen, we were screwed in there. It turns out the bomb was not real. A couple students had made it, but had no intention of actually making it functional. But I'm pretty sure they were expelled. This was also in the early 2000s, shortly after Columbine, so the idea of mass shooting or bombing in a school was still a new thing. Lots of school policies changed after that day. I remember a few, though it's been 9 years since I graduated, so my memory is a bit fuzzy in places, but here goes. The first one goes to my junior year. One of the sophomore kids, maybe freshman, was walking down the hallway either going to or from the bathroom, and he had a pencil with him, tossing it in the air as he went. Somehow, with the accuracy of faking Deadshot, he managed to throw it so hard and in such a way that the point hit the sprinkler system and caused it to go off in the foreign language section of our school, covering that entire section of the school with a half-inch of water on the floor. Another goes to my sophomore year maybe. It was a normal day. I guess we had a test or something. Who knows? But we got evacuated from the school because of a bomb threat. After about 10 to 15 minutes, we were allowed back inside. From what I was told, it was started by a kid who didn't want to take a test that day, but the funny part wasn't that, it was the fact that he probably should have paid more attention in English class, because instead of a bomb threat, we had a boom treat. Last one was actually in middle school, but it just came to mind, so here goes. I was in 5th grade or so, and there was an event in our area. A pedophile had managed to try and attack a kid, as they do, by offering the kid goldfish crackers. However, instead of asking the kid, hey, do you want some goldfish, he said, do you want some fish crackers? So everyone, from middle and high school, from what I heard, made the joke of you want some fish crackers, and it was funny for quite a few days. Imagine you're just sitting in class, minding your own business, taking notes while the teacher lectures. Then you hear rustling and bumping from up above. Then suddenly a freshman falls from the air vent and lands on your desk, before falling to the floor writhing in pain. Yeah, some kids hoisted a smaller kid into the air vents, and then he crawled around in there. But I guess he got to a grate, or whatever that was loose, and he fell into a classroom. From what I heard, he was suspended for a long time. And one time someone took a sheet on the floor next to the toilet. Of course it was the boys' room. It smelled horrendous, and a third one that doesn't quite count, but the circumstances made me chuckle at the time. Despite my high school being rather upscale, but not hoppity-toppity, there was a threat made out that a shootout between gangs would take place at the bus loop. Normally, our school had security roaming campus on foot or on gators. High school had several separate buildings connected by an outdoor quad area. There were maybe 3 to 5 security officers and 1 police officer. But that day, police were everywhere, covering every inch of campus like mountain lions staking out their territory. Some patrolled the campus on dirt bikes, which of course, lots of kids thought were cool, and would ask the officers if they could ride them. The shooting never happened, but what made me chuckle was when during the morning announcements, Faculty replaced the student anchors and assured everyone that absolutely nothing was happening. There was no need to be alarmed, and the police were not there because of any sort of rumors. No. It made me chuckle because I realized just how stupid the faculty thought we were. There were several. My freshman year, we had to sit through an assembly because kids got caught playing the choking game. Sophomore year, we fired the shop teacher for getting caught masturbating in his office, not once, but twice. Junior year went off relatively smoothly. Senior year is where it gets weird, as it had several incidences of fuckery. Firstly, a mentally unstable kid left class after being caught selling his Adderall in school and disappeared. An hour after he left, his father realized his handgun was missing, so we got to sit in lockdown until they apprehended him. He was creepily stalking around the school and was caught waiting in the parking lot. Secondly, our girls basketball coach got sexual harassment charges brought down by like half of the freshman class, and they had all sorts of proof, texts, photos, etc. Lastly, there was a hostage situation out at a farm where one of the local dropouts turned farmhand got caught stealing sheet by the farmer's daughter, and he promptly pulled a gun on her, and she immediately called 911. As the sheriff approached him, he shot and took a good-sized chunk out of the sheriff's ear, which apparently enraged the sheriff enough to charge the dude and beat him to within an inches of his life, coma for 2 weeks and an additional 2 weeks in the ICU. Small towns are faked. Where to begin? In order of least to worst, every year we'd have a color wars day where all the grades would dress in colors and things would always get out of control, with clothes getting sharpied or paint thrown on them. One year some students got in trouble trying to bring a goat in. Our German teacher said in the HS her husband went to, which was local. Some students stole a body from the morgue one year and propped it up. This happened with my brother. Every year he was there a teacher got fired. 9th grade. Teacher fired for gross incompetence. Only year I was there for. 10th. Teacher fired for being a creep to girls and clearly showing favoritism when grading. Brother was in a conspiracy to get this guy fired. Someone beat them to it. 11th. Teacher in charge of the National Honor Society got fired for sexism towards the male students. 12th. An infamous calculus teacher got fired right before Christmas break. A student turned in a feedback sheet straight to the office, since she knew it would get thrown out the moment said teacher noticed it was -.1 girl was in a really nasty car accident, suffered traumatic brain injury, and didn't graduate till 2 years later, had to relearn how to walk. Seemed to be a different person as a result. Fate worse than death, if you ask me. Off campus, someone got stabbed to death at a party. This caused a local gang to make a threat to the school. This being rural PA, however, meant the cops were able to stake out just in case. Threat was empty, but people took it seriously despite being a safe area, and there was a major gang bust in the following days. The local paper had probably at least a dozen mugshots on the front page. It was elementary, but valid enough I suppose. I brought a tiny pocket knife to school one day, and so did my buddy just randomly, and we were like cool, so we decided we'd have a good time just whittling some sticks and carving sheet down on the field by the pond my school had at lunch, and next thing you know we are getting drug into the principal's office. My buddy ditched his knife cause he knew what was going on, and I didn't think about it until it was too late. They brought in police officers, and when they found my knife on me, they handcuffed me and wanted to charge me with some bullshit, and they kept an officer watching the door making sure I don't escape, while they call my parents and try and tell them the situation. I'm in 2nd grade mind you, and I was scrawny enough that I easily slipped out of the handcuffs with a little force, because they were full size. And there was obvious wiggle room, because of my size. So my dumbass decides to try and escape, but this cop is still in the doorway, so I jump on his back and start beating him, which I now realize was the dumbest thing I could possibly do, and he instantly manhandles me to the ground and restrains me with my arm behind my back, almost to the point of pulling my elbow out of socket. And when my parents arrive the cops decided I should just be taken home for now while they figure it all out. And when they let me go to my mother, she was in the parking lot, and I tried to run to her, and because I was running, they tackled me and restrained me again, this time with a knee on my head as well. saying I was resisting arrest, and another officer was also pinning me down. One of them pulled a taser out on me, but I don't think he used it. I really don't remember though. At that point I blacked out. Apparently my mom was begging and pleading and trying to push the cops off of me, and eventually they let us leave, and I guess she threatened to sue the shit out of them and their whole department because of how it was handled and how I was treated, and I never got charged for either incident, and it was never mentioned again by law enforcement, lawyers, or school staff, so I assume it was dropped because they knew what they were doing to a kid in the second grade was wrong. Edit. Fixed spelling errors, and wanted to point out that the entire school was present for 90% of this incident, so needless to say I was avoided once I returned to school. I was an instant outcast and even my best friend who was with me that day stopped talking to me. I transferred schools not long after that. And a little fun fact, I've been kicked out of about a dozen schools for all sorts of various reasons lmayo, so good chance I'm responsible for a lot of those incidents. Still graduated high school though. I'm sad I'm so late to comment, but a few things happened at my school starting with elementary. 2 teachers were caught faking standing doggy style on the desk. One of the teachers was thought to be gay, so the fact he was faking a female was a surprise to everyone. Middle school was mostly fights between wannabe gangsters. Apparently one person had their jaw broke against the sidewalk. The year before I entered high school there was a pretty legitimate sounding bomb threat and everyone within 2 blocks of the school got evacuated. Sophomore year a teacher just up and quit. Turns out he had just married an old student of his 2 months after she graduated. Since he quit the district couldn't really do anything. 2 girls almost died trying to get high while smelling the spray cans. After I graduated our sports medicine teacher apparently had sex/rapped a 16-year-old student. He was the nicest teacher anyone ever had and everyone in the community loved him, so it came as a big shock. He never got any jail time because he blamed it on a personality disorder he got after he was ran over by a car. Another time a kid in my class stabbed another classmate in the shin with a pencil. Teacher's wife died in an airplane accident. Was back in the 90s UK when I was still in high school. During classroom change, a Vietnamese boy in my class, I'm Chinese, that I was good friends with got pushed then tripped over in the hallway by 2 lads 1 year older than us. I was with his cousin across the hallway when we saw it happen. We tried to confront them when 2 teachers came out from one of the classroom, so we had to bail and we went to our next class. At lunch break, we split up to investigate which class the older lads were from. When I was on my way back to our meeting point, people were chanting fight in the distance. By the time I got there, the older lads had ran off because they saw 3 teachers from a distance approaching. Both my friends were pretty wrecked, bruised all over, and blood from nose/mouth. They were both given the rest of the day off afterwards, so they could to the hospital. I went to visit them after school. Apparently 6 of them ganged up on them, so they were powerless. Anyway, the cousin was saying he wants revenge and was going to call the boys to give them a taste of being outnumbered. They took the rest of the school week to rest up. Next week, both of them show up for school. Friend said their entourage will arrive during lunch break and told me to keep a distance when shit happens, as there was no point in me getting involved at this point. I've no reason to doubt them, as I know a few of them personally, and they're a very collective bunch when it comes to being picked on. Personally, I only expected maybe a handful of people to show up, assuming they do. Oh boy, I was wrong, very wrong. Cue lunchtime. I'm eating lunch in the music room that has a clear view of the school entrance. As I'm keeping my distance, 3 cars shows up. I recognize one of them as I'm acquainted with said owner of the car. Behind them were 5 minivan/7-seaters. They all parked up outside the school, and a load of people got out of the vehicles. Like I said, I only expected like maybe 5 people or so. There must have been like 50 people. They all went onto the school grounds and waited by the building where the main entrance is. Being such a big crowd of people, naturally the other students got curious. Many were looking out from the windows like I was. Some wanted a closer look and went outside. After a few minutes, someone from the entourage pulled out a megaphone. Started shouting, paraphrasing, "We believe that are in school today. Meet up with us so we can have a chat." About a minute later, about 10 male teachers slash staff went outside to meet them. There was some argument. I was too far to hear what was going on, probably about trespassing. I never really found out point. Then all of a sudden, the whole entourage started running forwards, which pretty much routed all the teachers and the students hanging around outside. The entourage started to enter the building to look for the two culprits. About 2 to 3 minutes later they all suddenly rushed back to their vehicles and left in a hurry. A few minutes after they all drove off, the police showed up. My friend told me a few days later that they caught wind of police were about to show up. One of them had a transceiver that was listening on the police point. A load of police showed up, like 5 police vans. They hung around for an hour and left. The next day, there was an assembly, the head teacher talking about being vigilant and other typical boring stuff. The teachers never found out why exactly the entourage was there. The group was smart and never mentioned my 2 friends by name, while my friends just feigned innocence. Since nothing really happened, since technically the entourage just showed up on school grounds and left without incident. The police didn't do anything after that. The 2 culprits that beat up my friends never showed up to school after that. I assume they transferred out. For the next couple of years, no Asians were ever picked on, and we graduated without incident. This happened when I was in middle school, but I heard that one of the beloved senior boys had gotten extremely intoxicated with 2 of his best friends GBH. This happened in the early 2000s and the details are kind of fuzzy, but he was messing around with a friend and they were fighting in the street. The friend pushed him, and the kid ended up falling backwards and cracking his head on the curb. It deeply affected the community. There was another kid in a neighboring town that drank enough wood alcohol that he died pretty much instantly. Probably not instantly, but by the time they got to the hospital, it was far too late to save him. It was incredibly sad point. And I have one more. This happened a couple of years after I graduated. There's a historic hotel in the middle of our city. It's a small one, but it has around 8 to 10 stories, tops. A group of kids were climbing the fire escapes while incredibly drunk. A side note, I guess it looked really cool up there. So it was a popular destination for a bunch of kids around my age. There was also some urban legend about the top floor slash upper roof area. The way the hotel was built, it was kind of asymmetrical. It was kind of L-shaped in a sense of that the bottom 2 floors are longer and wider than the rest of the building, and then the rest of floors are kind of stacked on top of each other like a tower that extends up in the middle of the bottom floors. He was in the top 2 or 3 floors when he fell off of the fire escape and landed on the roof of those bottom 2 floors. He died instantly. I have a bunch of other stories like these if someone is interested. Extremely late to the party, but oh well. I was the center of the incident, actually. This happened in my junior year. I was a relatively new member of the cool stoner group at my high school, which encompassed essentially every cool kid, because this happened in Oregon. This group introduced me to weed, and therefore the essential etiquette involved with weed. This was all pre-legalization, and we were high schoolers, so a certain amount of discretion was expected that I was not aware of. So one day my parents caught me stoned after coming home from one of these friends' houses. My dad was especially uncool about weed and got the cops involved. Long story short, I told a cop which friend I smoked with. Friend and her parents ended up in cuffs and their medical growing license revoked, and I'm abruptly socially yeeted back to the bottom of the food chain. This isn't even the incident. This entire time I was also dealing with some grave mental health issues that began just before I started hanging out with this crowd about 8 months prior. By this time I had been cutting a few times a week and very strictly dieting, to the point I had lost 20 pounds when I was just scraping the healthy weight BMI mark already. Getting, deservedly, removed from my friend group made these issues way worse, and the social isolation of being the snitch took a bigger toll. The incident took place 3 months after I snitched. This friend group had begrudgingly welcomed me back to hang out at school only. I had missed 4 days of school along with a weekend because I nearly got put into inpatient treatment for my eating disorder and spent a few days convincing my parents out of it, going on a literal and emotional journey with my ex-boyfriend's mom and shopping for what was supposed to be a long stay in the hospital. I came back finally and only one person cared, the girl I faked over shockingly, so I started telling her about it, since nobody was paying attention. But the ringleader overheard, and the incident began. To set the scene, we were sitting at a table in our packed cafeteria at a school with around 1200 students. At least 400 were present for this. She stood up, finger pointed at me, and started screaming that I was a horrible person, an attention hoe, faked my eating disorder this whole time for pity, because everyone hates me, etc. I can still hear her screaming, "You're faking it, you faking attention hoe." Everyone I went to school with was either present or heard about it. This situation sent me spiraling. Unfortunately, I had narrowly escaped forced treatment, just to need it even more. I'm a lot more healthy now, and she's apologized for what she said. It was such a complicated situation. I still feel bad for Narkinal Mayo. I'm quite proud of this. One point I was always the guy that liked hot food. One year my dad mailed me some stupidly hot sauce, and being the dumb as freshman that I was, brought it to school. I had it on my person all day, would show it to people. If asked, and no one thought anything of it. Then it was lunchtime, and a group of guys from my class came up to me while I was in line for lunch and asked if they could have some hot sauce. I think it was tacos that day, but it was a long time ago. Not seeing the harm in it, I handed over the bottle and they went back to their table while I waited to get my food. A whole table of teenage boys sweating and in tears over this extremely hot sauce, and when I say hot I mean as melting hot, only adding a drop to your whole pot of chili hot, and these guys, but a lot on their tacos. But it only gets better when the janitor who likes hot food come over to the table and not noticing the steaming children in front of him pours a spoonful for himself and swallows it straight. Poor man ran out of the room to try and find something to ease his roasting tongue. Got told by the principal if I ever brought that hot suave to school again it'd be suspended. But being the chaotic soul that I'm, waited until he retired, and on my senior year, brought a fresh bottle of the same brand to school. No one was brave or dumb enough to try it this time.